Chapter 180. On the battlefield, Chu Bei looked at the monstrous wave of blood that covered the sky and covered the earth with the power to destroy the world. His expression did not change and he still maintained a calm and composed posture. The host has successfully exchanged for a level 12 upper grade product. You have obtained half of the fire god Zhu Rong's power. Time limit is 15 minutes. The moment the system's voice rang out, a loud rumble sounded above Chu Bei's head. After that, under the astounded gazes of Jiyu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and the other experts, an enormous gap suddenly appeared in the originally calm sky above Chu Bei, and boundless flames poured down from within the gap. It was different from the aura of the heavenly flames that they had come into contact with. The flames that poured down from the gap were filled with an energy aura that they had never come into contact with before. In fact, the flames even carried an aura that made them want to submit. Amidst the rumble, a huge shadow holding a fire spear appeared in the gap where the flames were surging. The shadow swept across the surroundings expressionlessly. It seemed as if it was looking down on the world. Just as Jiyu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and the others were guessing the origin of the shadow holding the fire spear, the huge shadow turned into a ray of light and entered Chu Bei's body in an instant. In the next moment, Chu Bei's aura underwent a tremendous change. Apart from his aura, he seemed to have become a different person. A fire god spear also appeared in his hand out of thin air. If one looked carefully, the fire god spear was held by the huge shadow that had entered his body earlier. The monstrous wave of blood was getting closer and closer to Chu Bei. However, just as the monstrous wave of blood was about to drown Chu Bei, the latter's eyes lit up with a red light. Rumble. Immediately, an invisible but real terrifying energy spread out with Chu Bei as the center. In an instant, the monstrous wave of blood that was surging towards Chu Bei was pushed away by this energy. It could not even get close to half a meter away from the former. You can wait at the side first. Chu Bei glanced indifferently at the Tu Shi ancient emperor whose eyes were empty. After his calm voice sounded, he clenched his right hand. With a bang, the void trembled. The void around the Tu Shi ancient emperor was distorted. A flame prison trapped the Tu Shi ancient emperor. Bang! 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 Inside the flame prison, no matter how the Tu Shi ancient emperor frantically smashed into it, the walls of the prison were not damaged at all. He actually trapped the Tu Shi ancient god so easily. He's still trapped by flames. Could it be that Boss Chu's attainments in playing with fire are even above the Tu Shi ancient emperor? The latter is an existence that has devoured 20 types of heavenly flames. Witnessing this scene, the experts of the 6 clans were horrified. Even the eyes of Jiyu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, Yarrow Dan, and the other top experts were filled with rich shock. Stop hiding. At this moment, Chu Bei looked towards the southwest not far from the Tu Shi ancient emperor. Just as Chu Bei's calm voice fell, under the confused gazes of the experts of the 6 clans, a black ball of light appeared out of thin air in the southwest. The moment the black ball of light appeared, the originally scorching temperature above the heavenly flame square suddenly turned cold. Looking closely, there was a translucent human face in the ball of light, but it was impossible to see its specific appearance. That's it. This is it. That evil thought that came from the great thousand world. Zhu Kuan's face clearly revealed a terrified expression when he saw the dark black ball of light. Jiyu Yuan, Yarrow Dan, and the rest also had an additional grave expression in their eyes as they stared at the dark black ball of light with great caution. It is unexpected that other than it, there is actually another fellow like you on this continent who has also reached this level. A low and deep cold in the forest voice was emitted from the dark black ball of light. Soon after, 2 blood-red eyes shot out and were fixed on Chu Bei's body. With it and you, I should be able to recover. Kai. The dark black ball of light penetrated the void after the voice sounded. It directly passed through the flame cage and entered the body of the Tu Shi ancient emperor. Almost at the same time, the originally empty eyes of the Tu Shi ancient emperor had an additional ruthless expression. It was as though he had gained consciousness. However, it was obvious that this consciousness did not belong to the Tu Shi ancient emperor. Instead, it was the evil thought that had entered the Tu Shi ancient emperor's body earlier. Perhaps it was due to the support of the evil thought, but the aura of the Tu Shi ancient emperor swiftly soared. In the end, The energy ripple that erupted from it actually broke apart the flame cage. Emperor Flame Lightning! A cold-in-the-forest cry was emitted from the Chu-Shi ancient emperor's mouth. His right hand swept across the surrounding raging flames. As his finger was pointed, the raging flames shrunk and gathered. After which, they began to wiggle intensely like a huge organ. As the boundless flames contracted, the sky collapsed, and a pitch-black spatial gap spread out at a terrifying speed. In the next instant, a dark black crack line suddenly spread open above Chu Bei. Countless mountain-sized fire lightning came pouring down in a crazy manner like a torrential downpour. The flame lightning churned. The strength that each of them contained caused the faces of Jiyu Yuan, Yarrow Dan, and the rest in the distance to turn pale. This is the strength of that evil thought. It is even stronger than the Chu-Shi ancient emperor. He is currently using the Chu-Shi ancient emperor to unleash his remarkable ability. Zhu Kuan looked at the Chu-Shi ancient emperor in the battlefield with incomparable fear. It was not difficult to hear the fear within his words. Within the battlefield, Chu Bei lifted his eyes and looked at the flame lightning that came falling from above his head. His right hand held the fire god spear and shook slightly. Immediately, a flame formed from dozens of different colors swept out from the tip of the spear. Subsequently, it evolved into a fire giant that stood in the sky. The fire giant widened its mouth. Immediately, the entire place became silent. Incomparably brilliant flame light beams that were formed from a couple of different colors were suddenly shot out from its mouth and collided with the countless flame lightning. Rumble. The flame light beams collided with the flame lightning in the sky. Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud sound, the entire empty space trembled under this incomparably intense energy fluctuation. Many huge cracks were formed. However, the rolling flame lightning merely lasted for a couple of seconds before it became weak and was swallowed by the flame light beams. This flame, how is it possible? Don't tell me that you have also reached this stage by swallowing a heavenly flame. That's not right. The aura of your flame is very strange. It is different from it. It does not belong to this continent. The eyes of the Chu-Shi ancient god, who had been invaded by the evil thought, shrunk as he watched the flame light beam that destroyed the flame lightning and disappeared into the dark black gap. Some shock flashed across his eyes. Don't tell me that you have also mistakenly entered this continent like me. Is that all you've got? Chu Bei did not reply to the evil thought's question. Instead, he crossed his hands in front of his chest and had a mocking expression on his face. The expression of the Chu-Shi ancient god sunk upon hearing this. It was extremely ugly. His blood-red eyes began to transition into a black-purple color. From the looks of the situation earlier, Boss Chu has not only received the attack of the evil thought, but he has also gained the upper hand. Jiyu Yuan glanced at Zhu Kuan beside him. After which, he locked his gaze on Chu Bei and said, "Perhaps with this Boss Chu around, our situation is not as bad as I had imagined." Zhu Kuan's eyes were firmly fixed on Chu Bei. Based on what the evil thought had said, it seems that this Boss Chu has really come from the Great Thousand World just like him. Yarrow Dan spoke in a deep voice. Have all of you forgotten that Boss Chu had once said that there is an even vaster world outside of the Great Thousand World? Yang Jin added. We still have a very long way to go on the path of cultivation. At the very least, we must first walk out of this Dochi continent and head to the Great Thousand World to take a look. Zhu Kuan, Jiyu Yuan and the rest exchanged glances with each other. Their faces were filled with yearning. Soon after, they glanced at the figure on the battlefield. Their eyes were filled with respect. Do not think that you can fight with me just because you were able to receive my previous attack. The purple-black cold eyes of the Chu-Shi ancient god locked onto Chu Bei in the sky. His dense cold voice had just sounded when he opened his mouth towards the huge black hole in the middle of the heavenly flame square. Immediately, a suction force surged out. The endless black light within the black hole rushed into his mouth from all directions. After the black light was swallowed by the Chu-Shi ancient god, his body suddenly swelled. A strange black glow that was like a surging river swiftly whistled out from the pores all over his body. Within a short instant, he turned into 100,000 feet tall black fog giant. Clusters of black light balls that emitted cracking sounds lingered around his body. The black fog giant stood in the sky and covered the entire sky. Under this frightening visual impact, Yarrow Dan, Lei Ying, and the rest did not doubt that just a random punch from the Chushi ancient god would be able to easily kill all the experts from the 8 ancient clans. Compared to before, the frightening aura on the body of the Chushi ancient god had once again risen to another level. Just the act of inhaling and exhaling caused wind and lightning to surge. When he exhaled, the energy of the entire empty space formed a huge ripple. Could this be the body of a Do-Di? The expressions of Zhu Kuan, Jiu Yuan, and the rest changed as they looked at the 100,000 feet tall black fog giant. Being from an ancient clan, they were naturally aware of the legends of a Do-Di. A true elite Do-Di was able to absorb the world into their body. At that time, they would be the world. A simple gesture would be able to break the sky. Their strength was terrifyingly great. This kind of enormous body was not formed from energy. Instead, it was an actual physical body. This kind of ability to transform into a 100,000 feet tall body was called the body of a Do-Di. Compared to the shocked expressions of Zhu Kuan, Jiu Yuan, and the rest, Chu Bei merely glanced indifferently at the black fog giant. The corner of his mouth contained a faint smile. His emotions did not fluctuate even a little. One's strength is not determined by one's size. Chu Bei held the fire god spear in his hand. His voice carried a teasing tone as it drifted over the battlefield. The 100,000 feet large black fog giant emitted a cold snort when it met Chu Bei's disdainful eyes. After which, its large leg stepped forward. A fist that was accompanied by wind, clouds, and lightning smashed towards Chu Bei. Immediately, the sky collapsed. Chu Bei unhurriedly lifted the fire spear in his hand. The tip of the spear met the fist of the black fog giant. In front of the black fog giant's fist, the fire god spear in Chu Bei's hand was so tiny that it was not even comparable to a speck of dust. However, in comparison, such a small fire spear had forcefully stopped the frightening fist, which was thousands of times larger. Not only that, a monstrous energy suddenly surged out from the tip of the inconspicuous spear while the experts from the 6 clans were stunned. Under this energy, the 100,000 feet large black fog giant was directly sent flying. A mouthful of blood was spat out. It was as if red blood was flowing in the sky. Half-step to heavenly sovereign, you have actually come into contact with this level. The 100,000 feet large black fog giant stabilized its body. Its large eyes once again looked at Chu Bei. A horrified expression surfaced on its face. You do not belong here. Why do you want to harm the living things on this continent? Listen to my advice. Leave that body as soon as possible and allow it to return. You should enter reincarnation. Chu Bei calmly looked at the black fog giant and advised. Mind your own business. Black mysterious explosion. Upon hearing Chu Bei's words, the horrified expression in the black fog giant's eyes disappeared. It was replaced by an even more intense murderous intent. Cold in the forest's low shout rang out. A frightening black energy storm swept out with the black fog giant as the center. Several long dragons formed from black energy roared as they charged towards Chu Bei. Stubborn. Waves of energy whistled by his ears. The smile on Chu Bei's face gradually disappeared. Then, he held the fire god spear with both hands. The fire god spear danced and stabbed out. The spear ray, which was wrapped in blazing flames, flashed past. Slash. After piercing through the long black energy dragon with an unstoppable force, it rapidly enlarged. Under the terrified gaze of the black fog giant, the spear ray arrived in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the spear ray had already reached 100,000 feet long. It was even slightly longer than the black fog giant's body. In the next instant, a frightening and strange voice rang in the ears of Zhu Kuan, Jiu Yuan, and the others. Under the astonished gazes of the experts of the 6 clans, the spear ray directly pierced through the black fog giant's body. Then, a mournful wail was emitted from the black fog giant's mouth. It resounded through the entire void. Amidst the wail, the black fog giant's body shrunk continuously until it returned to the size of an ordinary person. The black ball of light, which had a translucent human face, flew out from the Chushi ancient god's body. It struggled and rolled in the void in pain. Its hoarse wail made one feel pity for it. Its black and purple eyes stared fiercely at Chu Bei. They were filled with monstrous hatred. As for the Chu Shi ancient god, he directly fell from the sky like a corpse and landed on the square with a bang. Chu Bei glanced at the Chu Shi ancient god. After that, his gaze returned to the ball of evil thoughts and he stabbed out with his spear again. The spear ray was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. The ball of light did not even have time to dodge before it was pierced through by the spear ray. The ball of light was directly split into two by the spear ray. One of the balls was still the translucent human face that was filled with monstrous murderous intent. The other ball was an old man with long hair. It was the appearance of the Chu Shi ancient god. Under Chu Bei's guidance, the ball of light with the old man with long hair slowly flew into the body of the Chu Shi ancient god on the square below and merged into one. Not long later, the corpse-like Chu Shi ancient god slowly opened his eyes. Compared to the empty space earlier, the current Chu Shi ancient god clearly had his own consciousness. Under the gazes of the experts from the 6 clans, the Chu Shi ancient god quickly flew in front of Chu Bei. He placed his palms together and bowed sincerely. His consciousness has returned. This is the true Chu Shi ancient god. Zhu Kuan, Jiu Yuan, Yarrow Dan and the rest were enlightened after witnessing this scene. Thank you for your help, senior. The Chu Shi ancient god looked at Chu Bei with gratitude. You should no longer continue to stay on this mainland. Leave behind your inheritance and head to the wider world. Chu Bei's gaze met with the Chu Shi ancient god's as he spoke faintly. I have schemed for thousands of years and all my efforts have been destroyed by you. You deserve to die. At this moment, the evil thoughts not far away stopped struggling. They let out a cold in the forest roar that caused one's heart to tremble. Chapter 181. Within the battlefield, Xianyan's blood-red eyes were firmly locked onto Chu Bei. His voice that was filled with monstrous hatred sounded. Xianyan appeared to have made some kind of difficult decision. Xianyan's half-transparent face suddenly began to burn in front of Zhu Kuan, Jiu Yuan and the rest. A faint black flame lit up in the empty space. At the same time, Xianyan closed his eyes and used the burning black flame to draw a strange picture in the air. His face was filled with sincerity. Everything he was doing appeared to be an ancient summoning ritual. Moreover, the completion of this summoning ritual required him to exhaust all of his spirit strength. Rumble tilde tilde. As more and more strange diagrams were formed, the vast ancient emperor's cave abode started to tremble violently. When the evil thoughts stopped drawing, a loud bang resounded. The entire world within the ancient emperor's cave exploded. Jiu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and the others saw a tremendous change in their vision. Where are we? Are we still in the ancient god mansion? Or are we still in the Dochi continent? Jiu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and the rest faced each other as they looked at their unfamiliar surroundings. Below them was an endless mountain range. However, these mountain ranges were floating in the empty space. Jiu Yuan and the rest were unaware that they had become the focal point of the entire Dochi continent at this moment. They appeared to have been magnified many times. Every corner of the Dochi continent could see them and their surroundings as long as one raised their head. Quickly look at the sky. Who are those people? Boss Chu is there. Where are they? At this moment, all the experts on the Dochi continent were alarmed by the scene in the sky. If one were to talk about the region with the greatest impact, it would be the Central Plains. This was especially the case for the Pill Tower, Burning Flame Valley, Ice River Valley and other top-tier factions within the Central Plains. Even if I die, I want you to accompany me in death. Perhaps it was because Xianyan had ignited his spirit strength to draw the strange picture, but the murderous intent in his eyes only increased when he looked at Chu Bei. Xianyan's stern cry sounded. A strange voice that was difficult to understand was emitted from his mouth. It was as though he was sincerely praying. An incomparably large dazzling halo gradually appeared in the sky above Chu Bei's group. It was a bright golden light. In just a short moment, a vast aura pervaded the battlefield, and the endless mountain range below shook. This vast aura even began to spread throughout the entire Dochi continent. The Chu Shi ancient god, Zhu Kuan, Jiu Yuan and the rest were startled as they looked at the dazzling light halo above. It seemed as though an unimaginably terrifying existence was about to appear at that spot. Where is the battlefield? Is it really above us? Is there going to be a terrifying existence in that halo? Countless experts of the Central Plains stared fixedly at the sky. As they felt the vast aura pouring down, their faces were filled with shock. There were some elite Dozuns among them. They broke through the empty space and attempted to approach the battlefield where Chu Bei was. However, to their disbelief, no matter how high they flew, the distance between them and the battlefield remained the same. It was neither too far nor too close. On the battlefield, Chu Bei frowned. With the Vulcan's spear in his right hand, his aura continued to rise as he prepared for battle. Buzz buzz buzz, the empty space trembled. A countless number of symbols flashed and appeared. They flickered with the light of the great Tao, appearing just like the birth and destruction of a galaxy. A dazzling light halo appeared in the distant sky. A complicated and mysterious order appeared as it flickered. A frightening fluctuation and an incomparable aura entwined together. The empty space was just like a tattered painting that trembled within the unusual light fog, emitting a crashing sound. At a closer look, those obscure rules were flowing with a chaotic light. It was extremely frightening. What exactly did that evil thought do? Jiu Yuan looked at Zhu Kuan beside him. His expression was incomparably ugly. He should be summoning the experts from the Great Thousand World. The Tu Shi ancient god spoke. He lifted his head and looked at the halo above. His expression was similarly grave. The experts from the Great Thousand World. An existence that is even stronger than that evil thought. The brilliant halo in the distant sky finally split apart while Yarrow Dan, Yang Jin and the rest were exclaiming. 100,000 feet large immortal bird flew out from the halo and hovered in the sky. The golden wings of the immortal bird were just like clouds that covered the sky. They were filled with a vast and mighty light. With a flap of its wings, thunderclouds covered the sky and the sky shattered. This was an incomparably frightening scene. Just the flapping of its wings caused the empty space to appear like it had been struck. It swiftly cracked and the cracks spread into the distance. What tier magical beast is that? The feeling that it gives me is even more frightening than the overlord of the magical beasts, the ancient void dragon. Countless number of experts from the Central Plains revealed shocked faces. All of them stared at the enormous immortal bird that had appeared in the image above with disbelief. Their mouths were wide open. The expressions of the experts from the 6 clans in the battlefield instantly turned pale when the immortal bird appeared. Horror surged within their eyes. The might that the latter had unleashed was not any weaker than the Tu Shi ancient god from earlier. Clearly, this 100,000 feet large immortal bird had already reached the Do Di class. Who is calling me? While everyone's eyes were gathered on the body of the immortal bird, an illusionary voice that was difficult to capture reverberated over the entire empty battlefield and even the Dochi continent. Hearing this voice, not only the experts in the battlefield, but everyone on the continent also threw their gazes to the sky in unison. As the illusionary voice sounded, a huge figure appeared above the 100,000 feet large immortal bird. It sat cross-legged and its entire body was surrounded by a layer of bright silver light. It was like a god that was patrolling the 3 realms. Who is that person? Where did he come from? Could it be the legendary Do Di? Oh my god! Is this the aura of a Do Di? On the Dochi continent, the experts who did not know what was going on all focused their eyes on the figure seated cross-legged on the back of the Heaven Luan. While their faces were shocked, their eyes also contained confusion. An existence above the Do Di class. As for the experts from the 6 clans in the battlefield, each of them involuntarily inhaled a breath of cold air. Their bodies began to tense up. For such an unknown existence, even if the other party only needed to lift a finger, it would be able to crush them into dust. Disciple Han Kai greets teacher. The almost transparent evil thoughts immediately flew to the side of the Heaven Luan and knelt down devoutly towards the huge figure on the back of the latter. Disciple, you are actually still alive. The emotions of the figure on the back of the Heaven Luan clearly fluctuated after seeing the evil thoughts. His voice contained joy. However, His expression once again became solemn after sensing the shaky aura of the evil thoughts. He shook his head and sighed, "Disciple, you should not have called teacher over. You have exhausted the last of your soul strength. Even teacher is unable to save you. Teacher, disciple does not beg you to save me. I only beg that you can help me kill him." The evil thoughts agglomerated an arm after saying this. They pointed at Chu Bei, who was holding the fire god's spear. "So it is you who has cut off my disciple's path of survival." After hearing the evil thoughts, the huge figure on the back of the Heaven Luan turned his head and looked at Chu Bei. His eyes were filled with a chill. Jiu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and the rest immediately shuddered when they met the eyes of the huge figure. Their bodies began to tremble involuntarily. The pressure emitted by the huge figure far surpassed the Tu Shi ancient god by 100 or even 1,000 times. Compared to the calmness he had when facing the evil thoughts earlier, Chu Bei's expression had become solemn. He had already switched to holding the fire god's spear with both hands. "Die." The huge figure on the Heaven Luan coldly glanced at Chu Bei. His words were cold in the forest without any emotion. Immediately, a substantial and terrifying pressure surged out from his body. It was like a surging river as it descended towards Chu Bei. Everywhere it passed, space collapsed and great Tao symbols flickered. Kai Kai. However, just as this terrifying pressure was about to envelop Chu Bei's body, Chu Bei let out a loud cry. He held the fire god's spear with both hands and stabbed out in succession. He disintegrated the all-powerful pressure. "No wonder you were able to force my disciple to the point of exhausting all of his soul strength to summon me. I did not expect that you have actually touched upon this realm. Unfortunately, it is still far from enough in front of me." The figure on the back of the Heaven Luan sized up Chu Bei once again. Although there was some surprise in his words, he still had an arrogant expression as if he was looking down on all living beings. A mysterious and incomprehensible strange sound began to be emitted from his mouth after his calm words sounded. It was as if he was chanting scriptures. Every time he chanted a word, a huge mountain of runes would appear out of thin air and smash towards Chu Bei. A mountain of runes with every word. This was an extremely frightening scene. Can Boss Chu deal with this fellow? On the battlefield, Zhu Kuan, Jiu Yuan, and the rest had extremely heavy hearts. The huge figure sat on the 100,000 feet tall green Luan as he continued to chant strange sounds. The entire space resonated with him and shook intensely. Runes jumped out from his mouth one after another and turned into huge mountains. Looking at the rune mountains above his head that carried an incomparably terrifying aura, Chu Bei's body burned with raging flames. The tip of the fire god's spear was also shrouded in flames. Chu Bei held the spear with both hands and faced the attack. This was the most difficult battle Chu Bei had ever fought since the system was activated. In the past battles, he had relied on the system to suppress his opponents. This time, even though he had used a level 12 upper grade item, he still felt powerless. If the boss only had one evil thought, this battle would have ended. However, who would have thought that this so-called boss would actually summon an old boss? Just as Chu Bei shattered the 7th rune mountain and was about to attack the 8th rune mountain, 2 rune mountains suddenly arrived at the same time. Bang! A low and dull sound was heard. Chu Bei had only destroyed 1 rune mountain before the other rune mountain smashed onto his body. Chu Bei spat out a mouthful of blood as the power in his body surged. This was also the first time he had been injured in his smooth cultivation journey. Moreover, his injuries were very serious. Boss Chu, Xiao Yang, Zi Yang, Jiu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and the rest immediately shouted when they saw that Chu Bei was injured. Then, a few figures charged towards Chu Bei. The fastest amongst them was the Tu Shi ancient god. However, although the Tu Shi ancient god had already become a Do Di, he was still far from being able to match up against the Rune Mountain. In just one exchange, the energy from the Rune Mountain had turned him into his original body and his aura had fallen to rock bottom. Chapter 182. Boss Chu is injured. Even he isn't a match for that fellow. If that's the case, who else in this world can stop that person? The experts from the 6 clans stared blankly at Chu Bei, who had vomited blood. After which, they looked at the huge figure with a disdainful expression on the Tianluan's back. Their expressions were extremely solemn. The system has detected that the host is injured. The host is currently in 100% danger level. In view of the host's good performance, the protection mechanism has been activated. Reward one-time use privilege of a high-grade level 13 product. The host has descended on the Doluor continent plane and established a business empire with a reputation value of 95. The host has unlocked the right to use level 12 to 13 products. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. Chu Bei was stunned. Following which, his solemn expression became relaxed once again. The host has successfully exchanged for a high-grade level 13 product. You have obtained 100% of the fire god Zhu Rong's strength. Time limit, 15 minutes. The system's voice sounded once again. A mere ant. You aren't even a match for me. Yet, you actually tried to block Master's attack. How laughable. You overestimate yourself. The tottering Xianyan glanced at the Chu Shi ancient god, whose aura was extremely weak. He had already reverted to his original form. A cold snort was emitted from his mouth. His words were filled with ridicule. Rumble rumble rumble, several rune mountains smashed towards them. Zhu Kuan, Jiu Yuan, Yarrow Dan and the rest lifted their heads to look at the rune mountains that were getting closer and closer. They could feel the aura on them, but they could not summon any will to resist. Their eyes were filled with intense unwillingness. However, when the rune mountains were about to smash onto Zhu Kuan, Jiu Yuan and the rest, layers of spatial ripples appeared in the void. Within the ripples, the incomparably large rune mountains seemed to have been grabbed by an invisible force. They suddenly stopped. Following which, they began to vibrate on the spot. Following which, clear cracking sounds rang out. They turned into rune fragments and disappeared into the void. It's broken. Zhu Kuan, Jiu Yuan and the rest were startled as they watched the rune mountains disappear. Subsequently, they subconsciously looked at Chu Bei. At some point in time, the blood at the corner of his mouth had been wiped clean. His face, which had turned pale due to the heavy blow from the rune mountains, had once again regained some color. Moreover, Zhu Kuan, Jiu Yuan and the others sensed that the other party's aura seemed to have changed once again. He actually neutralized Master's attack. How is this possible? The evil thoughts that could completely dissipate at any time also cast their gaze towards Chu Bei. Their words were filled with surprise and disbelief. In his eyes, his master was his belief, an invincible existence. Even in the great wide world, his master was a famous existence. He could not accept that someone on this small continent could withstand his master's attack, even if the other party might also be from the Great Thousand World. After destroying all the rune mountains, Chu Bei looked at the Chu Shi ancient emperor and pointed. A lump of solid flame quickly entered the Chu Shi ancient god's body. Following that, the Chu Shi ancient god's weak aura quickly recovered. Within a few seconds, he returned to his human form. Senior, your aura. The Chu Shi ancient god was stunned as he looked at Chu Bei. He vaguely felt the urge to kneel and kowtow. As someone who was born from a heavenly flame and had swallowed 20 types of heavenly flames to become a Do-Di, he was extremely sensitive to the aura of flames. Earlier, he had sensed a kind of flame aura from the other party's body that was above his own. However, that feeling earlier was not intense. At this moment, however, this feeling had already seeped deep into his limbs and bones. Accurately speaking, the flame aura that the other party gave him was not a real flame. Instead, it was a flame that could command all flames. It was the ruler of all flames. I have already undone the first seal. All of you can just stay by the side and watch. Leave the rest to me. Chu Bei placed his hands behind his back. His eyes swept over the Chu Shi ancient god, Jiu Yuan, Zhu Kuan and the others before he stepped forward. A bright and dazzling purple-red light surged wherever he passed. In the blink of an eye, Chu Bei arrived in the sky above the huge figure. He faced it head-on. His clothes danced with the wind and his back appeared just like an unrivaled god. Seal. So Boss Chu's previous strength was already sealed. He has only undone the first seal now? In that case, How many seals has he added on himself? Jiu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and the others faced each other. They were extremely shocked and their hearts were unable to calm down. Who exactly are you? The huge figure was still seated on the green lawn in the battlefield. However, the gaze that it used to look at Chu Bei had become a little more serious after Chu Bei had destroyed the symbol mountain. Chu Bei did not reply. All he did was smile. Forget it. Regardless of where you came from or what kind of background you have, you will have to pay the price for attacking my disciple. The huge figure stood up from the green lawn after the dense cold voice sounded. Its appearance, which was originally covered by the turbid aura, had become even more illusory. It was difficult to see through it. Screech, the heavenly Luan under the huge figure's feet, appeared to have received an order. It emitted a screech and lightning interweaved on its golden wings. A cold wind churned intensely, after which, one could only see its golden wings shake. All the essence of the continuous mountain range below gathered and entered its wings. It charged into its mouth and nose. In an instant, the aura of the heavenly Luan soared to an incomparably frightening level. However, its body was the exact opposite. It continued to shrink and finally transformed into a golden long sword that was emitting a bright and dazzling light. This long sword was extremely strange. A pair of golden wings had actually extended from the body of the sword and emitted an incomparably holy aura. Swoosh! The golden long sword flickered and transformed into a ray of light that penetrated the sky and headed straight for Chu Bei's forehead. The world shook because of this sword. At this moment, Zhu Kuan, Jiu Yuan, Yarodan, and the others finally understood just how frightening this green Luan was. Even they had completely stopped circulating the Do Qi within their bodies under the might of this golden long sword. It was as though they had suddenly become ordinary people. The most frightening thing was that they seemed to have lost their senses and were unable to move for a time. In their sight, there was only the world-destroying divine sword in the distant sky and Boss Chu, who was still calm and composed even though he was about to be penetrated. Clang! Chu Bei casually lifted his right hand just as the peerless divine sword was about to penetrate his forehead. 2 fingers were extended. After which, those 2 fingers gently pinched the peerless divine sword in front of a couple of shocked gazes. The sharp aura of the divine sword that could kill anyone it met also came to a sudden halt. At the same time, the binding force from the divine sword on Zhu Kuan, Jiu Yuan, and the others disappeared and they once again regained their freedom. Such a frightening sword was actually pinched by 2 fingers. Moreover, from the looks of it, Boss Chu appears to be very casual. It seems like he did not use any strength. Boss Chu is mighty. The experts from the 6 clans swallowed when they saw this scene. Their heated eyes were fixed on Chu Bei's body. Their eyes were filled with worship. Crack! A clear cracking sound drifted over the battlefield and spread into the distance. In the next moment, continuous miserable wails resounded in everyone's ears. They were filled with intense pain. When they looked over, they saw that the golden sword had been broken into 2 by Chu Bei's 2 fingers. It had once again transformed into the Sky Luan's body. However, the Sky Luan had been split into 2 at this moment. Golden blood sprayed across the sky like a long river. It was wailing incessantly. It was enduring unbearable pain, and its wails caused one to feel pity for it. Stop! The huge figure immediately shouted. At the same time, it extended a large jade white hand. It was sparkling and translucent like a jade stone and slapped towards Chu Bei. This palm flowed with the dense aura of the great Tao, and it was all-powerful. However, even though the huge figure had attacked at the first possible moment, it was still too late. Chu Bei used his palm as a blade and slashed down. An enormous blade formed from blazing flames tore through space. Various powerful flame creatures could be seen everywhere it passed. The flaming blade flashed past the 2 halves of the Sky Luan's body. In an instant, the Sky Luan's wails disappeared into the sky. The 2 halves of its body also disappeared along with it. Boom! In the end, the flaming blade merged with the huge figure's palm and shattered the sky. Master's mount has been killed. Looking at the Sky Luan that had been destroyed, the evil thought was like a bolt from the blue. His expression was numb. You killed my mount. I won't let you enter the cycle of reincarnation. The huge figure's cold gaze locked onto Chu Bei. He shouted loudly, and his voice was filled with fierce killing intent. At this moment, the misty fog around the huge figure dissipated, revealing his true appearance. His shocking appearance was no more than 26 or 27 years old. He was extremely handsome and full of vitality. This was different from the solemn, simple, and lethargic appearance that everyone had imagined. It overturned everyone's guesses. Die. With his mount killed, the huge figure was burning with anger. He used his true strength, and a vast and surging power pierced through the sky. As the cold syllable fell, a huge axe appeared in the huge figure's hand. The axe blade was surrounded by a strange black light. With just one look, anyone below the Emperor realm would lose their mind. The huge figure took a step forward and swung the axe, slashing diagonally at Chu Bei. Immediately, the void split open, and a pitch-black rainbow traversed across the sky, causing one's heart to palpitate. Want to kill me? You are far from qualified. Facing the terrifying attack, Chu Bei's face did not have the slightest fear, and was calm and composed. As his indifferent voice fell, his body suddenly enlarged, standing indomitable, and gradually became as tall as the sky. At this moment, the flame power in Chu Bei's body was circulating crazily. Various colored flames rippled in the void around him, and quietly hung around him. It gave people an indescribable pressure, and all living beings had to look up to him. Behind him, there was a raging sea of fire. Various fire-type living beings could be seen jumping in the sea of fire, including the 22 types of heavenly flames on the Dochi continent other than the Chushi ancient god. Chu Bei also made his move. With a thrust of his spear, the entire sky of the battlefield cracked, and was divided into 4 areas. The elites of the 6 clans were stunned. They looked at the center of the battlefield in a daze, waiting for the collision of the 2 supreme attacks. However, the shocking confrontation that they expected did not appear, and there was not even an explosion. Almost in an instant, Chu Bei's powerful stab annihilated the huge figure's axe blade as easily as crushing dry weeds. The huge axe shattered, and the huge figure's pupils suddenly shrank, and his body staggered backward. Obviously, this huge axe was connected to his origin. When the axe was destroyed, he also suffered a backlash. Chapter 183. On the battlefield, the huge figure, who had suffered a backlash from the huge axe, had yet to stabilize his body when the figure in his sight had already approached him. The long spear in the other party's hand was once again pierced forward. A couple of huge fire dragons surged from the tip of the spear and shot towards him. Bang! In an instant, the sky was filled with a red glow. It was as though thousands of suns had exploded at the same time. Zhu Kuan, Jiyu Yuan, Yarodan, and the rest, as well as all the spectators on the continent, who had lifted their heads to look at the sky, shut their eyes at the same time. They were unable to endure this glaring light. Ah, there will come a day when I will definitely kill you. The huge figure's roar, which was filled with a dense murderous intent, was emitted from within the glaring fire glow. It first spread across the entire battlefield before reverberating in every corner of the Dochi continent. The roar gradually disappeared. The sky of the battlefield was deathly silent. That person has disappeared. The battle is over. Is that fellow dead or has he fled? Regardless, we have escaped this calamity. The flames disappeared. The experts from the 6 clans looked at the sky in an uncertain manner. The frightening existence from the Great Thousand World had disappeared. Only a young man wearing a long robe and holding a long spear remained. He stepped on the empty space and slowly descended in a relaxed manner. The empty space, which had originally collapsed due to the battle, was being repaired by an invisible spatial strength at this moment. Boss Chu, Jiyu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and the rest immediately stepped forward. Their faces were filled with joy. Chu Bei's eyes swept over Jiyu Yuan and the rest. He nodded in response before waving the fire god's spear. Immediately, the vision of Jiyu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and the rest changed. In an instant, they had returned to the ancient god cave. After which, Chu Bei looked at Xianyan. No, impossible. At this moment, Xianyan was still immersed in the scene of the huge figure being defeated as he muttered to himself. When he sensed Chu Bei's gaze, his expression once again became ferocious. "Teacher will definitely find you again." Chu Bei shook his head. He sighed and swung his spear. "Kaila." Xianyan turned into nothingness. "You can also leave after leaving behind the inheritance." After dealing with Xianyan, Chu Bei's eyes landed on the Tushi ancient god. "Thank you, Senior." The Tushi ancient emperor once again bowed towards Chu Bei. Then, his gaze swept past Yarou Dan, Jiu Yuan, and the others. With a wave of his hand, several balls of light appeared. "My inheritance is all here. Take what you need. As for where you can go in the end, that will depend on your luck." As the aged voice rang out, the Tushi ancient emperor looked up into the void. Rumble, the void rumbled and a pitch-black passageway that seemed to have no end appeared beneath the Tushi ancient emperor's feet. "Boss Chu, we'll meet again if fate wills it." The Tushi ancient god cupped his fists together towards Chu Bei. After which, he looked at Zhu Kuan and Jiu Yuan and said, "I will go and scout the path for you guys first. I will wait for you there." After saying that, Tushi ancient emperor took a step forward and entered the pitch-black void passageway. After the great battle in the ancient god cave, Chu Bei's name had spread throughout the Dochi continent. In addition to the 6 ancient clans and the various large factions in the Central Plains spreading the news, the people on the continent gradually came to know that although there were no Do Di on the continent, there was an existence that surpassed the Do Di level. As for Chu Bei, his cultivation had also advanced to 9 stars Do Sheng level through the exchange of will points. However, just as he was about to break through to the Do Di level, he suddenly realized that he was unable to continue the exchange. If he wanted to continue, he would need to unlock the level 11 commodity authority. If he wanted to unlock the level 11 commodity authority, he would need to complete the mission issued by the system. After that, Chu Bei lived a carefree and happy life in the Dochi continent. One day, 1 year later, many famous existences on the continent had gathered at the central square of Tianhuang City. Among these people, there was the clan leader of the Jiu clan, Jiu Yuan, the clan leader of the Yarou clan, Yarou Dan, the clan leader of the Lei clan, Lei Ying, and even the ancient Void Dragon's Dragon Emperor Zhu Kuan had rushed over. "Boss, are you really not going to bring us along?" Qing Lin and the little doctor's eyes were filled with tears of reluctance. After a year of Chu Bei's training, both of their cultivations had advanced to the Do Sheng level. "I'm only going out to travel for a while. I'll be back soon." Chu Bei extended his hands and wiped away their tears. After that, Chu Bei's eyes swept across Zhu Kuan, Jiu Yuan, and the others. "Thank you for coming to send me off." After bidding farewell to everyone, Chu Bei's divine sense moved. Rumble tilde tilde suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard. After that, the space in front of Chu Bei became distorted. After that, a blue intersecting wheel slowly appeared. The words planar spacetime wheel were especially conspicuous at the top of the wheel. Below it were the words Doluor continent plane, which were slightly smaller. At a closer look, there was an azure path that was woven by the river of time within the wheel. Chu Bei seemed to be prepared as he looked at the wheel of time that had appeared. He took a step forward and stepped into the wheel of time. "What is that thing in front of Boss Chu?" "I don't know. I don't dare to ask. Where does that azure path lead to?" Could it be the same place as the Tushi ancient emperor went to? Is it the Great Thousand World? Jiu Yuan, Yarou Dan, and the others looked at each other as they looked at the azure wheel above the mansion and the path that led to an unknown place within the wheel. They all made their guesses. The moment Chu Bei stepped into the wheel of time, he suddenly realized that the majestic doji power in his body seemed to have been shackled, and he was actually unable to use it. Moreover, he didn't appear in the Doluor continent in an instant. He seemed to be swimming in a wonderful world woven by the river of time, and he drifted forward without day or night. Doluor continent. A world that belonged to martial spirits. There was no magic or do-chi here, but there were miraculous martial spirits. Everyone on the continent would awaken their martial spirits in the martial spirit hall when they were 6 years old. According to the types, there were animals, plants, and artifacts. Awakened martial spirits could assist people in their daily lives, and some of the more outstanding martial spirits could even be used to cultivate and fight. Martial spirits that could be used to cultivate and fight created a profession, which was also the strongest and most glorious profession on the Doluor continent, Soul Master. In the southwest of the Heaven Do Empire, there was a province called the Phasno Province. There was a village in the province called the Holy Soul Village. The reason why it was called the Holy Soul Village was because a soul sage had once walked out of this place 100 years ago. This was also the eternal pride of the people of the Holy Soul Village. Compared to the Dochi continent, the Doluor continent also had a clear division of realms. In the Doluor continent, the foundation of cultivators was martial soul force. According to the strength of martial soul force, it was divided into 10 realms, and each realm corresponded to a title. Every title was divided into 10 levels. Those who had just awakened their martial spirits were called soul scholars. After cultivating, when one's soul power reached the 11th rank, they would enter the next title, which was Soul Master. The 10 titles were Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Soul Grandmaster, Soul Elder, Soul Ancestor, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Soul Doluor, and titled Doluor. This was where the name of the Doluor continent came from. Of course, in the Doluor continent's cultivation system, if one wanted to advance from one title to the next, not only did their martial soul force have to reach the peak of the previous title, they also needed to obtain a soul ring. Without a soul ring, no matter how hard they cultivated, they couldn't enter the next title. As a result, when a cultivator's martial soul force reached the peak of their current realm, they had to obtain the next soul ring and enter the next realm before they could continue cultivating. On this day, the village was just like any other day. The adults were working in the fields, and a group of children were playing by the side of a pond. But right at this moment, a pitch-black crack appeared 100 meters above the pond. An azure-clothed figure fell through the crack. Bang! The figure fell heavily into the water. First, there was a low and clear sound of collision, followed by the sound of water splashing in all directions. Hearing this, the children playing by the pond immediately looked towards the center of the pond. Someone fell into the water, and it's an old man. What do we do? Why did he fall into the water? He seems to be dead. No, I'll call the adults over. Could he be a transformed water ghost? Seeing the figure in the water, the group of children immediately screamed. Fear filled their faces. Some of the children had already run to the fields to seek help from the adults. Some of the children were stunned where they were, at a loss. Some of the children even retreated in fear, as if they really thought that the figure in the water was transformed from a fruit. If one were to talk about the most unusual behavior, it would be none other than the fattest one among the group of children. He could be seen hugging a large dried tree stump, and then with a splash, he jumped into the water. Go Dan, are you crazy? You don't know how to swim at all. Come back. That person must be a transformed water ghost. If you go over, he'll eat you. Seeing the fat boy carrying the withered tree stump and paddling towards the floating figure in the center of the pond without hesitation, the children on the shore hurriedly shouted. Their shouts were filled with anxiety. The figure that fell from the sky into the pond was Chu Bei. However, the current Chu Bei didn't have the mood to look at his surroundings. He was staring at his own reflection in the water. As he looked, he was stunned. The current him was no longer the young and handsome him of the past. This was an old man with a face full of wrinkles and almost no white hair left. He was around 80 to 90 years old. In his shock, Chu Bei immediately circulated the energy in his body, only to find that there was no fighting power left in his body. It was as if he had really become an ordinary old man. He used his divine sense to check himself. Fortunately, the system was still there. When he saw the kind notifications on the system, Chu Bei's tense body relaxed a little. His heavy heart also relaxed a little. He let out a long sigh. Due to the different cultivation systems of the two continents, the system was currently converting his cultivation from the Dochi continent to that of the Doluor continent. Current conversion progress, 0%. As for his current appearance of an old man, it was randomly changed when he went through the space-time wheel. It was like reincarnation. Unfortunately, He was randomly changed into an old man. However, as his cultivation recovered, he could gradually return to his original handsome appearance. In other words, this spacetime didn't have to be an old man. It could also be a baby or even a beast with no cultivation. Other than the fact that cultivation had to be converted, the willpower of the two continents couldn't be used equally. For example, when he used the willpower he obtained from the Dochi continent to exchange for a rank 8 item, he only needed 100,000 willpower. However, in the Doluor continent, if he used the willpower he obtained from the Dochi continent to exchange for a rank 8 item, he would need 1 million willpower. It was 10 times more. As for a rank 9 item, he would need 2 million willpower. As for a rank 10 item, he would need 4 million willpower. The only small advantage was that the treasures obtained from the Dochi continent in the Doluor continent could not only be used by himself, but could also be given to others to use. Looking at the remaining willpower, he now had 12 million willpower. Chu Bei was a little regretful, but he was also a little relieved. He regretted that he didn't continue to sell more items after his cultivation reached the peak of the 9 stars Do Sheng stage and earn more willpower. He was also relieved that he didn't rush to the Doluor continent when his willpower was depleted. Although it was extremely extravagant to use the Dochi continent's willpower to spend on the Doluor continent, at least he had some trump cards to protect himself. Just as Chu Bei was silently cursing the system for not informing him of these changes in advance, in his line of sight, he saw a little chubby boy with one hand hugging a withered tree stump and the other paddling in the water, constantly approaching him. "Grandfather, it's great that you're fine." Seeing Chu Bei staring at him, the fat boy exclaimed in surprise and paddled even harder. Hearing the fat boy call him grandfather, Chu Bei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. However, when he saw the pure kindness in the fat boy's eyes, a warm current surged in his heart. Although he would have been fine if the fat boy hadn't appeared. Seeing that there was a little fellow who didn't know how to swim who didn't fear death and came to save him, he felt an indescribable joy. Under the fat boy's gentle tug, Chu Bei placed one hand on the tree stump. After that, the fat boy turned around and struggled to swim towards the shore. That old grandfather didn't die. Gauden really saved him. Don't go over. He might really be a water ghost. I don't think I've seen him before. He's not from our village. The children on the shore didn't dare to approach even when they saw the fat boy helping Chu Bei up. Ta ta ta. Not long after, the children who had run to the farm first ran back. Behind them were a few adults who had rushed over after hearing the news. Gauden, did you save this old man? A middle-aged woman in linen clothes looked at the fat boy in astonishment. I was afraid that something would happen to grandfather, so I went over. The fat boy nodded foolishly. You don't know how to swim. Do you know how dangerous it is? After the woman in linen clothes scolded the fat boy, she looked at Chu Bei and asked, Old man, how did you end up in our Holy Soul village and fall into the water? Chu Bei's sunken eyes lit up as he asked in a hoarse voice, Where do you think this is? Old man, you don't even know where this is. You didn't get lost, did you? The woman in linen clothes continued, This is the Holy Soul village. Chapter 184. Chu Bei couldn't help but smile when he heard the name of the Holy Spirit village from the woman. Old man, do you still remember where you live? We'll send you back. It's getting dark, it's too dangerous for you to be out there alone. A middle-aged man with a hoe asked. Well, I don't remember. Chu Bei coughed lightly and raised his head, pretending to be trying his best to recall. Could it be that this old man has amnesia? Sigh, it can't be called amnesia. At this age, he's forgetful. I wonder which family this old man is from. He doesn't even take good care of him. He really doesn't make people feel at ease. It's getting dark, who has an empty bed? How about we let him stay the night? One by one, the lords who had rushed over from the farming lands looked at Chu Bei. Their faces were all filled with embarrassment. In their eyes, taking in Chu Bei for one night wasn't a problem, but the problem was that he had forgotten where he came from. If he couldn't find his home on the second or third day, wouldn't they have to take in this old man forever? They were worried that something like this would happen, so no one dared to take the initiative to ask Chu Bei to stay the night. "Grandpa, you can sleep at my place. Although it's a bit cramped, it's enough for the two of us." At this moment, the fat boy tugged on Chu Bei's sleeve and said, "Old man, you can go back with Gauden to sleep. Later, we'll send more food to Gauden." All the villagers looked at each other and said that they would send food to Gauden. "Thank you." After Chu Bei thanked the villagers, he walked with the fat boy to an old house in the westernmost part of the village. When Chu Bei entered the room and saw the wretched state it was in, he looked at the fat kid again with pity in his heart. "Where are your parents?" Chu Bei asked curiously. "They're all dead. Grandpa village chief has always taken care of me." The fat boy bit his lip and said. Hearing the fatty's words, Chu Bei looked at the fatty even more sympathetically. After a short exchange, he learned some information about the fat boy. The fat boy's real name was Wang Fan. As for his nickname, he was called Gauden by the villagers. It had to be said that Wang Fan's background was really pitiful. When he was just born, his mother passed away due to a difficult birth. Only 2 years later, his father also fell off a cliff and passed away during one of his trips. He had been adopted by the village chief since he was 2 years old. When he was 6 years old, he returned to the old house that his parents had left for him. He had been living alone for an entire year now. The next day, at the first glimmer of dawn, Chu Bei was awakened by the slight movement. The fat Wang Fan had already stood up. He had finished tidying up and was about to leave the room. "Grandpa, did I wake you up?" Wang Fan asked apologetically when he saw that Chu Bei had woken up. "Little guy, where are you going at this hour? Take me with you. I'm a little scared to be alone in this room." Chu Bei straightened his clothes and got up from the bed with a curious look on his face. Compared to the day before when he had just arrived on the Doluor continent, he felt that his strength had increased a lot. Although he still looked like an old man, it should not be a problem to kill a dog with one punch. At this moment, battle through the heavens cultivation conversion progress had changed from 0 to 1. Meeting Chu Bei's gaze, Wang Fan hesitated for a moment and said, "Grandpa, I'll help you." With Wang Fan's help, Chu Bei quickly arrived at a mountain to the north of the village. "Grandpa, let's sit here. It'll be louder if we go any further." Wang Fan was like a thief. He stopped in front of a stone and helped Chu Bei slowly sit down on the stone. There was an open area 100 meters in front of them, and there was a thin boy there. The boy was only 5 or 6 years old. Perhaps because he often endured the warmth of the sun, his skin was a healthy wheat color. His short black hair looked very neat. Although his clothes were simple, they were clean. Because he was too focused, or because Wang Fan and Chu Bei were too careful, the boy did not notice the two people who had arrived. The boy's legs were in a standard horse stance. His eyes were staring at the gradually brightening white in the east. He slowly inhaled through his nose and slowly exhaled from his mouth. The boy inhaled and exhaled regularly, repeating the cycle. If one looked carefully, they would find that the boy's eyes were shining with a faint layer of purple. Although this purple didn't last long and quietly disappeared, when it existed, it was so clear. He is the one who is most likely to become a soul master among our peers. Wang Fan stared at the boy who was concentrating on cultivation 100 meters away, his eyes full of envy. "Do you really want to be strong?" Chu Bei looked at Wang Fan calmly. "Of course. Who doesn't want to be a soul master and be respected by others?" Wang Fan's chubby little face was full of yearning for a soul master. As he spoke, he lowered his head. "But I already participated in the awakening ceremony last year. My martial soul is only a wooden stick, and I have no soul power. I'm destined to not be a soul master." Speaking of this, Wang Fan opened his right palm, revealing an ordinary-looking wooden stick in his palm. Looking at the dejected Wang Fan, Chu Bei stretched out his hand and patted the latter's shoulder. "Not only can I make you a soul master, I can also make you one of the strongest people on this continent. But when you really stand at the top of this continent, I hope you will always maintain a kind heart." As Chu Bei spoke with a smile, he waved his right hand and a dazzling ball of light appeared out of thin air from his palm. In the ball of light was the phantom of a monster that was somewhat similar to a lion. Its whole body was covered in black scales, and the scales flickered with a cold light that made people shiver. In addition, it also had a pair of wings that seemed to be cast from steel, and that strange black horn. The horn was entwined with golden patterns that spread all the way to its neck, back, and tail. At first glance, its body seemed to be covered in a layer of gold and black armor. The most astonishing thing was its pair of dark golden eyes, which were like the eyes of a god, faintly carrying a power that looked down on the world. "Grandpa, you are," seeing Chu Bei's move, Wang Fan was stunned and stared at Chu Bei in astonishment. He thought that the person he saved from the pond was just an ordinary old man, but judging from the ball of light floating in his palm, he was obviously not an ordinary old man. "Little guy, this is an opportunity I'm giving you. Consider it your reward for saving me yesterday." Before Wang Fan could recover from his shock, Chu Bei waved his right hand, and the ball of light in his palm flew into Wang Fan's forehead. The next moment, Wang Fan only felt a burst of heat in his body, and then his limbs and bones were filled with a warm current. A magical power wandered all over his body. In the end, under his horrified gaze, this power condensed in his palm and instantly shattered his martial spirit wooden stick and replaced it. "This is your new martial soul, it's called the Golden Horned Beast. As your strength increases, you'll find that this martial soul is far more powerful than you think." Chu Bei pointed at Wang Fan's forehead again, and relevant information about the Golden Horned Beast poured into the latter's mind. Because it was not the Golden Horned Beast of the real world, but a martial soul with growth potential, it was classified as a level 9 commodity. The reason why Chu Bei was willing to spend 2 million willpower points was, 1, because this fat boy was not afraid of death, and 2, because he sympathized with his background. It could be considered fate. "Grandpa, thank you." Wang Fan knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily to Chu Bei. Side mission activated. Host accepts 10 level 1 agents in the Doluor continent. If a level 1 agent is on the system's recommended list, you will be rewarded with willpower points and can speed up the conversion process. Just as Chu Bei lifted Wang Fan, the system's voice rang in his mind. Chu Bei was stunned at first, and then looked at the system's list. The names on the list were all core characters in the original work. Chu Bei looked at Wang Fan. Although he was not on the recommended list, he still decided to give him a spot. "Who asked him to like this fat boy called Gauden?" "Grandpa, why are you smiling?" The fat boy was puzzled. "After a while, I'll consider giving you another opportunity." Chu Bei pinched Wang Fan's chubby face. After saying this, he continued to look at the boy who was still cultivating 100 meters away. The moment he saw the boy, he knew who he was. It was the main character of the Doluor continent, Tang San. Of course, he was also one of the recommended level 1 agents on the system's list. Compared to the willpower points, what he was more eager to do now was to quickly convert his cultivation base to success. Chu Bei walked towards Tang San. "Why can't I break through the bottleneck of the first level? It's already been 3 months, what's the problem?" At this moment, little Tang San suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground and sighed dejectedly, revealing a helpless expression that should never appear on someone his age. "Are you confused? Because the world you're in now is different from your original world. If you want to cultivate the mysterious heaven method to the 2nd level, you must first have a soul ring." Just as Tang San was puzzled, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him, causing him to tremble in fright and crawl up from the ground. "Brother Gauden." Tang San's gaze fell on the familiar Wang Fan. Soon, Tang San seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze quickly fell on Chu Bei. His brows were tightly knitted, and his face was full of vigilance. "Who are you?" Although Tang San pretended to be calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. Just now, the other party had actually said "this world and your original world," and the 3 words "mysterious heaven method." Whether it was the former or the latter, they were all secrets buried deep in his heart. Even his father, who was closest to him, did not know. Logically speaking, no one in this world should know his secrets, because he had transmigrated and did not belong to this world. Chapter 185. You were also called Tang San in your previous life, But you only lived to the age of 29. You were abandoned by your parents when you were just born. Tang Lan, an outer sect elder, took pity on you and brought you back to the Tang sect. The Tang sect was divided into inner and outer sects when it was established. The outer sect was made up of disciples with different surnames or were given the surname Tang, while the inner sect was made up of direct descendants of the Tang sect. You entered the Tang sect not long after you were born, and you were ranked third among the outer sect disciples, so the outer sect disciples like to call you third young master. Of course, in the mouths of the inner sect disciples, it became Tang San. You showed extraordinary talent in using the Tang sect's hidden weapons from a young age, and because of your passion, you broke the Tang sect's rules. You snuck into the inner sect's hidden scripture pavilion and secretly learned the Tang sect's secret techniques. In the end, you created the #1 hidden weapon of the Tang sect that had been lost for 200 years, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Unfortunately, you were still unable to cross the hurdle in your heart. After you gave the completed Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus to the Tang sect master, you committed suicide to atone for your sins and jumped off the cliff. As Chu Bei talked about Tang San's past life, he walked towards Tang San at a leisurely pace. His calm and composed demeanor, coupled with the appearance of an old man, gave people the feeling that he was an expert. How do you know all this? Who are you? Tang San took a step back. He looked at Chu Bei with a wary gaze, and there was a hint of fear in his expression. This fear came from the fact that the old man in front of him knew everything about him, but he did not know anything about the other party's background. Other than that, the most fundamental reason was that he had not grown up yet. Right now, he was just a child. If this mysterious old man of unknown origin wanted to make a move on him, he would not be able to resist at all. Clearly, Tang San had already taken Chu Bei to be that kind of expert with terrifying cultivation. Little fellow, don't be nervous. Chu Bei smiled at Tang San and tidied his clothes. He said calmly, I am a merchant. On the day you transmigrated, I just finished a business deal in your original world. Out of boredom, I followed you to this Doluor continent, and only found you today. Merchant. After listening to Chu Bei's words, Tang San's frown deepened, and the confusion in his eyes deepened. Then why are you looking for me? Since I've come to this continent, as a merchant, I naturally have to create a huge and influential business empire. With a smile on his face, Chu Bei continued, as for you, I feel that fate has brought us together. I want you to become my right-hand man and build this business empire with me. As you can see, I'm still young. Why don't we put this matter aside for now? After he finished speaking, Tang San turned around and ran towards the foot of the mountain. From time to time, he would turn around to look at Chu Bei, his eyes filled with suspicion and fear. Grandfather, what did you say to Tang San just now? I don't understand at all. Wang Fan looked at Chu Bei in confusion. Also, why is he so afraid of you? Chu Bei rubbed Wang Fan's head and said, you can ask Tang San about this. In the future, you will cultivate with Tang San every day. When you feel that you are stronger than him, remember to challenge him. As for grandfather, I will leave for a while. Yes, I will. Wang Fan nodded heavily. The reason why Chu Bei chose to leave was firstly because the Holy Spirit village was too poor. Secondly, he wanted to find another agent on the list to speed up the transformation of his cultivation. Only when his cultivation increased would the limit of his daily sales increase, and he would be able to unlock the level 11 product authorization faster. After checking the 10 level 1 agent positions on the list marked on the system map, Chu Bei prioritized the person closest to Tang San. 2 days later, Chu Bei came to the soul hunting forest northeast of Notting City. This was the soul beast forest that belonged to the Empire. Only soul masters with a warrant from the Martial Spirit Hall could enter to hunt soul beasts. Outside the forest, there was a huge steel fence with sharp spikes at the top of the fence. Obviously, this sturdy steel fence was used to prevent outsiders from sneaking in. Through the fence, one could faintly see groups of soldiers patrolling the fence from time to time. Even outside the fence, there were some soldiers patrolling seriously. These soldiers were all wearing fine iron armor and holding long spears, giving off an austere feeling. The reason why Chubei came here was naturally because one of the agents on the system list was here. Don't hit my grandfather, please let him go. This is our first time here, we won't dare to do it again. Just when Chubei saw that the red dot on the map almost overlapped with his position and was about to search for it, a group of soldiers came out from the gate, holding an old man and a young boy. The old man was about 60 or 70 years old. His hair was white and his body was stooped. At the moment, his clothes were tattered and thin and long bloodstains were clearly visible. They were caused by a whip. Beside the old man, there was a little boy of 8 or 9 years old. The little boy was also dressed simply in a flaxen coat. He was crying and mumbling, and his eyes were filled with fear. Officers, please do me a favor. I will go with you, but Oscar is still a child. He doesn't know anything. I brought him here by force. I beg you to let him go. The old man completely ignored the injuries on his body and knelt in front of the soldiers with a plop. He kept kowtowing, and blood flowed from his forehead. Found him. Hearing the old man's name, Chubei glanced at the little boy. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing an indescribable smile. Old thing, now you know how to beg for mercy. No matter what, you are still a rank 18 soul master. Since you know the consequences, why are you still holding on to a fluke? We have to catch hundreds of people like you every day. If we let you go because of your age, won't there be more and more people breaking the law in the future? A soldier sneered. As he spoke, he kicked the old man and waved the long whip in his hand. But just as the long whip in the soldier's hand was about to land on the old man, a figure strangely appeared in front of the soldier out of thin air. At the same time, a tyrannical force swept out. Suddenly, the soldiers surrounding the old man and the little boy shot out like cannonballs against the iron fence outside the forest. Following that, the soldiers began to wail in agony. Damn it! Who are you? How dare you attack us? Do you want to die? Old man who doesn't know his place, capture him. A group of soldiers climbed up from the iron fence with difficulty. They endured the pain on their bodies and surrounded Chubei. One by one, they aimed the long spears in their hands at Chubei's head. Go! Following the command of the leader, the group of soldiers rushed forward at the same time, their long spears aimed at Chubei. Chubei glanced indifferently at the soldiers around him. There was no trace of panic on his face. As soon as he shouted, the air instantly froze. In the next moment, with Chubei as the center, a ripple appeared in the air. Wherever the ripple passed, the soldiers fell to the ground with a loud bang. These soldiers' eyes were empty, their bodies were stiff, and their mouths were wide open as if they were frightened. Looking at the scene before them, the little boy and the old man next to him, who were covered in scars, narrowed their eyes. They looked at Chubei with shock and fear in their eyes. Thank you for your help. It was a long while later that the old man, whose body was covered in scars, finally recovered from his shock. He pulled the little boy and knelt in front of Chubei in an incomparably uneasy manner. He repeatedly thanked Chubei, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. Get up. Chubei lifted the old man and the boy in front of him. Sir, they are all people of the Empire. You shouldn't do it for us. The old man got up, and his grateful eyes were full of worry. Who else here besides you two saw it? Even if someone else saw it, so what? Chubei glanced at the soldiers on the ground and said with a smile. The means he just used to deal with this group of soldiers was a quarter of an hour of Haoshoku Haki that he exchanged for willpower points. Of course, this is also the cheapest Haoshoku Haki he chose. After all, before his cultivation, he has to save his willpower points. But even so, it is more than enough to deal with these miscellaneous soldiers. Then, sir, let's get out of here. With that, the old man covered in scars was about to pull the boy away. You should be here to hunt soul beasts. Did you get the soul rings? The old man pulled the little boy and just took 2 steps. Chubei's calm voice sounded. The old man shook his head, and his voice was full of regret. Sir, we were discovered before we even saw the soul beasts. We really shouldn't have taken the risk. It's fine if I'm an old man, but I almost ruined Oscar's future. As his voice fell, the old man held the little boy in his arms, and his wrinkled hands kept stroking the little boy's head. Since you haven't gotten the soul rings, why leave? Come in with me, Chu Bei said faintly. Sir, but this is the Empire's private forest. We are not qualified to go in. The old man looked at the little boy, then looked at Chu Bei, and fell into hesitation. I'm here. Don't worry, follow me. As his voice fell, Chu Bei stepped through the door. Hearing Chu Bei's words and thinking of the other party's previous methods, the old man was stunned for a moment before making a decision. He pulled the boy and followed Chu Bei. Inside the soul-hunting forest. The air was very fresh, and people couldn't help but feel refreshed. My lord, who are you? The old man who was covered in scars asked curiously as he followed behind Chu Bei. A merchant. Chu Bei replied. Ah! Hearing Chu Bei's answer, the old man was astonished, and his face was full of disbelief. Obviously, he didn't expect that the person in front of him, who looked older than him, was also a merchant. Then what do you sell? I saw you make a move just now, and your strength is tyrannical. Are you a soul grandmaster? The old man continued to probe. Chu Bei smiled and didn't answer. Sensing that Chu Bei wasn't willing to say more, the old man didn't dare to ask any more. Oscar, summon your sausage martial soul for me to see. Chu Bei suddenly stopped and looked at the little boy. Hearing this, the little boy and the old man were shocked at the same time. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were full of shock. Chapter 186. Grandpa Expert, how did you know my martial soul is a sausage? As Chu Bei still looked like an old man, little Oscar naturally addressed Chu Bei as Grandpa. When Oscar asked the question in his heart, the old man covered in scars also looked at Chu Bei with a puzzled expression. The martial soul was the foundation of every soul master. Under normal circumstances, if a soul master did not reveal it himself, it would be very difficult for outsiders to know what his martial soul was. It was also because of this that the old man revealed a shocked expression when Chu Bei said that Oscar's martial soul was a sausage. Just treat it as my special method. The corners of Chu Bei's mouth curled into a smile. He couldn't possibly tell her that he had read a book called Doluor Continent. Grandpa Expert, my martial soul is an auxiliary type. Oscar looked at Chu Bei and opened his right hand, revealing a red sausage in his palm. From the direction of development of martial souls, they could be divided into assault type, agility type, control type, auxiliary type, etc. Oscar's martial soul was a food type auxiliary type martial soul. This child awakened with full soul power. It's a pity that he followed me. The old man sighed with regret. Don't worry, this little guy is so talented. He won't be buried. Chu Bei said indifferently. The probability of having an innate full soul power was about 1 in a million, and auxiliary type innate full soul power was even rarer. In terms of talent, this Oscar was definitely one of the best in Shrek's 7 monsters. Although Tang San also had innate full soul power, it was because he had cultivated the mysterious heaven technique since he was young. According to the normal development of the plot, this Oscar would catch the eye of Shrek Academy's Dean Flender and become a member of Shrek's 7 monsters until he obtained the inheritance of the culinary god. However, since the system had expressed that it wanted Oscar to be a first-class agent, Flender naturally had nothing to do with it. As Chu Bei's group of 3 went deeper into the forest, there were movements in the surrounding forest. Shoo! An ear-piercing sound was heard. They saw a white figure jump out from behind a huge tree in the east, and appear in the line of sight of Chu Bei and the other 2 people. This is a healing rabbit. And it's 100-year-old. Seeing the appearance of the white figure, the scarred old man's face was instantly filled with excitement. This was a rabbit with white fur all over its body. Unlike ordinary rabbits, this white rabbit had 10 round curly hairs above its ears, indicating that it had lived for 100 years. Oscar, your soul ring has been found. The old man took Oscar's small hand and said excitedly, in a while, Grandpa will subdue it. Seize the opportunity to kill it, do you hear me? Yes. Little Oscar's face was also filled with excitement. After nodding excitedly, he stared straight at the healing rabbit and gripped the dagger in his hand tightly. The old man pounced on the healing rabbit. The healing rabbit had sharp senses and quickly dodged. Although the old man had been seriously injured by the patrolling soldiers, he still had the strength of a rank 18 soul master. Although it took some effort, he still succeeded in pressing the healing rabbit to the ground. Oscar, now is the time. The old man looked at Oscar and shouted. Hearing that, Oscar immediately stepped forward. However, just as the dagger in Oscar's hand was about to pierce the healing rabbit's head, a fist-sized rock flew over. With a clang, the dagger was knocked away. My young miss has taken a fancy to this rabbit. She needs this soul ring. You guys can go find other soul beasts. A rustling sound could be heard from the forest. 7 soldiers in golden armor took the lead and walked out. Then, a middle-aged man walked out holding the hand of a 6 or 7-year-old girl. Royal family. Seeing the clothes of this group of people, the old man's expression changed. Seems like you have some knowledge. You can actually recognize us, the golden scaled guards. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Leave quickly. With a commanding tone, the middle-aged man said respectfully to the little girl beside him, Young miss, remember to follow what I taught you before after killing it. Okay. The little girl responded, pulled out the mini sword at her waist, and walked towards the healing rabbit. Grandpa, little Oscar looked at the little girl and then looked at the healing rabbit that the old man had pressed down. Tears welled up in his eyes and he looked aggrieved. As he was sensible, he seemed to want to say something, but he swallowed it back. Oscar, be good. Let them have this rabbit. Grandpa will bring you to find a more suitable one later. The old man took a deep breath and looked at the middle-aged man with fear. His wrinkled face was full of helplessness. The other party was from the royal family. He couldn't afford to offend them. At this moment, the little girl had already arrived beside Oscar. After glancing at him arrogantly, she raised the mini sword in her hand. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard. A similar scene played out again. However, this time, the mini sword in the little girl's hand flew out. Who is so bold? Just as she was about to kill the healing rabbit, the sword in her hand was knocked away. The little girl's face was instantly filled with anger. Little guy, don't you know the principle of first come, first served? Is this how the royal family teaches their children? Chu Bei strode over to Oscar's side, neither too fast nor too slow. He looked at the little girl expressionlessly. After Cold in the Forest finished speaking, Chu Bei's gaze landed on the sobbing Oscar. Pick up your dagger. Don't care about them. This soul ring should be yours. Grandpa expert, but they are from the royal family. Oscar still didn't dare to pick up the dagger. He only wiped his snot and stopped his tears. Just a mere royal family. Chu Bei looked down at Oscar and patted his shoulder. You must believe that one day, you will stand at the peak of this continent. On the path of cultivation, you need to have a fearless heart. Old man, I think you are tired of living. A golden-scaled guard shouted angrily and ran in front of Chu Bei. He didn't seem to care that Chu Bei was an old man in his 80s or 90s. He pulled out a large knife from his waist and slashed towards Chu Bei's head. Senior Grandpa, be careful. Looking at the shiny knife, Oscar screamed in horror. He stretched out his hands and pushed Chu Bei with all his might, as if he wanted to push the latter away. However, no matter how hard Oscar tried, the latter was like a 10,000-ton mountain, not moving an inch. The golden-scaled guard's knife came closer and closer, flashing with a cold light. Oscar was so anxious that his tears flowed down again. But just as the golden-scaled guard's knife was about to land on Chu Bei's body, a majestic energy storm burst out from Chu Bei's body. Under this energy storm, with a catcher sound, the golden-scaled guard's broadswords were shattered. Following that, there was a loud explosion as the golden-scaled guard exploded. In front of Chu Bei, there seemed to be a repulsive force. The flying flesh and blood fell in front of the middle-aged man. Looking at the flesh and blood on the ground, the little girl was so frightened that she quickly retreated and screamed. Sir, you killed the golden-scaled guard. Seeing this scene, the old man was at a loss. Don't kill him. Don't tell me you want him to kill me. Chu Bei glanced at the old man indifferently. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the old man was stunned and didn't know how to respond. Uncle Ju, he killed a golden-scaled guard. I want you to kill him and make him follow me. The little girl quickly ran behind the middle-aged man. When she looked at Chu Bei again, the fear on her face disappeared and was replaced by hatred. So young, but so vicious and merciless. Chu Bei glanced at the little girl and said in a cold voice. When the middle-aged man heard the little girl's words, he bowed respectfully and said, "I'll listen to young miss." After saying that, the middle-aged man looked at Chu Bei again. His eyes focused and his body suddenly expanded. His originally strong and developed muscles suddenly doubled in size. Then, a wolf-shaped beast with horns appeared around his body. Gorgeous soul rings rose from his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Soul Elder. Seeing the middle-aged man's 3 soul rings, the old man's face instantly turned pale. His hands that were holding the healing rabbit began to tremble. In his entire life, this was the first time he had seen a soul elder. Old man, are you afraid now? The middle-aged man transformed into a horned wolf. Just as he finished speaking, he jumped up and slapped his sharp claws at Chu Bei. Clang! Just as the middle-aged man's claws were about to hit Chu Bei's body, a gorgeous energy membrane lit up around Chu Bei's body. On the light membrane, a tyrannical force emerged. Although the middle-aged man didn't directly explode like the golden-scaled guard, his figure was still forced back several meters. After stabilizing his body, he transformed back into his human form. What's going on? What is that? The middle-aged man frowned and looked at the energy membrane around Chu Bei's body with vigilance. That old man actually received Lord Ju's attack. But why didn't he even release his martial soul? Could it be that he has some life-saving method? Seeing the middle-aged man being forced back, the little girl and the 6 golden-scaled guards behind her looked at each other in dismay, their faces filled with disbelief. "Senior Grandpa, you're fine. That's great." Just as little Oscar was happy, Chu Bei's figure suddenly disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the middle-aged man. In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of everyone present, Chu Bei stretched out his hand and grabbed the middle-aged man's neck. Then, he suddenly exerted force. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to resist, with a cracking sound, the middle-aged man's neck was completely shattered. At this moment, the middle-aged man's tyrannical aura also disappeared without a trace. Lord Ju is dead. How could it be like this? He is a rank 37 soul elder. Seeing the middle-aged man's corpse on the ground, the 6 golden-scaled guards were dumbfounded. They stood there motionless like wood, as if they had lost their souls. When they came back to their senses, the 6 of them hurriedly took a few steps back. When they looked at Chu Bei again, their expressions were filled with deep fear. Chu Bei faintly glanced at the 6 golden-scaled guards. With a wave of his 2 fingers, a small silver sword that was formed from the intertwining energies around him shot out. The small silver sword was originally only the size of a thumb, but when it reached the 6 golden-scaled guards, it had already become 2 jong long. Kaila. The swift and fierce sword aura swept across. Almost at the same time, the 6 golden-scaled guards fell to the ground. There was a long and sharp bloody wound on their necks, and half of their throats had been cut open. No. Looking at the pile of bloody corpses on the ground, the little girl was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. Her face was pale without a trace of blood, like a frightened kitten. Looking at little Oscar, his mouth was wide open and his eyes were wide open. As for the old man, his originally stiff face became even more numb. "Senior Grandpa, please let her go." Little Oscar seemed to have realized what Chu Bei was going to do next. He stepped forward and tugged at the corner of Chu Bei's clothes. He bit his lips and pointed at the little girl. Chu Bei bent down and patted Oscar's little head. He said earnestly, "Remember, when someone has the intention to kill you, if you can, you must kill him on the spot. Don't leave any hidden dangers for yourself. This is the way to survive for a long time." Chu Bei looked at Oscar calmly. His expression was as if he was explaining the truth. After that, Chu Bei looked at the little girl again with a cold gaze. "You can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either." The little girl looked at Chu Bei in horror. The hem of her skirt was already wet and kept wriggling backward. Bei ignored her. Using his finger like a knife, he pointed at the little girl's glabella. In an instant, the air was silent. There was a round hole in the little girl's glabella, and blood was flowing out. Oscar, what are you waiting for? Take the soul ring. Bei's calm voice broke the silence. Oh! Oscar was stunned at first. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Bei. He immediately picked up the dagger on the ground and stabbed it into the healing rabbit's head. Following the death of the healing rabbit, a faint yellow light gradually rose from the latter's body. The yellow light rippled in the air as if it could dissipate at any time. Oscar, follow what I taught you earlier. First, use your soul power to guide the soul ring to your body. Then, start meditating and absorb the soul ring's energy. At this moment, the old man also came back to his senses. When he saw the yellow light on the healing rabbit, he quickly said to Oscar, "Yes, Grandpa." A faint yellow light lit up from Oscar's hand. He waved at the soul ring produced by the healing rabbit. The soul ring floated over and slowly entered Oscar's body. After about half an hour, a yellow soul ring rose from Oscar's feet. It's a success. The old man's face was filled with excitement. Oscar, let me see your soul skill. Bei said with curiosity in his eyes. Oscar nodded heavily at Bei. Then, he opened his right hand and chanted, "I have a big sausage." After he finished chanting the incantation, a yellow light suddenly condensed in Oscar's palm. Following that, a steaming hot sausage appeared in his palm. It's an incantation that's still fresh in my memory. When Oscar said "I have a big sausage," Bei couldn't help but sigh. His expression was as if he had successfully confirmed something. Senior Grandpa, the soul skill of my soul ring is healing. Even if you're not injured, you'll feel very comfortable eating it. As he spoke, Oscar handed the big sausage in his hand to Bei. Chapter 187. Senior Grandpa, with my current soul power, I can only make one in a short period of time. Eat this sausage while it's still warm. Oscar spoke again when he saw that Bei didn't reach out his hand. Looking at little Oscar's innocent eyes and the sausage in Oscar's palm, Bei coughed dryly. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Oscar, I'm not hungry at all. You can keep it for yourself. Or give it to your grandpa. Your grandpa is still injured." "Okay." Hearing Bei's words, Oscar immediately turned around and handed the sausage in his hand to the old man. The old man obviously didn't think as much as Bei and started chewing the sausage in big bites. As the sausage entered his mouth, the old man's injuries didn't recover immediately, but the bleeding started to stop at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Sir, why didn't I see your martial soul when you attacked earlier?" After the old man finished eating the sausage, he couldn't help but ask Bei the question in his heart. When your strength reaches a certain level, all your questions will naturally be answered. Bei glanced at the old man and then looked back at Oscar. "Little guy, I said earlier that I'm a businessman. I want to build a business empire. I wonder if you're willing to be my first-class agent." "First-class agent?" Oscar raised his little head and looked confused. The old man beside him also looked confused. Meeting their gazes, Bei patiently explained the advantages of being a first-class agent in a shop. "Oscar, hurry up and kowtow to thank your senior. To you, this is a great opportunity. Following your senior won't bury your talent. One day, you'll become a powerhouse standing on the continent." After Bei finished, Oscar was still confused. However, the old man understood and quickly pulled Oscar to thank him. "Senior Grandpa, I'm willing to be your first-class agent." Oscar nodded and agreed in confusion. After that, Bei handed the agent's ring to Oscar. Oscar also bit his finger and dripped his blood on the ring. Host successfully signed Agent Oscar. Battle through the heavens cultivation conversion is accelerating. Progress 3%, progress 4%, progress 5%. When the system notification stopped, the conversion progress had reached 13%. On the system's agent interface, other than Xiao Yang, Oscar was added to the list of first-class agents. At this moment, Bei's appearance gradually changed. The wrinkles on his face lessened, and he looked like he was in his 60s or 70s. As for the changes in his cultivation, Chu Bei could clearly feel that his body was filled with power. Chu Bei's current cultivation in the Doluor continent was displayed at the back of the progress bar, rank 28 Soul Grandmaster. Your Excellency, your appearance. The old man looked at Chu Bei in a daze and couldn't help but ask. That's not the point. Chu Bei smiled and then waved his hand. 9 thumb-sized spirit pills that emitted a rich medicinal fragrance appeared in the air. Oscar, this pill is called the Soul Master Pill. Consuming 1 pill will increase your soul power by 1 rank. As for the price, since you're a first-class agent, it's 10,000 soul coins for 1 pill. Unlike in the Dochi continent, on the Doluor continent, Chu Bei could directly select items from the shopping mall and sell them to first-class agents. Furthermore, the price was terrifyingly low. Of course, because the discount was so great, the system also set a sales limit. These first-class agents could only purchase 1 large rank of soul power every day at most. For example, Oscar's soul power was currently at rank 11 after obtaining a 100-year soul ring. The pills that he purchased today could only increase his cultivation to rank 20. Sir, you mean that if Oscar consumes these pills, he can immediately reach rank 20? The old man looked at Chu Bei with incomparable shock. However, just as he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and an awkward expression appeared on his face. Although you don't have money, they do. Chu Bei pointed at the pile of corpses around them. In particular, the middle-aged man's waist actually had a storage soul tool. After hearing Chu Bei's words, the old man was stunned at first, then he immediately rummaged through the pile of corpses. Sir, I found a total of 120,000 soul coins on them. After a long while, the old man returned to Chu Bei's side and placed all the soul coins that he had found into the soul tool. The system has obtained 900 willpower, and the host has obtained 450 willpower. Chu Bei took out 90,000 soul coins from the soul tool, and the system's voice sounded. On the system's interface, compared to the willpower of the Dochi continent, the willpower obtained on the Doluor continent had a different value. It was very cost-effective to use the willpower of the Doluor continent to exchange for goods in the system. Senior Grandpa, can I eat now? Oscar carefully took the 9 soul master pills that Chu Bei handed over. After seeing Chu Bei nod his head, Oscar threw the soul master pills into his mouth one by one. As the pills entered his mouth, a faint ice-cold feeling spread in Oscar's mouth. Following that, warm and pure energy entered his body through his mouth and rushed into his limbs and bones. Almost at the same time, the originally calm air in the surroundings suddenly rippled. Traces of pale white light seeped out from the air, and then continuously entered Oscar's body. Gradually, Oscar's aura began to rise rapidly. Not long after, Oscar's soul power undulations actually surpassed the old man beside him. This is great. Oscar, your soul power has really reached rank 20. When Oscar's aura stabilized, the old man couldn't help but step forward. His trembling hands grabbed Oscar's arms, and his eyes became red and moist. Ever since the day Oscar's martial soul awakened and he found out that Oscar had innate full soul power, he had been in constant trouble. Because he didn't have enough resources, he was afraid that Oscar's future would be ruined in his hands. Until today, when he met his benefactor, the huge rock that was pressing down on his heart was finally lifted. Oscar was only 7 years old, and his soul power was at rank 20. In the entire empire, there were very few people like that. Sir, thank you so much. The old man knelt in front of Chu Bei again, and at the same time pulled Oscar to his side. He pleaded, Sir, please let Oscar stay by your side. Although he's young, he's very sensible. I hope you can accept him. That's my intention. After Chu Bei lifted the old man up, he looked at Oscar and said, Now that you can obtain your second soul ring, continue your search. Okay. Oscar replied in a daze. The old man also took a deep breath. He had never heard of anyone who could obtain 2 soul rings consecutively in a day. This meant that that person's soul power had to cross a large realm in a day's time. Different realms had different upper limits of soul beasts that could be absorbed. For example, from a rank 10 soul scholar to a soul master, the maximum amount of soul beasts that the first soul ring could absorb was about 100 years. In the same realm, the closer one was to the upper limit, the stronger the amplification. The 100-year healing rabbit that Oscar absorbed just now happened to be the upper limit of his realm, so it was considered a good absorption. At the second soul ring, the upper limit was 800 years. At the third soul ring, the upper limit was 1,700 years. At the fourth soul ring, the upper limit was 5,000 years. At the fifth soul ring, the upper limit was 12,000 years. At the sixth soul ring, the upper limit was 20,000 years. At the seventh soul ring, the upper limit was between 30,000 and 50,000 years. After going deeper for a while, Chu Bei found a second suitable soul beast for Oscar. An 800-year black poison scorpion. After successfully absorbing the soul ring, Oscar stepped into the ranks of soul grandmasters. Grandpa, I will come home often to see you. Outside the soul-hunting forest, little Oscar bade farewell to the old man with red eyes. Follow, sir, and cultivate well. Don't be lazy. Before leaving, the old man reminded him again and again. An hour later. Boss, where are we going next? After listening to Chu Bei, Oscar changed the way he addressed Chu Bei. Great Star Do Forest. Chu Bei looked at the agent map given by the system and chose the location of a red dot. Due to the change in cultivation, Chu Bei also relaxed a little about the use of willpower. This time, Chu Bei directly exchanged for a void shuttle, using it to pierce through space. When Chu Bei stepped on the void shuttle and brought Oscar through the void, the latter's eyes widened and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Great Star Do Forest. This was a huge primitive forest, and one couldn't see the end of it. The terrain in the forest was complicated, and there were wetlands, swamps, and so on. It was also one of the 3 most famous places where soul beasts gathered in the Doluo continent. It spanned across the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. 2/5 of it was in the Heaven Do Empire, while the other 3/5 was in the Star Luo Empire. The closer one was to the center of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts were. It was said that there were 100,000-year soul beasts in the depths of the forest. Here, any soul master could find a suitable soul ring as long as they were strong enough and lucky enough. I heard that the 7 Treasures Glazed sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect have teamed up to hunt soul beasts. I heard that the 2 sects were originally sparring with their disciples. However, someone saw a 10,000-year crypt demon wolf in the periphery of the forest. Coincidentally, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's leader is a rank 50 soul ancestor, and he urgently needs a 5th soul ring. Hence, he invited the 7 Treasures Glazed sect to help him hunt it. They've already been in the forest for an hour. They should have found the 10,000-year crypt demon wolf by now. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect are the top 3 sects on the continent. It'll be great if I can join them, even if I'm just an outer sect disciple. Stop dreaming. Let's continue chopping wood with me. If you weren't born in such a sect, you can forget about joining them for the rest of your life. Speaking of which, I haven't heard any news about the Clear Sky sect all these years. Why is that? I heard that they've gone into seclusion, however, I don't know the reason. At the outermost layer of the Great Star Do Forest, a group of woodcutters chatted as they chopped wood. Chapter 188. Boss, have you heard of the 2 sects that they mentioned earlier? Oscar asked curiously as he lifted his head to look at Chu Bei in the Great Star Do Forest. The sects on the Doluo continent can be roughly split into 4 levels. The first level sects have 2 or more titled Doluo holding down the fort. There are 3 sects with 2 or more titled Doluo. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect are among them. They are the so-called 3 upper sects. As for the second level sects, they have 1 titled Doluo holding down the fort. There are 4 sects like this, and they are the so-called 4 lower sects. As for the third level and fourth level sects, there are many of them. Chu Bei explained to Oscar based on his memory. What about the other upper 3 sects? I think it's called the Clear Sky sect. Oscar asked. This sect has secluded itself from the world. You'll find out the reason why in the future. When the Clear Sky sect was mentioned, Chu Bei thought of Tang Hao, the blacksmith who lived in seclusion in the Holy Soul village. After he finished speaking, Chu Bei continued to lead Oscar deeper into the Great Stardow Forest. Coincidentally, the location where the system had marked the agent was very close to the hunting spot that the woodcutters had discussed earlier. As Chu Bei and Oscar ventured deeper into the forest, there was a rather spacious area at the border between the inner and outer regions of the Great Stardow Forest. All the trees had collapsed, and the mountain rocks were shattered into pieces. In the center of the spacious area, deafening sounds of battle and the howls of wolves could be heard. "Brother Ning, I've implicated you this time." In the center of the spacious area, two men were fighting two demonic wolves with horns on their heads and wings on their sides. From the way the two of them were retreating, it was clear that they didn't have the upper hand. "How can I blame you for this? Who would have thought that there were actually two demonic wolves?" A man with a 7-story pagoda emblem on his back shook his head and sighed. His voice carried a hint of helplessness. "Disciples of both sects, listen up. Retreat immediately. The faster, the better." Another man with a Tyrannosaurus Rex emblem on his back looked at the spectating disciples not far away as he spoke in a deep voice. However, despite the man's command, none of the disciples from the two sects left. "This disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon will never retreat. I'm willing to live and die with you. The disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect will never retreat. We are willing to live and die with the elders." The disciples of the two sects seemed to have already made up their minds. Not only did they not leave, but they also clenched their fists. It seemed that if the two elders had not stopped them, they would have already joined the battle without regard for their lives. On the battlefield, Yu Heng and Ning Feng glanced at each other, and then they both laughed bitterly and shook their heads. "Protect these little fellows with your life." Ning Feng of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect helplessly turned around to look at the disciples behind him. Then, his gaze focused as he shouted, "Seven Treasures Glazed sect has glazed sect." Ning Feng's body floated in a circle, and a dazzling seven-colored light was suddenly released from his body. At the place where the seven-colored light condensed, there was a seven-colored pagoda that was more than a foot tall in his right palm. The pagoda flickered with a noble aura. At the same time, 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings rose from beneath his feet and quietly revolved around his body. The first of the 7 treasures is strength amplification. The second of the 7 treasures is agility amplification. The third of the 7 treasures is soul power amplification. The fourth of the 7 treasures is strength amplification. After he shouted, Ning Feng's 4 soul rings enveloped the 7-colored pagoda. Then, he pointed with his left hand, and 4 streaks of colorful light were released at the same time, enveloping Yu Heng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Almost at the same time, Yu Heng shouted, and his 4 soul rings lit up at the same time. He transformed into a 3-meter-tall tyrant dragon, and electric currents kept sizzling from his head. Thunderous Dragon Claw. With Ning Feng's support, Yu Heng's sharp claws slapped towards a crypt fiendwolf, and a dragon claw formed from bluish-purple lightning shot out. Faced with Ning Feng and Yu Heng's attacks, the 2 crypt fiendwolves didn't seem to care at all. As they howled, they flapped the wings on their backs, and densely packed black lightning snakes surrounded their bodies. They formed lightning arrows that flashed in the air to form a net of lightning. Whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the air-breaking sounds, the 2 crypt fiendwolves opened their ferocious mouths and revealed their sharp teeth. Their bodies spun wildly in the black lightning net like high-speed spinning tops. Bang, bang. Perhaps it was because of the huge difference in strength, even though Ning Feng and Yu Heng had used all their trump cards, they were still blasted away by the crypt fiendwolves. The huge impact directly caused the 2 of them to create a deep crater on the ground. Elders, how are you guys? Seeing Ning Feng and Yu Heng climb out of the crater, the disciples from the 2 sects hurriedly asked. At this moment, Ning Feng and Yu Heng's clothes were tattered, and their bodies were covered in blood. Especially the former, who was mainly a support, his face was pale, and his aura was extremely weak. Hearing the worried and anxious questions of the disciples from the 2 sects, Ning Feng and Yu Heng looked at each other again, and their eyes were filled with unwillingness and helplessness. They knew their bodies the best. Under the impact of the crypt fiend wolves, many of the ribs in their bodies had been broken. Presently, their entire bodies were filled with pain as if ants were gnawing at their hearts, and the soul energy within their bodies was extremely chaotic as well, causing them to be on the verge of losing their combat strength. Gradually, the disciples of the two sects seemed to have discerned the state of Ning Feng and Yu Heng, and they all moved forward to surround the two of them in the center. After that, they stared intently at the two crypt fiend wolves without the slightest trace of fear on their faces. "It's fine if we die, but I pity this group of little fellows. They haven't even matured yet." Ning Feng sighed successively, and his eyes were filled with an apology towards the disciples of the two sects. Even the two of them weren't a match for the crypt fiend wolves, let alone these disciples that were barely soul grandmasters. The two crypt fiend wolves licked their lips and looked at the disciples of the two sects as if they were looking at prey, and their scarlet red eyes revealed ferocity. "I really should have come alone. Even if I die, it's only me." Yu Heng's words carried dense regret. If it wasn't for him wanting the soul rings of the crypt fiend wolves, he wouldn't have caused everyone to fall into a dead situation. At a time like this, there's no meaning in saying this. "Akron, let's accompany me on the way." Yu Heng mocked himself. "Even if we can't kill these two crypt fiend wolves, we have to make them lose some of their skin." Yu Heng forcefully endured the pain in his body and walked to the front of the disciples of the two sects. The soul rings on his body lit up once again, and the light was gorgeous and resplendent. It wasn't just Yu Heng. The soul rings of Ning Feng and all the disciples of the two sects lit up as they stared at the two crypt fiend wolves that were constantly approaching. "You guys are in a very dangerous situation." Just when Yu Heng and the others were ready to carry out the final battle with the crypt fiend wolves, a voice that carried a smile sounded from the nearby forest. In the next moment, a white-haired old man leisurely walked into the battlefield with a 7 or 8-year-old child in his line of sight. "Old man, this isn't a place you can come to. Leave quickly." Yu Heng frowned when he couldn't detect Chu Bei's soul power fluctuations and immediately urged Chu Bei and Oscar to leave. "If I help you guys resolve this crisis, then you guys have to take care of my business." Chu Bei's calm voice fell, and then under the puzzled gazes of Yu Heng, Ning Feng, and the others, he slowly raised his right palm towards the two crypt fiend wolves. One of the crypt fiend wolves seemed to have sensed Chu Bei's provocation and let out a furious howl. It flapped the wings on its back and densely packed black lightning snakes coiled around its body, forming a lightning arrow that flashed explosively in the air to form a dense lightning net. Whoosh! Amidst the sound of the air being torn apart, the crypt fiend wolf opened its savage mouth to reveal its sharp teeth. Its entire body madly spun within the black lightning net like a high-speed spinning top as it smashed towards Chu Bei. Ning Feng and Yu Heng's expressions were heavy when they saw the crypt fiend wolf's move. The two of them were heavily injured by the crypt fiend wolf's attack. In their opinion, only a soul king would be able to withstand such a terrifying attack. Looking at the crypt fiend wolf that was rapidly charging towards him like a spinning top, Chu Bei waved his right hand. With a loud bang, an almost solid energy palm stretched out from Chu Bei's palm and met the crypt fiend wolf head-on. Bang! The two collided. First, there was a muffled sound of collision. Immediately after, under several horrified gazes, the giant energy palm forcefully blocked the crypt fiend wolf's attack and suddenly clenched its fist. Instantly, the miserable and painful howl of the crypt fiend wolf rang out and drifted in the air. At this moment, the crypt fiend wolf that was caught by the giant energy palm no longer had its previous arrogance. It was like it had become a toy that was at the mercy of others. It was being kneaded into a ball from time to time, and its savage wolf head was almost twisted into a ball from the pain. Crack! A moment later, a strange sound that sounded like a sponge being squeezed was heard. Subsequently, under several gazes, the giant energy palm opened up and a black shadow fell from the center of the palm. The crypt fiend wolf that had a monstrous aura and was surrounded by thunderbolts a second ago was now like a meat patty that had been run over by a BMW. Its entire body was dripping with blood and it could not be more dead. So powerful. This old man. No, who exactly is this senior? Looking at the situation now, we shouldn't be in any danger. Looking at the crypt fiend wolf's corpse not far away, Yu Heng, Ning Feng, and the disciples from the two sects all gulped. When they looked at Chu Bei again, their gazes were filled with deep respect. Awoo! The remaining crypt fiend wolf glanced at its dead companion on the ground and looked up at Chu Bei. Deep fear rose in its eyes. After a howl, it immediately flapped its wings. Unfortunately, before it could flap its wings and fly high, the giant energy palm had already arrived above its body. Just like before, the giant energy palm caught the crypt fiend wolf in one go. Senior, if it's possible, I hope you can give me the fatal blow. Just as Chu Bei was about to kill the other crypt fiend wolf, Yu Heng's anxious voice sounded. Hearing that, Chu Bei glanced at Yu Heng. After squeezing the crypt fiend wolf half to death, he threw it in front of the latter. Thank you, Master, for saving my life and giving me the soul ring. Looking at the dying crypt fiend wolf beneath his feet, Yu Heng hurriedly bowed to Chu Bei and smashed his fist onto the crypt fiend wolf's head. Chapter 189. Just as Yu Heng killed the crypt demon wolf, spots of black light surged out of the latter's body and formed a ring. Seeing the soul ring appear, Yu Heng immediately raised his right hand and absorbed the soul ring with ease. Senior, I'm Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's elder, Yu Heng. We're indebted to you this time. If you run into any trouble in the future, you can use this token to come to our sect. Our sect will do our best to help. After successfully absorbing the soul ring, Yu Heng took out a jade token with a tyrant dragon engraved on it and passed it to Chu Bei. The same goes for the 7 treasures glazed sect. Ning Feng also bowed to Chu Bei with his sect's disciples and handed over a pagoda-shaped token. Before I acted, I said that I'm a businessman. After I've helped you resolve your crisis, you have to take care of my business. Chu Bei brushed away Yu Heng and Ning Feng's tokens and smiled. Hearing this, Yu Heng and Ning Feng looked at each other and then at Chu Bei. They asked in confusion, Senior, what are you selling? How do you need us to take care of your business? Chu Bei swept his gaze across the two of them and waved his right hand. Buzz, the void trembled, and a ripple appeared. A golden disk appeared from the ripples and emitted a blinding light. The light dissipated and one could see that the disk was divided into 10 regions. Each region flickered with a square box of a different color. There was a silver pointer on the disk and there were 7 words engraved at the top. Rank 5 Wheel of Fortune, this. Yu Heng and Ning Feng's pupils shrank as they looked at the wheel that appeared out of thin air and floated in the air. While they were shocked, they sized up Chu Bei again. However, after some observation, they didn't see anything similar to a storage-type soul tool on him. This wheel will spin for 500,000 soul coins. Each of you can spin it once. Chu Bei pointed at the wheel as his gaze swept successively past Yu Heng and Ning Feng before he spoke indifferently. 1 million soul coins was the remaining amount he could sell today. 500,000 soul coins for a box. Is there anything inside? While Yu Heng and Ning Feng were confused, they each took out 500,000 soul coins. Their lives were worth far more than 500,000. In their eyes, this was a way to repay Chu Bei. Buzz, a whirlpool appeared in the center of the disk and swallowed 1 million soul coins. The system has gained 10,000 willpower points. The host has gained 5,000 willpower points. The sound of the system rang out, and the silver needle on the disk spun. Ding! About 10 seconds later, the 2 square boxes flew in front of Yu Heng and Ning Feng. Rumble. With 2 loud noises, the square box exploded. The words "thank you for your patronage" were dazzling on the square box in front of Yu Heng. Yu Heng shook his head when he saw this outcome, but he wasn't angry. After all, he'd taken this 500,000 renminbi as a reward for the other party. As for the square box in front of Ning Feng, after the explosion, there was a bottle of blue liquid with blue mist lingering around the mouth of the bottle. Senior, what is this? Ning Feng pointed at the blue liquid and looked at Chu Bei in confusion. You'll know after you drink it. Chu Bei smiled. Meeting Chu Bei's gaze, Ning Feng hesitated for a moment before swallowing the blue liquid. He was originally saved by the other party from the demon wolf. If the other party wanted to harm him, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. Bang! Just as Ning Feng swallowed the blue liquid, a low muffled sound came from his body. Immediately after, his entire body lit up with a faint silver light. Immediately after, 4 soul rings lit up on his body. 2 yellow and 2 purple, representing 200-year soul rings and 2,000-year soul rings. Senior, what happened to Brother Ning? Yu Heng pointed at Ning Feng, whose body was acting strangely. However, just as he finished speaking, he seemed to have discovered the latter's change. He was startled and a touch of shock surged onto his face. Ning Feng's first yellow soul ring, which was originally only a 100-year soul ring, began to turn purple. After it turned purple, it continued to change and finally turned black. Look quickly. Elder Ning's first soul ring changed from a 100-year to a 10,000-year soul ring. Heavens! There's actually such a miraculous thing. Is it because of the blue liquid that Elder Ning just drank? What exactly is that thing? Witnessing Ning Feng's first soul ring change from yellow to black, the disciples of the 2 sects were dumbfounded with shock written all over their faces. They never thought that a soul ring could increase in age at a later stage. This scene had completely shattered their understanding of the world. Senior, this, looking at his first soul ring that turned black, Ning Feng was so excited that he found it hard to add on. He stared at Chu Bei in disbelief and was momentarily speechless. The liquid you just drank is called Beast Soul Medicine. It can increase the age of a soul ring. Chu Bei briefly explained the effects of the blue liquid. Senior, do you still have this medicine? I can spend money to buy it. Yu Heng hurriedly went forward with a face full of desire. He glanced at Ning Feng from time to time with a face full of envy. Only now did he understand that this was really a transaction and could even be said to be a benefit. It was just that his luck was too bad and he didn't get it. If we are fated, let's make another transaction next time. Chu Bei shook his head. Rumble. Just as the disciples of the 2 sects were still immersed in Ning Feng's soul ring that had increased in age, the ground suddenly trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. All the birds in the forest flew up. Following this, the sound of a little girl crying came from the forest in the north. Very quickly, this crying little girl appeared in everyone's line of sight. The little girl was about 5 or 6 years old and wore a white dress. Her long black hair was combed into a scorpion braid that fell past her hips. Her pretty little face was white with a tinge of red, and her pink and tender appearance was like a ripe peach that made people have the urge to take a bite. However, those big watery eyes that were red from crying couldn't help but make people feel pity for her and want to hug her and comfort her. Looking at the little girl who appeared, Chu Bei smiled knowingly and revealed a playful expression. This little girl was the target of his trip. Judging from the markings on the map, the little girl was already in the vicinity before he arrived. It could even be said that she had witnessed the entire battle between Yu Heng, Ning Feng, and the crypt demon wolf. What did this little girl go through? She's crying so pitifully. Why is she alone in the great Stardow forest? The disciples of the 2 sects looked at the little girl with sympathy in their eyes. Please save me, Wu Wu, save me. The little girl cried as she ran towards the people of the 2 sects, begging for help. Little girl, don't be afraid. Tell us, who is it that wants to hurt you? Yu Heng waved at the little girl. Just as he spoke to comfort her, 2 tall trees behind the little girl were suddenly snapped, and an enormous figure appeared. When they saw the big fellow's appearance, everyone from the 2 sects, including Yu Heng and Ning Feng, was stunned and their breathing seemed to stop. It was an existence that was like a small mountain. The black fur on its entire body flickered with a faint luster under the sunlight. Even though it was on all fours, its shoulder height was definitely over 7 meters. If it stood upright, its height would probably be over 15 meters. From the outside, its entire body was pitch black, like an ape or a chimpanzee. Its pair of lantern-sized eyes flickered with the luster of topaz. Other than its enormous body, every part of its body was covered with terrifyingly strong muscles that were even more terrifying than granite. It was filled with a sense of strength. It was this enormous creature that was chasing the little girl. That's the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. Yu Heng and Ning Feng exchanged a glance again, and after confirming that they weren't hallucinating, they let loose a trembling cry. Boss, Is the Titan giant ape that powerful? Yu Heng's cry of surprise sounded, and Oscar appraised the gargantuan creature up ahead before turning to Chu Bei. No matter where the Titan giant ape appears in the Soul Beast forest, it's an absolute overlord. They possess unparalleled strength and speed, and their attacks and defenses are virtually flawless. Even a 100-year Titan giant ape can contend with a 10,000-year Soul Beast. After that, Chu Bei continued to appraise the Titan giant ape and fell into deep thought. He was thinking about how he was going to cooperate with this gargantuan creature and the little girl's performance. With his omniscient view, he was naturally aware of the relationship between Xiao Wu and Ming. Ming was currently chasing Xiao Wu so that Xiao Wu would be able to blend into the human race more easily. Esteemed king of the forest, she's still a child. Please let her go. If this is your territory, we're willing to take her away from here right away. Sure enough, Yu Heng immediately stepped forward and caught the stumbling little girl in his arms before extending a respectful bow toward the Titan giant ape. They truly couldn't imagine why the king of the forest, who lived in the core region of the Great Stardew Forest, would appear here and chase after a frail little girl. According to the information that he had gathered, there was only one Titan giant ape in the Great Stardew Forest, and it had already cultivated for over 80,000 years. It was quite clear that this was the Titan giant ape that was over 80,000 years old. The Titan giant ape glanced at Yu Heng with disdain in its eyes. It harumphed coldly, and several cracks appeared on the ground beneath its feet. In the next instant, the Titan giant ape rose into the air and instantly appeared in the air above Yu Heng. Compared to the gargantuan body of the Titan giant ape, Yu Heng appeared extremely tiny and insignificant. Rumble. The terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the Titan giant ape's body created a deafening sonic boom in the air. Yu Heng's pupils constricted upon sensing the fearsome aura emanating from above, and he couldn't muster up any resistance. Elder, be careful. The disciples of the lightning tyrant dragon sect immediately screamed. Their voices were filled with anxiety and worry, and their hearts were in their throats. Although Yu Heng had successfully absorbed the soul ring of the demon wolf and become a soul king, he was still far from enough in front of the king of the forest, who had over 80,000 years of cultivation. Woo woo, the Titan giant ape roared into the sky, and frightening sound waves spread as its powerful claws swiped towards Yu Heng. Yu Heng's face was ashen as he watched the claws come closer and closer, and sensed the frightening energy fluctuations contained within them. He didn't expect the king of the forest to be so cruel and domineering. However, just as the Titan giant ape's sharp claws were about to land on Yu Heng's head, he seemed to be struck by an invisible force. With a boom, he was sent flying and crashed heavily onto the ground. Following this, the Titan giant ape let out a mournful howl. It looked fearfully in Chu Bei's direction before it turned and ran into the depths of the forest. Its howl was filled with indignation. What's going on? What just happened? Why did the Titan giant ape suddenly run away? Didn't you see that it was sent flying? Was it that senior who did it? It must be him. Didn't you see the fearful eyes of the Titan giant ape when it was running away? Could it really be the king of the forest with 80,000 years of cultivation? Isn't it a little too cowardly to run away just like that? No, it must be that senior is too strong. Witnessing this scene, the eyes of the disciples from the two sects all focused on Chu Bei. Other than shock, there was also deep respect and worship. Thank you for saving me again, senior. Yu Heng, who had just escaped from the gates of hell, quickly walked to Chu Bei after coming back to his senses. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply. Clearly, in his opinion, he also believed that it was Chu Bei who saved him just now. Chu Bei glanced at the little girl in Yu Heng's arms, then looked in the direction the Titan giant ape left in, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. From beginning to end, he hadn't done anything at all. This had all been an act directed by Ming. In particular, the fearful expression in the Titan giant ape's eyes as it left was far too vivid. Even Chu Bei had thought that he really had attacked the Titan giant ape. Of course, Chu Bei didn't expose him. Instead, he gladly accepted Yu Heng's gratitude. Little girl, why were you being chased by that Titan giant ape? Ning Feng asked as he made his way over to Yu Heng. I'm an orphan, and I've been living with my grandfather ever since I was a child. He brought me here to absorb a soul ring, but I didn't think that I would accidentally enter that giant ape's territory. War. The little girl began to sob loudly as she spoke, and her sobs evoked sympathy in everyone's hearts. When they heard this, Yu Heng, Ning Feng, and the others guessed what happened next. Her grandfather had definitely been killed by the Titan gargantuan ape. This little girl had been lucky enough to stumble into this place and be saved. Do you have anywhere else to go, little girl? Yu Heng asked as he appraised the little girl with a sympathetic expression. The little girl's eyes were red, and she shook her head as she sobbed. In that case, how about you become my disciple? Yu Heng asked as he patted the little girl's head. A wisp of imperceptible pride quickly flashed through the little girl's eyes when she heard this. Then she pretended to lightly bite her lips and obediently nodded before weakly calling out to Yu Heng, Master. Little girl, I think you should follow me from now on. As soon as the little girl's voice trailed off, Chu Bei's smiling voice rang out as he strode over to the little girl. I don't want to. A hint of caution appeared in the little girl's eyes at the sight of the teasing look in Chu Bei's eyes, and she said, I don't want to follow you. What do you think, senior? Yu Heng turned to Chu Bei with a conflicted expression upon hearing this. Little fellow, if you want to avenge your mother, the best choice is to follow me. Chu Bei lowered his head and looked at the little girl with a smile on his face. Chapter 190. Senior, I'm afraid you heard wrongly. The one who was killed by the Titan giant ape was the grandfather who adopted her. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Yu Heng hurriedly corrected him. As for the little girl, her frail body trembled violently as she looked at Chu Bei in disbelief. Little fellow, who are you going to follow now? Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest with a teasing expression. I'll follow you. The pitiful look on the little girl's face disappeared and was replaced by an extremely serious expression. As she spoke, the little girl broke free from Yu Heng's hands and walked to Chu Bei's right side. Yu Heng and Ning Feng glanced at each other when they saw this scene, and their faces carried bewilderment. They were unable to wrap their heads around why the little girl's choice would change. You made the right choice. Chu Bei nodded in satisfaction. Unlike humans, soul beasts started cultivating from birth and were divided into 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, and even the legendary million years. Every increase in rank was a qualitative change for soul beasts. When a soul beast's cultivation broke through 10,000 years, its intelligence would increase rapidly. At a certain level, it would not be inferior to a human. When a soul beast cultivated to 100,000 years, any soul beast would reach a strange level. At this level, soul beast strength was almost the same. At this level, soul beasts also had to face a choice. One was to maintain their original strength and continue to live in their original form. However, after reaching 100,000 years, most soul beasts could only live for another 1,000 years at most. The other option was to transform into a human and cultivate from the beginning. The little girl in front of them had walked the second path. Of course, the reason she chose to transform into a human was to avenge her mother. And the one who hunted the little girl's mother was the strongest faction on the continent, the Martial Soul Hall. Senior, if you have time, you must visit my Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yu Heng cupped his fists at Chu Bei again. I don't know when I will be free in your sect, but I will be making a trip to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect soon. Chu Bei looked at Ning Feng. Senior, I will wait for you at the sect. Ning Feng was delighted. After the two sects left, Oscar walked to the little girl and couldn't help but ask, What's your name? Her name is Xiao Wu, Wu as in dancing. Before the little girl could speak, Chu Bei's voice drifted through the air. Immediately, the little girl raised her head and stared at Chu Bei. Her eyes were round and her face was filled with disbelief. You, how do you know my name? Also, how did you know about my mother's death? Who the hell are you? After recovering from her shock, Xiao Wu asked 3 questions in a row, and the vigilance in her eyes became even more obvious. Yu and Ming's performance was quite impressive. Even I was impressed, Chu Bei said with a smile. This time, Xiao Wu directly pulled away from Chu Bei, her brows tightly knitted together. Little fellow, don't be nervous. You and I are fated to meet. The reason why I'm keeping you is because I want you to be my first-class agent. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Bei instantly moved closer to Xiao Wu. Under the latter's terrified gaze, his index finger gently tapped the space between her eyebrows. With the influx of information, the vigilance on Xiao Wu's face began to recede. I'm willing to be your agent. After a long while, Xiao Wu nodded at Chu Bei. Host has successfully signed a first-class agent, Xiao Wu. Battle through the heavens cultivation conversion is accelerating. Progress at 14%. Progress at 15%. Progress at 16%. The moment Xiao Wu dripped her blood on the agent's ring, the system's voice rang out in Chu Bei's mind. When the system's voice stopped, the cultivation conversion progress on the Doqi continent had increased from 13% to 22%. At the end of the progress bar, it showed that Chu Bei's current cultivation on the Doluo continent was a rank 37 Soul Elder. When he looked at the agent's interface, he saw that Xiao Wu's name had been added to the list. With the increase in his cultivation, Chu Bei's appearance changed once again. His white hair was now tinged with black. The next day. Heaven Do Empire, 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. That old man you were talking about actually has such a trick up his sleeve. Outside the glazed hall, a scholarly middle-aged man looked at Ningfeng's first soul ring with a shocked expression. This middle-aged man was the head of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, the #1 support-type soul master on the continent, Ningfengji. Can you taste the contents of that liquid? The person who spoke was a white-clothed old man standing to Ningfengji's right. It doesn't have any taste, but when it entered my mouth, it felt cold. After passing through my throat, it turned into a warm current that swept through my entire body. It's very magical. Ningfeng recalled the feeling of swallowing the beast soul medicine. You're saying that he defeated the Titan giant ape in the Heaven Do Great Forest without making a move? At this moment, a withered old man to Ningfengji's left spoke. He was so thin that he looked like a bag of bones. Ningfeng nodded. It wasn't just me. The other disciples in the sect with me saw it with their own eyes. If that senior hadn't made a move, I'm afraid we would have all died at the hands of that savage Titan giant ape. After getting confirmation from Ningfeng again, the 2 old men beside Ningfengji looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. Even if they were strong enough to go up against that Titan giant ape, it wouldn't be easy even if they could win. These 2 old men were the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect's Cypress Jade Pillar and Purple Gold Millet, the 2 protectors of the sect. The white-clothed old man was called Sword, and his name was Chen Xin. He was known as the strongest titled Doluo in terms of offense, and his soul power was as high as rank 96. The withered old man was called Jiyu Rong, and his name was Jiyu Rong. His soul power was as high as rank 95, and he was known for being unpredictable and difficult to deal with. The reason why the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect could become one of the 3 upper sects was related to the Ning family's support-type martial soul, but it definitely couldn't do without the support of these 2 titled Doluo. The martial soul hall's evaluation of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect was, when sword and bone meet, the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect's sect master will shine with an invincible light when he appears. Grandpa Jian, we haven't seen each other for an hour. Do you miss Rong Rong? Rong Rong misses you so much. Boo-hoo. At this moment, a 5 or 6-year-old little girl ran out from the hall. She ran directly into the arms of the white-clothed old man and pretended to cry. The white-clothed old man hurriedly hugged the little girl's delicate body. Be good, my little baby. Half an hour is such a long time. Of course Grandpa Jian misses you. I miss you so much. The little girl lifted her head. Really? The white-clothed old man said seriously, of course it's true. The little girl looked at the withered old man. Grandpa Jiyu, then do you miss me? Of course, I miss you more than Grandpa Jian. The withered old man hurriedly took the little girl from the white-clothed old man's arms. Bullshit. The white-clothed old man didn't give the withered old man any face. I'm the one who misses Rongrong more. You're the one who's bullshit. The withered old man released a strong aura. I'm the one who wants more. Why? Find a place to fight one-on-one? The white-clothed old man's aura also started to rise. All right. Uncle Jian, Uncle Jiyu, you've been fighting your whole life. Ning Fengji hurriedly calmed the two old men down. Then he glared at the little girl. Rongrong, don't be naughty. The white-clothed old man and the withered old man snorted almost at the same time. Neither of them looked at the other. Their gazes fell on the little girl. The little girl rolled her big eyes and said, I have a way to prove which grandpa misses me more. Grandpas, how about this? You both give Rongrong a gift. Whoever's gift Rongrong likes more will be the one who misses Rongrong more. Hearing the little girl's words and sensing the slyness in her eyes, the two old men looked at each other and twitched the corners of their mouths. They had fallen into this little witch's trap again. Rumble. While Chen Xin and Jiyu Rong were thinking about what gift to give Ning Rongrong, a violent roar suddenly came from above the colored glass palace. Immediately afterward, a 10-meter-long behemoth slowly emerged from the void. The huge commotion not only attracted the attention of Ning Fengji and the others, but also the other disciples and elders in the sect. They all rushed over after hearing the noise and looked up at the sky above the colored glass palace. Look. What is that? It can float in the air. There seem to be 3 people up there. The disciples were discussing animatedly. Grandpas, what's that? Rongrong wants it too. In front of the colored glass palace, Ning Rongrong grabbed Chen Xin and Jiyu Rong with both hands and stared at the space shuttle above the colored glass pagoda. Her eyes were shining. Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Jiyu Rong didn't pay attention to Ning Rongrong. Instead, they looked at the 3 figures on the space shuttle and gradually frowned. Senior, I didn't expect you to come so soon. At this moment, Ning Feng, who saw Bei's appearance clearly, cried out in surprise. His shout was filled with excitement. Hearing this, Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Jiyu Rong immediately looked at Ning Feng. Is he the old man who made your soul ring evolve? Chen Xin frowned and said, but judging from his appearance, he seems younger than me. Elder Jian, you don't know. Today's senior is younger than yesterday. At your level, you can rejuvenate, can't you? Ning Feng bowed to Chen Xin respectfully. Chen Xin nodded and didn't care about Chu Bei's appearance anymore. I told you yesterday that we would meet again soon. As they spoke, Chu Bei landed in front of the colored glass palace with Oscar and Xiao Wu. Thank you for saving our disciples from danger yesterday. Ning Fengji clasped his hands at Chu Bei with gratitude in his eyes. I happened to pass by, so I did it on the way. Chu Bei looked indifferent. May I know why you have come to our sect? If you need help, we will do our best to help you. Ning Fengji looked curious. Chu Bei looked at Ning Fengji and then pointed at the little girl between Chen Xin and Jiyu Rong. I'm here for her. What do you mean? Hearing Chu Bei's words, not only Ning Fengji, but also Chen Xin and Jiyu Rong's faces darkened. Ning Rongrong was their favorite. If anyone dared to have any ideas about her, they would kill him even if it meant risking their lives. Chapter 191. Don't be nervous. I have no intention of harming her. Chu Bei glanced at Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Jiyu Rong with a faint smile. Please speak frankly. Ning Fengji and the other 2 relaxed. I am a businessman who is preparing to build a business empire. Now I need her to be my first-class agent. Chu Bei stated his purpose directly. Are you kidding? Rongrong is still a child. She hasn't even awakened her martial soul. You want her to be your agent? Ning Fengji frowned. I'm not kidding. Chu Bei's expression became serious. I need to take her away for a while and teach her cultivation on your behalf. Teach Rongrong on our behalf? Chen Xin snorted coldly. Do you know who we are? We will teach Rongrong personally. Do you think she will be inferior to you? Sir, although you have done our sect a favor, you can leave now if there is nothing else. Ning Fengji asked him to leave. Little one, is it boring to be trapped in the sect every day? Do you want to see the outside world with me? Chu Bei ignored Ning Fengji. His eyes fell on Ning Rongrong, and he guided her patiently. His primary purpose in coming to the Doluo continent was to unlock a rank 11 commodity. The condition for unlocking this commodity was to build a business empire with a system rating of more than 95. At this moment, he already had a complete plan. The implementation of this plan was inseparable from these little ones who were his first-class agents. Can I sit on that? Ning Rongrong looked at Chu Bei and pointed at the space shuttle hovering above the colored glass palace. Her face was full of expectation. Of course you can. Chu Bei nodded and smiled. Clang. As soon as Chu Bei finished speaking, a long sword suddenly stopped in front of him and Ning Rongrong. The blade of the sword flashed with cold light. Sir, don't go too far. Chen Xin pulled Ning Rongrong behind him and looked coldly at Chu Bei. A fierce aura came out of his body. Letting her follow me for a period of time will only be beneficial to her. Chu Bei smiled. With a wave of his hand, he easily dissolved the fierce momentum released by Chen Xin. Your Excellency is so stubborn. Could it be that you want to spar with me? Chen Xin narrowed his eyes. According to Ning Feng, you also defeated the Titan giant ape in the Great Stardow Forest. I really want to fight with you. Sparring is fine. But if I win, I wonder if I can let this little girl follow me for a period of time so that I can teach her. Chu Bei once again shifted the topic to Ning Rongrong. No problem. Even as Chen Xin fell silent, Ning Fengji took a step forward and agreed. Sect Master, Uncle Chen, this is my decision. What's more, there aren't many people in the entire continent who can defeat you. Chen Xin was about to say something when Ning Fengji waved his hand and interrupted him. When Chu Bei opened his mouth to spar, he had already made his decision. If his opponent could really defeat Chen Xin, even if he wanted to take Ning Rongrong with him, they would be helpless. Furthermore, if his opponent really had that kind of strength, Ning Rongrong would only benefit from following him, just as he had said. In addition, their Seven Treasures Glazed sect had another super expert that they could ask for help from. Of course, this was based on the premise that Chu Bei could defeat Chen Xin. In Ning Fengji's opinion, this was almost impossible. Your Excellency, our sect master has spoken. Please. As his deep voice faded, Chen Xin reached out his right hand and grasped the hilt of the floating long sword. Then, he rose into the air. In the next moment, Chen Xin's 9 soul rings lit up. His momentum rose steadily. Looking at the sword in Chen Xin's hand, which was shining with cold light, Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with worry. Don't worry. Boss is very strong. Oscar looked at Xiao Wu and said, You just don't know who he is. He is the Sword Doluo, who is known as the strongest titled Doluo in terms of offense. Xiao Wu's eyes were fixed on Chen Xin. She knew about the top experts on the continent, including the Sword Doluo and the Bone Doluo, who was beside Ning Fengji. Chu Bei looked at Chen Xin, who had already appeared in the sky. He took a step forward and also appeared in the sky. He stood with his hands behind his back and faced Chen Xin from afar. Look at the sky. That's Elder Jian and the person who just came down from the spaceship. Flying in the sky. Is that person also a titled Doluo? Maybe he has a flying-type soul skill. What are they going to do? Looking at their posture, that person is not going to spar with Elder Jian, is he? The disciples around the glazed palace all raised their heads and fixed their eyes on the two voices in the sky. They were discussing animatedly. Grandpa Jiyu, do you think Grandpa Jian can defeat him? Ning Rongrong looked at Jiyu Rong and pointed at Chu Bei in the sky. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Don't worry. Jiyu Rong patted Ning Rongrong's little head. Looking at the entire continent, there are only a few people who can defeat your Grandpa Jian. The person in the sky is not one of them. Jiyu Rong looked at the sky again after she finished speaking with a smile. On the battlefield, Chen Xin, the Sword Doluo, waved his sleeves and greeted him. Are you ready? Chu Bei was calm and composed. Since you like to play with your sword, I'll compete with you in the way of the sword. After he finished speaking, Chu Bei bent his finger and pointed. The energy in the air was turbulent, and a thin sword about 2.5 feet long that was completely made of the energy of heaven and earth appeared strangely. Although the thin sword was made of pure energy, the cold light emitted from the blade was not weaker than that of a real sword. One look at it would make one's heart tremble. Your martial soul is also a sword. Chen Xin glanced at the thin energy sword in front of Chu Bei and focused his eyes. Chu Bei shook his head. No. Chen Xin frowned. Then why did your sword appear out of thin air? Chu Bei smiled knowingly. The world is so big. There are many things you don't know. Chen Xin was stunned. Then, he laughed loudly. Okay, then let me see how your way of the sword is. After his indifferent voice, 9 soul rings lit up on Chen Xin's body. The long sword in his hand vibrated violently. Almost at the same time, the air around him trembled and emitted a buzzing sound. His soul power seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread and poured into the long sword in his hand little by little. Chu Bei also put one hand on the hilt of the thin energy sword. Although he couldn't feel any soul power fluctuation from his body, there was an unknown and indescribable aura rising. Compared to soul power, this powerful aura was not inferior at all. Has the fight between the two of them evolved into a contest of the way of the sword? Sword Elder is known to be the strongest in the way of the sword. But why do I feel that his sword intent isn't weaker than Sword Elder's? Below, the elders of the 7 treasures glazed sect gathered together. Their eyes kept switching between Chen Xin and Chu Bei. Boom! Almost at the same time, 2 sharp auras gushed out from the battlefield, accompanied by a loud explosion. The two of them didn't attack. They just raised their swords. However, the collision of their sword auras tore the air apart and created a huge gap. Even though they were dozens of feet away from the collision of their sword auras, the people below still felt a chill on their faces. They felt a sharp pain as if they were being cut by a knife. Subconsciously, they retreated further away. You have some attainments in the way of the sword. Chen Xin looked at Chu Bei. Just from the collision of their sword auras, he knew that Chu Bei's understanding of the way of the sword was not weaker than his. After he finished speaking, Chen Xin's expression became extremely serious. He danced with his sword. It was ethereal and swift. His sword technique was as fleeting as a breeze, as flowing water, as white clouds, as waves. It was ever-changing. Take this. After he finished accumulating his power, Chen Xin shouted. The sword light in his hand was as stunning as a dragon, stirring up the river and the sea. With a swoosh, it shot toward Chu Bei like a bolt of lightning. Chu Bei smiled. He didn't dodge. His sleeves fluttered as he swung his sword diagonally. If Sword Doluo Chen Xin's sword was so fast that it was hard to predict, then Chu Bei's sword was ordinary. It was just a pure white sword light. However, although this sword light looked ordinary, it shot out like a bolt of lightning. Wherever it passed, the air was turbulent. It was as if the waves were struck by lightning. In the fierce and devastating sword intent, the air cracked. The 2 sword lights intertwined and reflected each other. Lightning danced wildly. Everyone in the sect, including Ning Fengji and Jiyu Rong, was shocked to see this shocking scene. Their faces turned pale with fright. In particular, the disciples of the sect. They had never seen such a thrilling battle. Moreover, it was a pure contest of sword techniques. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 sword lights dissipated at the same time. The devastating sword aura also dissipated. Awesome! This is the first time I've fought to my heart's content since I reached rank 96 and achieved the great mastery of the way of the sword. Sword Doluo Chen Xin roared as he looked at the dissipating light. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. His voice was filled with excitement. Take another strike from me. You've already lost. If I attack again, it will be a killing sword. However, just as the Sword Doluo was about to swing his sword again, the thin energy sword in front of Chu Bei disappeared. At the same time, his calm voice echoed throughout the entire 7 treasures glazed sect. What do you mean by that? Chen Xin's brows were tightly furrowed. Halfway through his sentence, he seemed to realize something. His pupils contracted. The white robe he was wearing was split open from top to bottom, one at the front and one at the back. The cut was extremely smooth. How is this possible? When Chen Xin came back to his senses, he tore off the white robe he was wearing. He stared blankly at the front and back of the robe. He kept stepping back and almost fell into the void. He kept murmuring something as if he had lost his mind. Bad guy, what did you do to Grandpa Jian? Ning Rongrong looked at the sword Doluo, who had aged several years in an instant. She sniffled and shouted at Chu Bei. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Her cries were pitiful. Chapter 192. Rongrong, don't worry. Your Grandpa Jian is fine. Maybe it's a good thing for him to lose. Jiyu Rong patted Ning Rongrong's head and comforted her. I've mastered the Tao of Sword. How did I lose? How did I lose? On the battlefield, Sword Doluo Chen Xin gradually regained his senses. He stared at Chu Bei, his eyes full of confusion. He had lost the previous duel of Tao of Sword. If the other party hadn't held back, that sword strike wouldn't have just shattered his robe, but would have sliced him in half along with his body. Chu Bei looked at Chen Xin with a smile. How long have you studied the sword? Chen Xin said, 93 years. Chu Bei asked again, what do you think of your Tao of Sword? Chen Xin said, I've mastered it. Before I met you, my Tao of Sword was #1 on the continent. No one could compete with me. Chu Bei continued, since you've mastered it, why did you lose to me? Chen Xin choked. Well, Chu Bei continued, do you know the mystery of Tao of Sword? Chen Xin said word by word, the unity of man and sword. Chu Bei shook his head. Chen Xin frowned deeper. Tell me. Chu Bei stared into the distance and said softly, no sword. Chen Xin looked confused. No sword. Chu Bei looked straight at Chen Xin. Only when you have no sword in your heart can you be considered to have mastered the Tao of Sword. If you have no sword in your heart, you can use every move as a sword. Pointing your fingers is a sword. Putting your fingers together is also a sword. The sword is everywhere. No sword in my heart. No sword in my heart. No sword in my heart. Chen Xin repeated these 4 syllables. The confusion on his face gradually disappeared and his eyes became clear again. I don't understand it yet, but I seem to understand something. Chen Xin said something inexplicable. Then he asked, what's the name of your previous move? The 25th blade, Chu Bei said faintly. This was a sword move he had borrowed from the system. It was derived from the Saint Spirit sword technique created by the Sword Saint of the Wind and Cloud Plane. However, the Sword Saint had only used the 23 swords. As for the 25 swords, it was created by the system based on the 25 swords. Its power was even more terrifying. 25th blade. Chen Xin frowned. Is this the 25th sword move? How many more swords do you have? The highest form, sword 99, Chu Bei said slowly. Hearing this, Chen Xin took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with shock. After a long while, Chen Xin landed beside Ning Fengji and said, Suzerain, I've learned something from the previous battle. I'm going into seclusion for a while. After saying this, Chen Xin walked to Ning Rongrong's side and squatted down. His eyes were full of affection. Rongrong, Grandpa Jian is fine. I'm not hurt anywhere. Look, you're crying so much. If you're going to leave with that grandpa in the sky later, remember to be obedient. Don't throw a tantrum. With him by your side, no one should be able to hurt you. Chen Xin wiped the tears from the corners of Ning Rongrong's eyes. He looked up at Chu Bei in the sky and waved his sword. Thank you for your guidance. Rongrong is a little naughty, but she's very kind. I hope you can teach her well. Of course. Chu Bei nodded calmly. After I break through, I'll ask for your guidance. Chen Xin clasped his hands at Chu Bei and rose into the sky. As if he had learned something about the way of the sword, he couldn't wait to fly northeast. Before leaving, Chen Xin glanced at Xiao Wu, who was not far away. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Did Elder Jian lose? That guy won. How could this be? They were competing in sword skills. Who is that titled Doluo? Looking at sword Doluo Chen Xin's back, The disciples and elders who were watching the battle in the hall came back to their senses. After the shock, they looked back at Chu Bei with disbelief. Xiao Wu, I told you. Boss is very strong. Oscar tilted his head and looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu frowned slightly and didn't say anything. She just looked at Chu Bei with more shock in her eyes. She knew that the boss she followed was quite strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. Even the sword Doluor, the strongest human in the way of the sword, was defeated by him. Furthermore, it was in the sword domain. Sect leader, now you believe what I said. You didn't do anything in the Great Stardow Forest, but you managed to force the Titan giant ape back. Ning Feng looked at Ning Fengji and couldn't help but say this. His eyes were full of respect for Chu Bei. Ning Fengji and Ji Yurong looked at each other. They were also shocked by this result. You can all leave now. After a long while, Ning Fengji glanced at the disciples and elders who were gathered together and said faintly. Hearing this, the disciples and elders bowed to Ning Fengji and immediately left. Sect leader Ning, do you still remember what you said before? Chu Bei landed in front of Ning Fengji and asked calmly. Since you've won, I will fulfill my promise. Ning Fengji looked at Chu Bei very politely and paused for a moment before saying, however, as a father, I really want to know why you chose my daughter. She hasn't even awakened her martial soul. I once divined the heavens and saw that she was fated to be with me. Chu Bei made up a story. Then how can I make my daughter your proxy? Ning Fengji was curious. Chu Bei pointed his finger and a red light flashed past. The proxy ring was directly placed on Ning Rongrong's index finger. This is my keepsake. With blood as the medium, you can become my first-rank proxy and be protected by me at all times. Chu Bei continued. Do you want me to drip my blood on this ring? Ning Rongrong gently bit her lips. After meeting Chu Bei's encouraging gaze, she looked at the silent Ning Fengji. Then, she took a deep breath and bit her index finger. Host has successfully signed first-rank proxy Ning Rongrong. Battle through the heavens cultivation conversion is accelerating. Progress, 23%. Progress, 24%. Progress, 25%. The moment Xiao Wu dripped her blood on the proxy ring, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. When the system's voice stopped, the Doqi continent's cultivation conversion progress had already changed from 22% to 32%. At the end of the progress bar, it showed that Chu Bei's current cultivation in the Doluor continent was rank 45 Soul Ancestor. Looking at the proxy interface, Ning Rongrong's name was added to the list. Chu Bei's appearance was getting younger, and he looked about the same age as Ning Fengji. Sir, why don't you wait until Rongrong's martial soul awakens next year before following you? Ji Yurong seemed to be a little worried and couldn't help but ask. Sect Master Ning, give your little girl 100,000 soul coins. I'll make the first deal with her first. Chu Bei ignored Ji Yurong and looked at Ning Fengji. No need, no need. I have 100,000 soul coins. Ning Rongrong took out a sleeve pouch soul tool and took out 20,000 soul coins and handed it to Chu Bei. Chu Bei's mouth twitched slightly, as expected of a child from a rich family. Then, Chu Bei waved his hand and two pills, one red and one blue, floated in front of Ning Rongrong. The system has received 1,000 willpower. The host has received 500 willpower. Sir, may I ask what this is? Ning Fengji frowned. You'll know soon enough. Chu Bei smiled and gave Ning Rongrong a look. Then, I'll eat it. Ning Rongrong carefully threw the two different colored pills into her mouth. Father, Grandpa Ji Yu, look. Not long after the two pills entered her mouth, Ning Rongrong seemed to feel something strange in her body and subconsciously raised her right hand. A gorgeous light surged in her palm and gradually condensed into the shape of a 9-story pagoda. This is a martial soul. It's the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Seeing the 9-story pagoda condensed in Ning Rongrong's palm, Ning Fengji and Ji Yurong suddenly trembled and a strong sense of shock surged on their faces. What followed was an expression of joy and excitement that could not be expressed in words. Sir, are these the effects of the 2 pills? Calming down the excitement in his heart, Ning Fengji took a deep breath and looked back at Chu Bei with more respect. Before Chu Bei could respond, Ning Rongrong's body rippled with a wisp of aura. Innate full soul power. Sensing the rank 10 soul power ripple from Ning Rongrong's body, Ning Fengji and Ji Rong looked at each other again and were extremely shocked. At this moment, they could no longer use words to describe the shock in their hearts. From what they knew, martial souls could only be awakened at the age of 6. But now, Ning Rongrong had awakened her martial soul before she reached that age. Not only that, it was innate full soul power. What made Ning Fengji feel the most incredulous was that Ning Rongrong's martial soul was not the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, but the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Although the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and the 9 treasures glazed pagoda were only 2 stories apart, the actual difference was like heaven and earth. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul could only have 7 soul rings at most. After a soul master with this martial soul cultivated to the level of a soul sage, his abilities could not continue to increase. But the 9 treasures glazed pagoda could be cultivated to the level of a titled Doluor. In other words, Ning Rongrong would go much further than Ning Fengji. He also knew that whether it was the awakening of her martial soul in advance, the 9 treasures glazed pagoda, or innate full soul power, it was all related to the 2 pills that Ning Rongrong had swallowed. Father, I've awakened my martial soul in advance. This is great. Finally, Ning Rongrong reacted and exclaimed excitedly. Sect Master Ning, can I bring your daughter away now? Chu Bei's calm voice sounded again. Sir, if I miss Rongrong, where should I find you? Ning Fengji asked. Fasno Province, Holy Soul Village. After he finished speaking, Chu Bei waved his hand and brought Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Xiao Wu onto the spatial shuttle. Uncle Ji, don't you feel that the aura of the little girl beside that person is a little strange? Ning Fengji looked at Ji Rong as the spatial shuttle disappeared into the distance. That's 100,000-year soul beast. Ji Rong squinted his eyes and said slowly. What? 1,000,000-year soul beast. Ning Fengji's pupils shrank. Didn't you notice that little boy? He's only 7 or 8 years old, but he's already a 21-year-old soul grandmaster. Ji Rong continued. Ning Fengji was stunned. After a long while, he muttered, who exactly is he? Since when did such an existence exist on the continent? If that's the case, Rongrong's talent is already comparable to that 100,000-year soul beast and that little boy. Maybe this is really Rongrong's opportunity. Ji Rong said. After leaving the 7 treasures glazed sect, Chu Bei brought Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu to the nearby soul beast forest. With Chu Bei's help, Ning Rongrong obtained her first soul ring. Oscar borrowed Ning Rongrong's little treasury to buy 9 soul grandmaster pills and became a 30-star soul grandmaster. After that, Chu Bei found a suitable soul beast for Oscar. After obtaining its soul ring, he directly became a soul elder. As for Xiao Wu, perhaps she was still wary of Chu Bei, so she didn't need the latter's help in her cultivation. Boss, where are we going tomorrow? As night fell, Oscar snuggled up to Chu Bei and asked before he went to sleep. Star Luo Empire, Imperial City. Chu Bei spat out 4 words. The next day. The Star Luo Empire, one of the 2 great empires on the continent. Under the azure sky, the palace's golden glazed roof appeared especially splendid. Ancient trees towered into the sky around the palace, giving it a shade. The inner pillars of the palace were supported by many huge red pillars. Every pillar had a spiraling, lifelike golden dragon engraved on it. It was exceptionally spectacular. The 2 dragons on the cornice had golden scales and golden armor. They were so lifelike that they seemed to want to soar into the sky. At this moment, there were over 100 soldiers patrolling outside the palace with spears in their hands. They surrounded 4 figures in the middle. Boss, aren't we breaking the rules? Oscar was a little nervous as he looked at the stern-looking soldiers around them. Remember, in any place, strength is the most important thing. As long as you're strong enough, you won't be restricted by any rules. Chu Bei smiled. Arrogant fool. Trespassers of the palace will die. Hearing Chu Bei's words, The leading soldier's eyes surged with murderous intent. He shouted angrily and charged toward Chu Bei with his spear. However, he was sent flying by an invisible force when he was within 10 meters of Chu Bei. He crashed heavily onto the ground. "Who the hell are you?" Looking at the leader who was struggling on the ground, the soldiers looked at Chu Bei, who had a mocking look in his eyes. They were obviously more vigilant. "Go and inform your emperor. Even if there's a guest who wants to see his youngest son." Chu Bei put his hands behind his back. After he spoke calmly, he ignored the soldiers around him and led Oscar and the other two to the main palace unhurriedly. At this moment, the Star Luo Emperor was in the morning court with the civil and military officials in the main palace. "What's happening outside?" Not long after, the Star Luo Emperor heard the commotion outside the palace. Before the civil and military officials could find out the reason, a soldier ran into the palace anxiously and knelt on the long red carpet. "Who's so arrogant? Is His Majesty someone that anyone can see just because they want to?" After hearing the soldier's account, the faces of the civil and military officials were immediately filled with rage. "I'm very curious about this person's background. Let's go and take a look." On the main seat in the palace, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe and a crown stood up from the dragon throne. After he spoke with a vigorous voice, he walked out of the palace. After the civil and military officials looked at each other, they hurriedly followed him. After the civil and military officials, two more figures quickly ran to the left and right of the Star Luo Emperor. They were a boy of 11 or 12 and a youth of 16 or 17. Chapter 193. How dare you? Do you know where you are? A white-haired elder following behind the Star Luo Emperor stepped forward when he saw that Chu Bei was ignoring the soldiers around him. He shouted, and a strong aura was released from his body. After he shouted, the white-haired elder's eyes lit up before Chu Bei could say anything. His body suddenly expanded. Following this, his 8 soul rings lit up. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 7-meter-long, bright golden tiger. With a whoosh, the golden tiger exerted strength from its back and pounced towards Chu Bei. As the white-haired old man was not far from Chu Bei to begin with, he only needed to stretch his body before the sharp claws of the golden tiger that he had transformed into arrived in front of Chu Bei. "You should give me time to talk." Chu Bei looked at the white-haired elder and shook his head. He felt a little helpless as he clenched his fist and punched out. This punch wasn't fancy at all. It looked very simple and straightforward. However, it was this punch that unleashed a terrifying energy when it collided with the golden tiger's claws. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out in the palace. The golden tiger was sent flying by this punch. It crashed into the main hall's roof beam not far behind it. Amidst the sounds of collapsing roofs and tiles, the golden tiger turned back into the white-haired old man from before. The 8 soul rings on his body had already dimmed. His clothes were torn, his face was pale, and there was fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. His aura was extremely weak. So strong. He actually defeated the rank 86 soul Doluor with a single punch. Who is this intruder? I'm afraid only those from the martial soul hall would dare to be so arrogant. Did you see his soul rings light up earlier? What's his martial soul? Looking at the white-haired old man smashed into the wall of the hall, the civil and military officials were first stunned. When they recovered, they all stared at Chu Bei, their eyes filled with astonishment. The Star Luo Emperor's pupils constricted, and then he frowned. His gaze towards Chu Bei had an additional trace of vigilance. "Your Majesty, he is very strong." After the white-haired old man wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, he flew out of the wall and arrived beside the Star Luo Emperor. The Star Luo Emperor glanced at the white-haired old man and nodded. His gaze returned to Chu Bei. "Exactly what do you intend to do by forcefully trespassing into the imperial palace?" The Starnet Emperor's eyes narrowed as he spoke with an icy cold voice, and his words revealed a strand of dignity. "Do you think I can meet you in a normal way?" Chu Bei laughed. "See me." The Star Luo Emperor was perplexed. Could it be that I'm incompetent in governing the country? Chu Bei shook his head. Then, he extended his hand and pointed at the 11 or 12-year-old boy beside the Star Luo Emperor. To be more precise, I came for him. Me? Seeing Chu Bei pointing at him, the little boy was clearly at a loss out of fear. Yes, it's you. Chu Bei nodded slightly and replied indifferently. The Star Luo Emperor looked at his youngest son, Dai Mubai, and asked, Mubai, you know him? Replying to Imperial Father, this is the first time I've seen him. The boy was very certain. Hearing this, the Star Luo Emperor's gaze returned to Chu Bei. This time, I came to take him away and give him my inheritance. Chu Bei did not mention the matter of the first-rank agent. Instead, he changed the way he spoke. Haha, you must be joking. After the Star Luo Emperor recovered from his astonishment, he said, the people of the imperial family have the evil-eyed white tiger's inheritance. There is no need for them to join other forces. My inheritance does not conflict with your imperial family's inheritance, Chu Bei continued. Then, may I know what you want to pass on to Mubai? The Star Luo Emperor was interested. I can only experience it personally. It's inconvenient to say. Chu Bei purposely kept it in suspense. May I know if the three little fellows behind you have accepted your inheritance? The Star Luo Emperor looked at Oscar, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong. Chu Bei looked at the Star Luo Emperor with a smile as if he had guessed the latter's intention. Since that's the case, why don't you let Mubai spar with your disciples? Let's see if my evil-eyed white tiger's inheritance or yours is stronger. The Star Luo Emperor was proud. Imperial Father, you mustn't. I'm afraid I won't be able to control my strength well and accidentally injure them. Dai Mubai looked at Oscar and the other two who were only 7 or 8 years old and hurriedly said, You can't hurt them. Pick one. Chu Bei looked at Dai Mubai with a smile. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Dai Mubai looked at the Star Luo Emperor again. After seeing the hint in the latter's eyes, he finally pointed at Oscar. He really could not bear to make a move on two girls who were only 5 or 6 years old. If he had to choose one, he could only choose Oscar, who was slightly older. Seeing that Dai Mubai chose Oscar, Chu Bei nodded his head in satisfaction. If Dai Mubai really chose Ning Rongrong or Xiao Wu as his opponent, he would really have to consider whether he should let Dai Mubai be a rank 1 representative. Come, I'll control my strength well. Dai Mubai stepped forward and waved at Oscar. Following that, 2 yellow soul rings lit up on his body. The second yellow soul ring already had some purple in it. After shouting, Dai Mubai's body was covered with a layer of tiger-shaped light armor. Looking at Dai Mubai, the Star Luo Emperor's mouth curled into a proud smile. When he looked at Chu Bei again, his eyes were filled with pride. His youngest son could be said to be the most talented person in the royal family in the past 1,000 years. At the age of 11, he was already a rank 26 soul grandmaster. Furthermore, his second soul ring was a 900-year soul ring. Boss, I'm going. After looking at Chu Bei, Oscar stepped forward and cupped his fists towards Dai Mubai. After that, the sausage martial soul appeared in his palm. Sausage. He can't be an auxiliary-type soul master, right? Then how is he going to fight Mubai? When the civil and military officials saw Oscar's martial soul, they all revealed looks of surprise and disdain. However, after a moment, when they saw the 3 soul rings on Oscar's body light up, their expressions changed. Little fellow, how old are you this year? Seeing the 3 soul rings on Oscar's body light up, the Star Luo Emperor was stunned and couldn't help but ask. Almost 8 years old. Hearing Oscar's words, the civil and military officials were even more shocked. Their mouths were wide open as they looked at each other. A soul elder who's not even 8 years old. He awakened his soul martial soul at the age of 6. His soul power has increased by more than 10 ranks in a year. How did he do it? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Oscar as they discussed incessantly. Throughout the history of the Doluor continent, there were very few people with such cultivation talent. White Tiger's shield. Just as everyone was still immersed in Oscar's realm of being a soul elder, Dai Mubai moved. After he shouted, his first soul ring lit up. The white tiger on the surface of his body was suffused with specks of golden light, as if it was wearing a layer of armor. White Tiger's fierce light wave. As his second soul ring lit up, Dai Mubai jumped up and pounced towards Oscar like a ferocious tiger. Facing Dai Mubai, Oscar spread his legs apart and lowered his center of gravity as he punched out. Catcher. Although Oscar's fist didn't contain any soul skills, it easily penetrated Dai Mubai's white tiger shield. Following that, it collided with Dai Mubai's fist. In the next moment, following a dull thud, Dai Mubai's body flew out like a cannonball and smashed into the ground. Little Prince, are you all right? Seeing that Dai Mubai was sent flying, the civil and military officials immediately ran towards him frantically. I'm fine. Dai Mubai crawled up from the ground and quickly returned to the battlefield. After that, he attacked Oscar again. Bang! Something similar happened again. Oscar used a simple straight punch without any fancy moves. Not only did he block Dai Mubai's fierce light wave, he even sent him flying. Indeed, the difference in cultivation realms can't be made up for with just martial souls and soul skills. Dai Mubai returned to the battlefield once more. However, he didn't attack this time. Earlier, when he saw Oscar's 3 soul rings, he thought that his opponent was only an auxiliary-type soul master, and that he could use his martial soul and soul skills to defeat him. Who knew that he was too naive? Although he had the support of his soul skills, his strength was still far inferior to Oscar, who was already a soul elder. Father, I'm no match for him. Dai Mubai took a deep breath and lifted his head to look at the Star Luo Emperor. There was a look of indignation in his eyes. Don't be discouraged. The difference in your soul power is too great. It's normal for you to lose, the Star Luo Emperor said. Sir, I can let Mubai cultivate with you. However, you have to at least tell me who's behind you. This will make it easier for me to find him in the future. The Star Luo Emperor looked at Chu Bei. All Heaven's Shop. Chu Bei uttered 4 indifferent syllables. All Heaven's Shop. The Star Luo Emperor repeated. After that, he looked at the civil and military officials with a questioning look in his eyes. However, the civil and military officials all shook their heads. Evidently, they had never heard of this name. Can you tell me the location of this All Heaven's Shop? The Star Luo Emperor asked. It's not confirmed yet. Chu Bei replied, if you want to find your youngest son, you can go to the Heaven Do Empire's Fasno province, the Holy Soul Village. Heaven Do Empire. Everyone, including the Star Luo Emperor, was astonished. Chu Bei ignored the Star Luo Emperor and turned to look at Dai Mubai. He said plainly, if you want to become stronger, follow me. I only need 7 days, and I'll make you 1,000 times stronger than you are now. Dai Mubai hesitated when he met Chu Bei's gaze. He stuttered for a long time, as if he wanted to say something, but swallowed it back down. In the end, he raised his head and looked at the Star Luo Emperor. If you trust him, then go with him. The Star Luo Emperor nodded at Dai Mubai. I'll go with you. After a long while, Dai Mubai's gaze met Chu Bei's. His eyes were filled with a thirst for power. The Star Luo Emperor watched as Chu Bei's group boarded the Void Shuttle and left. He waved his hand at the civil and military officials behind him, indicating for them to leave. Third uncle, do you think I'm doing the right thing? The Star Luo Emperor looked in the direction Chu Bei's group left. He turned to the white-haired old man who had been severely injured by Chu Bei. Perhaps this is the best outcome for Mubai and Weiss. The white-haired old man sighed. At least we don't have to watch the 2 brothers fight to the death for the throne. Perhaps Mubai's future will be better if he follows that person than if he stays in the palace. Third uncle, what do you think of his cultivation? The Star Luo Emperor asked again. Probably above rank 95. The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and muttered. Host has successfully signed a contract with Dai Mubai. Battle through the heavens cultivation conversion is accelerating. Progress at 33%. Progress at 34%. Progress at 35%. After leaving the Star Luo Palace, Chu Bei quickly completed a set of procedures. After signing a contract with Dai Mubai, his cultivation conversion in the Dochi continent had increased from 32% to 41%. His cultivation in the Doluor continent had also become a rank 52 Soul King. What made Chu Bei rather pleased was that his appearance had finally recovered. He had returned to his handsome appearance before he transmigrated. "Boss, these are?" On the void shuttle, Dai Mubai was puzzled as he looked at the 5 items that he had spent 650,000 soul coins on. Among the 5 items, 4 of them were identical purple pills. There was also a ball of light with the projection of a white tiger. The purple pills cost 100,000 soul coins each. The ball of light cost 250,000 soul coins. Of course, these were all chosen by Chu Bei for Dai Mubai. He had clearly marked the prices for Dai Mubai to purchase. "You'll know after you eat them." Chu Bei smiled as he looked at Dai Mubai. Hearing this, Dai Mubai threw the 4 purple pills into his mouth. The moment the pills entered his mouth, Dai Mubai's face was filled with shock. He could feel his soul power skyrocketing. Very quickly, the soul power in his body reached a bottleneck. "Boss, could it be that my soul power has already reached rank 30? Dai Mubai looked at Chu Bei in disbelief after regaining his senses. "It's not over yet." Chu Bei pointed at the floating ball of light and motioned for Dai Mubai to place his palm on it. After that, Dai Mubai followed Chu Bei's instructions. When he placed his palm on the ball of light, the projection of a white tiger flew out and slowly condensed into a purple soul ring in his palm. Almost at the same time, Dai Mubai's soul power skyrocketed again. This is a soul ring." Looking at the 3rd soul ring that lit up on his body, Dai Mubai's mouth was wide open and he fell into a trance. In just a short sapling, he went from a rank 26 soul grandmaster to a rank 31 soul elder. Before meeting Chu Bei, he had never thought that his soul power would rise by 4 ranks one day. Furthermore, he thought that he had to kill soul beasts to obtain soul rings. He had never thought that soul rings could be bought directly through money. Money is omnipotent. Seeing the excitement on Dai Mubai's face, Chu Bei nodded in satisfaction. Unlike Oscar, Dai Mubai had a solid background like Ning Rongrong, so he didn't need to find soul beasts to obtain soul rings. He could just spend money to obtain them. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a limit to how many agents could break through each day, he could make a few agents famous in the continent. "Brother Oscar, why don't we spar again?" Dai Mubai looked at Oscar with a restless expression. "There's no need for that." Oscar rejected decisively. Chapter 194. The next day. At daybreak, Chu Bei woke up Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and the other 2. Then, he took out the tailor-made goods for them. For Ning Rongrong, he chose 9 soul master pills and a soul ring to break through to the Da dosha level. For Oscar, he chose 9 soul supreme pills and a soul ring to break through to the soul ancestor level. For Dai Mubai, he also chose 9 soul supreme pills and a soul ring to break through to the soul ancestor level. As for Xiao Wu, she still didn't want to use Chu Bei's goods. As the apple of the 7 treasures glazed sect master's eye, coupled with Chen Xin and Jiu Rong's spoiling, Ning Rongrong's little treasury was astonishing. First, she spent her share of money, and then she paid for Oscar. As for Dai Mubai, as the Star Luo Empire's little prince, he easily bought the goods prepared by Chu Bei. In less than 15 minutes, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Dai Mubai's cultivations all increased. Ning Rongrong jumped from a rank 11 soul master to a rank 21 soul grandmaster. Oscar jumped from a rank 31 soul master to a rank 41 soul ancestor. Dai Mubai also went from a rank 31 soul master to a rank 41 soul ancestor. "Rongrong, I will return the money I borrowed to you soon." Oscar looked at Ning Rongrong very seriously. "I don't lack money." Ning Rongrong waved her hand, looking indifferent. "Boss, now I realize that increasing soul power is so easy." Dai Mubai sighed. His expression was as if all the hardships he had suffered in the past were in vain. Xiao Wu, who was at the side, felt the 3's soaring auras. She bit her lip, wanting to say something, but stopped. "Boss, where are we going today?" Ning Rongrong asked curiously. "Holy Soul Village." Chu Bei smiled. "Holy Soul Village. On a mountain to the north of the village." Squeak squeak. In the quiet forest, a wild rabbit was gnawing on a mushroom. Whoosh. But just as the wild rabbit was eating energetically, a figure quickly approached it, bringing with it a gust of wind. The sensitive wild rabbit immediately kicked its hind legs, ready to escape. However, he had barely leaped half a meter away when a huge suction force engulfed his entire body. In the next moment, under the suction force, the wild rabbit flew backward uncontrollably and landed in the hands of a boy. If one took a closer look, they would see that there was a black vortex in the center of the boy's palm. It was this vortex that was emitting a suction force that had sucked the wild rabbit into his hand. GG. As the devouring power in the vortex tore at it, the rabbit's eyes, which were originally filled with fear, began to turn white. Its body also began to shrivel up until it became a rabbit corpse with only skin and bones left. I seem to have reached a bottleneck. After devouring the wild rabbit's energy, the boy seemed to have sensed something and muttered to himself. This boy was Gaodan Wang Fan, who had fished Chu Bei out of the pond 3 days ago and obtained the golden horned beast's opportunity from Chu Bei. For 3 days, other than sleeping, he did the same thing all the time. The first was to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The second was to constantly search for snakes, wild rabbits, and wild boars in the mountains and forests to devour and absorb. Today, his soul power had reached the 10th rank. Wang, just as Wang Fan was about to take a short rest, a godly rainbow came from afar. After a short while, the godly rainbow arrived above his head. It was a huge object similar to a ship, with several figures standing on it. Among them, the young man at the front was looking down at him with a smile on his face. Meeting the young man's gaze, Wang Fan subconsciously stepped back, his eyes full of vigilance. "Little guy, can you still recognize me?" Chu Bei put away the space shuttle and landed in front of Wang Fan with Oscar and the others. "You are." Wang Fan stepped back again, looking a little nervous. "Is this golden horned beast martial soul still useful?" Chu Bei continued. "You are my grandfather?" Wang Fan was stunned at first, then he asked tentatively in a low voice. "Besides me, is there anyone else who knows that your martial soul is the golden horned beast?" Chu Bei patted Wang Fan's shoulder. "Grandfather, your appearance has changed so much." After getting the answer from Chu Bei's words, Wang Fan immediately exclaimed. His little face was full of excitement. "You have cultivated well, your soul power is already at the 10th rank." Chu Bei nodded satisfactorily, then said to Wang Fan, "Go find Tang San and spar with him. Let's do it next to the pond." "Ah!" Wang Fan was surprised. "After the spar, regardless of whether you win or lose, I will give you another opportunity." Chu Bei guided him patiently. The opportunity he was talking about was naturally the first-level agency rights. "I will work hard," Wang Fan responded, then quickly ran to the other side of the mountain. "The 4 of you, go spread the news in the village." After Wang Fan left, Chu Bei glanced at Oscar, Dai Mubai, and the other 3. "Okay." Oscar and the other 3 looked at each other and then scattered in all directions, flying towards different directions of the village. 15 minutes later, under Oscar, Dai Mubai, and the other 3's efforts to spread the news, several figures from the village gathered by the pond. Among these figures, most of them were children between the ages of 4 and 12. The rest were villagers who came from nearby farms to watch the show. "Gaodan wants to spar with Xiao San. This is really interesting. Xiao San has been forging since he was young, and in my opinion, he is very talented. Among his peers in our village, there are very few people who can match him. If his martial soul awakens, it will definitely be a powerful attack-type martial soul. Yes, I also think that Xiao San is the most likely person in our village to become a soul master. But speaking of which, why did Gaodan want to spar with Xiao San? Didn't his martial soul awaken with a wooden stick last year? It's still 0 soul power. Children fighting for fun. It's quite ceremonial. I don't know where they found the 4 kids from the neighboring village to spread the news. Look, Gaodan is here." Amidst the noise and laughter, Wang Fan ran to the pond and came to Chu Bei. "Did Tang San accept your invitation?" Chu Bei asked Wang Fan. "He said he'll be here in a while." Wang Fan nodded. At the same time, at the west side of the Holy Soul village, at the entrance of the village. This was the second most simple house in the village after Wang Fan's house. In the middle of the big roof, there was a wooden sign with a diameter of about 1 meter. On the sign, there was a simple hammer, and on the right, there were 3 big words, Blacksmith's Forge. Xiao San, why are you fiddling with the herbs? Are you hurt anywhere? A figure walked out of the house. When he saw Tang San's movements, he frowned. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be close to 50 years old. He was very tall and sturdy, but his dressing was not complimentary. His tattered robe didn't even have any patches on it, revealing patches of bronze skin. His originally regular facial features were covered with a layer of waxy yellow, and he looked sleepy. His hair was messy like a bird's nest, and his face was full of beard that had not been shaved for many days. His eyes were dull and yellow, and his body was full of the smell of alcohol. Gaudener came to ask me for a fight, and I refused at first. However, he begged me again and again, and I had no choice but to agree. Tang San looked up at the middle-aged man who walked out of the house and continued, as for these herbs, I was afraid that I would hurt him, so I prepared them for him in advance, so that he can use them immediately. Gaudener? Didn't he awaken last year? I remember that he didn't have any soul power. The middle-aged man shook his body. It was like that before, but 3 days ago, Gaudener met an old man, and he seemed to have changed. Tang San replied. All right, be careful. Don't hit him too hard. The middle-aged man seemed to be too lazy to ask more, and waved his hand at Tang San. Tang San nodded at the middle-aged man, and packed up the herbs that he had successfully ground, and walked out of the house towards the pond. Look, Tang San is here. Hihi, the show is about to start. Take a guess. Which of these 2 babies will cry first? Following Tang San's arrival, the pond, which had quieted down a little, became noisy again. Soon, Tang San walked into the open area that had been prepared as a place for the fight. Little San, come. Wang Fan stepped forward and clasped his fist at Tang San. Brother Gauden, let me see what changes you have made in the past 3 days. Tang San's figure moved, and he quickly ran towards Wang Fan. When he was 1 meter away, he threw a punch at Wang Fan's chest. Tang San is quite fast. Looking at Tang San who was attacking Wang Fan, the spectating children were shocked. The latter's speed was very fast. If it were them, they would not be able to avoid this punch, and would most likely be knocked down. The older villager was obviously shocked by Tang San's speed, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. But just as the crowd was worried for Wang Fan, and saw that Tang San's fist was about to hit Wang Fan's chest, Wang Fan's body suddenly leaned to the right, and then he took 2 steps back, stirring up a cloud of dust on the ground. In the end, he narrowly avoided Tang San's fist. Is it a coincidence? His fist missed. Tang San looked at Wang Fan and muttered to himself, and then his figure moved again. Because of his position, this time Tang San directly swept his hand from left to right towards Wang Fan. But just as Tang San's hand was about to hit Wang Fan's right arm, Wang Fan leaned to the side, causing Tang San's fingertips to sweep across the latter's chest, and missed again. Tang San frowned, and his speed increased again, throwing punch after punch at Wang Fan. However, in the face of such continuous attacks, Wang Fan was able to deal with them easily, and he was able to steadily avoid them every time. 3 minutes later, Tang San stopped his attack, and his face was filled with shock. He was very sure that Wang Fan was able to avoid it not because of a coincidence, but because Wang Fan's speed really caught up with his. Tang San aside, why is Gaudener's speed so fast too? Why do I have a feeling that I can't even beat these 2 kids? The surrounding villagers looked at each other, and the shock on their faces was even more obvious. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San's eyes were filled with battle intent. In the next moment, Tang San continuously lowered his head to pick up stones from the ground under the puzzled gazes of the surrounding villagers. What is he doing? Don't tell me he's going to use these stones to smash Wang Fan. You are too naive. That Wang Fan is already a 10th rank soul warrior. His speed is enough to avoid these stones. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Dai Mubai spoke one after another. As for Chu Bei, he revealed an indecipherable smile. As someone who had an omniscient view, he naturally saw that Tang San was going to use the Tang School's hidden weapon technique. On the battlefield, Tang San quickly ran around Wang Fan as he increased the distance between him and Wang Fan. Shio shio shio. As he ran, Tang San threw one stone after another, creating a whistling sound as they broke through the air. These stones were like marbles as they accurately shot towards Wang Fan. Due to Tang San's special technique, the stones he threw seemed to connect into a giant net with Wang Fan as the center, making it impossible for him to dodge. In a split second, Wang Fan fell into an extremely passive situation. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Fan's expression was solemn as he quickly hit the stones that were flying towards him. 1 stone, 2 stones, 3 stones. In just 3 seconds, 16 stones were successfully shot down by Wang Fan. Unfortunately, the stones were too tricky and their positions were too cleverly sealed. Even though Wang Fan's technique was fast enough, he was still hit in the back by one of the stones. He couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Where did little San learn this stone-throwing technique from? It doesn't feel ordinary. With this technique, if he were to use it to hunt birds, he would make more money than Tang Hao, that drunkard, could make from blacksmithing. The surrounding villagers looked at Tang San on the battlefield and exclaimed in surprise. What a strange technique! Dai Mubai exclaimed and then looked at Chu Bei. Boss, this move of his should be derived from some kind of powerful soul skill. It has nothing to do with soul skills. This is a hidden weapon technique. Chu Bei not only did not lower his voice, but also deliberately let his voice float in the battlefield. Count carefully. There are a total of 27 stones, and they are the torrential pear blossom of the hidden weapon technique. Tang San used stones instead of hidden weapons. Although they have form but not spirit, they still have some power of the torrential pear blossom. With Wang Fan's strength, it will be difficult for him to completely block all 27 stones. On the battlefield, Tang San's body trembled when he heard Chu Bei's words. The gaze he used to look at Chu Bei was filled with a thick sense of wariness. Brother Gauden, you can admit defeat now. Tang San picked up 27 stones from the ground again and looked at Wang Fan. Again, Wang Fan waved at Tang San. Although he had not struck down all 27 stones, during this process, he discovered that there was a kind of energy that was about to break out of his body. Brother Gauden, since that's the case, I will attack again. After saying that, a similar scene played out again. 27 stones flew out from Tang San's hands one after another. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Fan quickly hit the flying stones. When he hit the 16th stone, 17, 18, and 19 stones came at the same time. Looking at this scene, the villagers were sure that Wang Fan could only hit 2 stones with his hands and was about to be hit by the third one. Suddenly, a red soul ring lit up on Wang Fan's body. Almost at the same time when the red soul ring lit up, rolling black fog appeared in Wang Fan's palms. This black fog was like a black hole with endless suction. Kai Kai. Not only the 3 stones that came at the same time, the remaining stones that were not blocked were also sucked in by the 2 black holes in an instant. That's a soul ring? How did Gauden suddenly become a soul master? Don't you have to kill a soul beast to get a soul ring? Why can his soul ring appear out of thin air? Doesn't he need to kill a soul beast? Also, aren't soul rings white? Why is his soul ring red? The villagers stared at the red soul ring that lit up on Wang Fan's body. While they were shocked, they were also a little confused. On the battlefield, Tang San was flabbergasted as well. His entire body seemed to have been struck by a bolt of lightning, and he seemed to have been struck by lightning. He was like a clay statue. This sudden change was too sudden and unexpected, and he was caught unprepared. A red soul ring. A 100,000-year soul ring. Oh my god. The most shocked people in the battlefield were Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai, who had great backgrounds. They did not dare to believe that there was someone who had a 100,000-year soul ring. As far as they knew, this was simply impossible. Not to mention that to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, one had to kill a 100,000-year soul beast with one's own hands. Even if this guy in front of them really had a heaven-defying opportunity and killed 100,000-year soul beast, with his physical fitness, it was impossible for him to successfully absorb 100,000-year soul ring. Not to mention a soul scholar, even a soul doluor who tried to absorb 100,000-year soul ring would most likely die from the shock of the soul ring. On the other hand, Xiao Wu immediately looked at Chu Bei with a questioning look in her eyes. She seemed to be asking if Wang Fan was like her, 100,000-year soul beast that had transformed into a human form. Little San, it's my turn now. Wang Fan looked at Tang San. Hearing Wang Fan's words, Tang San recovered from his shock. His whole body was as tense as a rock, and his heart was as heavy as lead. But before he could make a move, Wang Fan had already appeared in front of him and slapped him with his palm. Tang San did not hesitate and quickly punched out to meet the attack. Bang! However, this time, Tang San felt that the power he had gathered on his fist had completely disappeared the moment it touched his opponent's palm. Then, with a palm strike, the other party first knocked away his weak fist, then pressed it against his chest. With a deep sound, Tang San was sent flying and crashed to the ground not far away. Little San, in the end, you still lost. In the end, Wang Fan's palm that was pressed against Tang San's chest had obviously restrained more than half of his power. Tang San got up from the ground, brushed the dust off his body, and stood up to walk in front of Wang Fan. Brother Gauden, you are indeed stronger than me. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Little San, aren't you curious? In just 3 days, how did I become so strong? Wang Fan looked at Tang San, and his voice floated in the air. At this moment, not only Tang San, but all the villagers and children by the pond rushed forward and pricked up their ears, waiting for Wang Fan's next words. All of this is actually an opportunity bestowed to me by grandfather. Wang Fan's gaze swept across the crowd as he spoke. Grandfather? Are you talking about the old man you saved from the water 3 days ago? Could it be that he's a hidden expert? Oh my God! We didn't even recognize him. Hearing Wang Fan's words, the villagers seemed to have thought of something. They looked at each other, their faces filled with regret. That old man? Tang San naturally knew who Wang Fan's grandfather was. On the morning 3 days ago, he had personally met the other party. However, because the old man was too strange, and even knew about his past life, Tang San did not dare to have too much contact with him. In other words, in front of the old man, he chose to retreat in order to advance. Where is the old man now? Is he still in the village? After a long while, Tang San could not help but ask. Wang Fan nodded, then stretched out his hand and pointed at Chu Bei. Swish, looking in the direction Wang Fan's right hand was pointing at, everyone's eyes were focused on Chu Bei. Chapter 196. Gauden his the old man you saved from the water 3 days ago. The villagers' gazes landed on Chu Bei, their faces full of shock and disbelief. They were unable to connect the youth in front of them with the old man who looked like he was about to enter the ground 3 days ago. Tang San also stared blankly at Chu Bei. No wonder he was able to identify his torrential pear blossom hidden weapon technique. Host activates Level 2 Agency Authority. Limit, 100 people. The signatory will receive a Rank 12 Soul Gift Pack. The signatory's cultivation is above Rank 12. The Soul Gift Pack will be converted into a Soul Master Pill. The signatory's cultivation is below Rank 12. His soul power will rise to Rank 12 and he will receive a 100-year soul ring from the gift pack. At this moment, a series of system notifications rang out. Chu Bei was stunned, and information about the Level 2 agency flowed into his mind. After sorting out the information about the Level 2 agency, Chu Bei's gaze swept across the villagers, and he had a new idea. At this moment, the villagers who sensed Chu Bei's gaze came forward one after another, trying to greet Chu Bei. After a short while, Chu Bei was surrounded by people. Everyone, let's disperse for today. At this time tomorrow, each household will send a representative to gather here. I will give them an opportunity. Looking at the enthusiastic villagers around him, Chu Bei smiled. Opportunity? Thank you, sir. Hearing Chu Bei's words, The villagers looked at each other, their faces full of joy and excitement. Obviously, in their eyes, this so-called opportunity was related to becoming a soul master. After all, Gaudener's achievements were all because of this person. After that, the villagers greeted Chu Bei with incomparable politeness, excitedly discussing as they left together. Tang-san, do you still want to run this time? Do you want to consider being my level 1 agency and help me build a business empire on this continent? Chu Bei walked in front of Tang-san with a smile on his face. Why did you choose me? Meeting Chu Bei's gaze, Tang-san was still vigilant. I only choose the fated ones. Chu Bei smiled and pointed at Oscar, Dai Mubai, and the other two behind him. Not only you, they were also chosen by me. After that, Chu Bei looked at Wang Fan. And you? Thank you, Grandpa. Unlike Chu Bei, Wang Fan was thrilled when he learned that Chu Bei had chosen him. Little Fan, call me boss from now on. Chu Bei found it hard to get used to being called Grandpa. Thank you, boss. Wang Fan corrected himself. Looking at Wang Fan, who was shouting wildly beside him, Tang-san fell silent and hesitated. Noticing that Tang-san was already tempted, Chu Bei waved his sleeve and an ancient and heavy book floated in front of Tang-san. All Heaven's Concealed Weapons Manual. Looking at the eye-catching words on the cover of the book, Tang-san stretched out his hand out of curiosity. However, after flipping through a few pages of the Concealed Weapons Manual, Tang-san's expression froze. In fact, the astonishment in his eyes was even greater than when he saw Wang Fan's martial spirit earlier. This was a Concealed Weapons Manual, which had a detailed description of the production of each concealed weapon. However, after flipping through 2 pages, Tang-san saw the names that he couldn't be more familiar with in his previous life. Peacock Plume, Yama's Invitation, Torrential Pear Blossom Needles, Body Blood, Guanin's Tears, Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. These Tang sect's top concealed weapons could actually be found in this Concealed Weapons Manual. Moreover, they seemed to have been strengthened. Some of the original flaws had been fixed. It was simply perfect. In addition, there were some supreme concealed weapons that he had never heard of before that were ranked above these concealed weapons. After a long time, Tang-san carefully closed the Concealed Weapons Manual and took a deep breath. Then, he looked straight at Chu Bei with a serious expression. I know what you're thinking now. You just want to build a new Tang sect. Chu Bei saw through Tang-san with a single glance. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. However, this hidden weapon manual is not enough. You still need to have sufficient strength. Coincidentally, I can give you strength. However, the prerequisite is that you have to become my first-level agent. I'm willing to be your first-level agent. Just as Chu Bei finished speaking, Tang-san opened his mouth and said each word clearly. At the same time, he held the Concealed Weapons Manual with both hands. With this Concealed Weapons Manual, he was confident that he could create a Tang sect that would far surpass his previous life. You've made the right choice. Chu Bei patted Tang-san's shoulder with gratification. After saying that, he pointed at Tang-san's forehead and poured the information about the first-level agent into his mind. After a few seconds, Tang-san put on the agent ring. Host has successfully signed a contract with the first-level agent, Tang-san. Battle through the Heavens cultivation conversion is accelerating. Progress 42%. Progress 43%. Progress 44%. The moment Tang-san dripped his blood on the ring, the system sound rang. Perhaps it was because he was the main character, but compared to signing a contract with Dai Mubai and the others, signing a contract with Tang-san's cultivation conversion was much faster. It directly went from 41% to 56%. As for his soul power, it also jumped from a level 52 Soul King to a level 68 Soul Emperor. Boss, we're just blacksmiths. We don't have much money. After understanding the benefits of a first-level agent, Tang-san raised his eyes and looked at Chu Bei with an awkward expression. Little San, I'll pay for the money you need to spend in the early stages. Dai Mubai walked forward and patted Tang-san's shoulder generously. Then give him 50,000 soul coins first. After looking at Dai Mubai, Chu Bei waved his hand and a red pill appeared in front of Tang San. This is. When Tang San received the soul coin that Dai Mubai had given him, the red pill automatically fell into his palm as soon as he spent it. As long as you eat this pill, you can immediately awaken your martial soul. You don't need to wait until you're 6 years old. Ning Rongrong recognized the red pill at a glance. She had awakened after eating this red pill. After hearing that, Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong and carefully threw the red pill into his mouth. After the red pill entered his mouth, Tang San seemed to feel something strange in his body and subconsciously raised his right hand. Specks of blue light converged on his palm, and at the same time, soul power undulations surfaced from Tang San's body. 10. Rank 10. No wonder boss didn't give you that blue pill. So you have innate full soul power. Sensing Tang San's soul power fluctuations, Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong cried out in surprise. Xiao Wu and Oscar's expressions changed as well. In the next moment, Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong and the other two locked their gazes on Tang San's palm with anticipation. Obviously, they were very curious about Tang San's martial soul with innate full soul power. Gradually, more and more blue light spots appeared on Tang San's palm until they evolved into a light blue grass. This is blue-silver grass. How can this be? He obviously has innate full soul power. Why is his martial soul blue-silver grass? There must be something wrong somewhere. He's the person chosen by boss. He shouldn't have such a trash martial soul. When they saw the grass martial soul condensed in Tang San's right palm, Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai, Oscar and Xiao Wu looked at each other in dismay. Blue-silver grass could be seen everywhere. It had no offensive or defensive power and could be said to be the most useless martial soul. They couldn't believe that the person chosen by boss with innate full soul power would have blue-silver grass as his martial soul. Hearing the voices of Dai Mubai and the others, Tang San looked at the blue-silver grass martial soul in his right palm. He clenched his left hand and was about to raise it, but then he put it down again. Boss, I want to ask, can a person only have one martial soul? Tang San suddenly asked with his left hand behind his back and raised his head to look at Chu Bei. Of course. Have you seen anyone with a second martial soul? You only have one chance. Although you have innate full soul power, your martial soul is blue-silver grass. Your future path will be very difficult. Without waiting for Chu Bei to speak, Ning Rongrong took the initiative to speak to Tang San. Got it. Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong and didn't say anything else. Rongrong, on what basis are you so sure that a person can't have two martial souls at the same time? Chu Bei's gaze fell on Ning Rongrong as he asked indifferently. My father told me. Moreover, in our sect, I've never heard of anyone with two martial souls. Ning Rongrong raised her head and replied to Chu Bei. Although there are few cases of twin martial souls, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. In the past 100 years, the Martial Spirit Palace has produced a person with twin martial souls. Today, this person is standing at the peak of the continent. Chu Bei's voice was calm. Boss, from what you're saying, could it be that Tang San, he has twin martial souls? Oscar and Dai Mubai reacted and guessed. Little San, extend your left hand and show it to them. Chu Bei's gaze returned to Tang San. Tang San hesitated for a moment and softly replied. Then, Tang San slowly raised his left hand like he did with his right hand. This time, there was no longer a blue light in the center of his palm. A faint black light condensed and took shape, and a strange object appeared in his palm. This was a completely black hammer. The handle of the hammer was about half a foot long, and the head of the hammer was cylindrical. It looked like a miniature casting hammer. However, on the surface of the hammer, there was a special light. On the cylindrical head of the hammer, there was a faint pattern. When this hammer appeared in Tang San's left palm, the surrounding air seemed to become somewhat oppressive. As for Tang San, his legs were in a horse stance. It seemed that he used a lot of strength to lift this completely black hammer. There really is a second martial soul, and it's a tool martial soul, a hammer. But this hammer looks very strange. Seeing the second martial soul light up in Tang San's left palm, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu's faces were filled with astonishment. "Boss, have you seen this hammer before? Does it have a name?" Tang San pointed at the faint pattern on the head of the hammer and asked curiously. "You'll know in the future." Chu Bei purposely left some suspense. After saying that, Chu Bei's gaze swept across Dai Mu Bai, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar, and said, "Remember, there is no such thing as a trash martial soul in this world. Even if it's just blue-silver grass, if used properly, it can become a terrifying killing weapon. Thank you for your guidance, boss." Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong's expressions were serious as they nodded at the same time. "You guys go play too." Chu Bei waved Dai Mu Bai and the others away. 2 hours later, Tang San returned to the blacksmith's forge. "You won." Tang San had just entered the house when a middle-aged man, who was smelling of alcohol, glanced at Tang San and lazily asked, "I lost." Tang San replied, "You lost to Gauden?" The middle-aged man put down the hammer in his hand, and a trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Although his son had not awakened his martial soul, he had been smithing with him since he was young. Furthermore, his physique was naturally better than ordinary people. In his opinion, his son could even fight against an adult man. Because of this, the other party lost to Gauden, which was why he was so puzzled. Gauden broke through. He became a spirit master. Tang San continued. The middle-aged man's face was even more shocked. How did his soul ring come about? "Dad, my martial soul awakened." Tang San said the main point. Awakening is awakening. I'm asking you about Gauden's martial soul. What? Your martial soul awakened. As the middle-aged man spoke, his pupils suddenly constricted. You're not even 6 years old yet. How did your martial soul awaken? Tang San was not in a hurry to answer the middle-aged man's question. Instead, he spread out his hands at the same time. A blue dot converged on his right hand, and a black light surged on his left hand. In a moment, the blue-silver grass in his right hand and the clear sky hammer in his left. 2 martial souls were formed. Could it be that it was fated? Blue-silver grass is the same as hers. Tang Hao stared blankly at the 2 martial souls that Tang San had summoned. He was absent-minded for a moment, and no one knew what he was muttering. "Dad, what's wrong?" Looking at the absent-minded Tang Hao, Tang San hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. There was some worry in his eyes. Ever since he was born, he had never seen his father's expression so wonderful. All kinds of complicated emotions constantly intertwined and changed. "Tell me, why was your martial soul awakened?" Suddenly, Tang Hao seemed to have thought of something. His 2 eyes stared straight at Tang San, his gaze carrying a questioning look. Meeting Tang Hao's gaze, Tang San inexplicably felt a little absent-minded. In that instant, he felt as if his father had changed into a different person. Especially that dispirited feeling that he gave others, it was completely gone. Tang San organized his thoughts and recounted the details of what had happened to Chu Bei. Of course, he still chose to hide the matter regarding the Tang sect in his previous life. Who would have thought that such an existence would actually come to the Holy Spirit village? After hearing Tang San's words, the middle-aged man looked outside the door, squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. "Dad, what did you just say?" "I didn't hear it clearly," Tang San said. "Go back to your room." The middle-aged man waved his hand at Tang San, turned around and walked into his room. Night fell. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. A black shadow flew out from the blacksmith's forge. The middle-aged man was still wearing his tattered robes, but his originally dull and dim eyes had become clear. Compared to the day, the middle-aged man's entire aura had changed. In just a few seconds, the middle-aged man had already arrived at the location of Wang Fan's house. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man leaned against the wall. A vigorous and powerful voice penetrated the wall. "Tang Hao, how have you been hiding here all these years?" Following the light and airy voice, Chu Bei's figure appeared in front of the middle-aged man. Chapter 197. You're from the Martial Spirit Hall? When he heard Chu Bei say his name, Tang Hao's body trembled slightly. Following which, his expression turned gloomy, and a terrifying aura shot out from his body. Even though Tang Hao was deliberately suppressing it, this aura still shook the void and tore open pitch-black gaps in space. Tang Hao, the most outstanding prodigy of the Clear Sky sect. Together with your brother, Tang Xiao, they are known as the Clear Sky Twin Stars. They are even designated as the next sect leader of the Clear Sky sect. When you were out training, you met a 100,000-year soul beast, the Blue-Silver Emperor, which had taken the form of a woman. After some time, you fell in love with her, and not long after, you married her. However, you were pursued by the Martial Spirit Hall on your way back to the sect. In order to protect you, that woman took her own life and sacrificed it to you. After that battle, you broke through to rank 90 and became the youngest titled Doluor. With a 100,000-year soul beast, you killed 2 titled Doluor from the Martial Spirit Hall. You even severely injured the Martial Spirit Hall's Pope, Chen Xuanga, and caused his death. After the battle with the Martial Spirit Hall, you brought the newborn Tang San to the Holy Soul Village to avoid being pursued by them. You became a blacksmith who drank inferior ale every day. Chu Bei did not seem to care about Tang Hao's aura that was getting stronger and stronger. He continued to talk about his past leisurely. Speak. Who are you? After he finished speaking, Tang Hao took a step forward. A pitch-black hammer appeared in his right hand. He raised the hammer and smashed it towards Chu Bei. Unlike Tang San's clear sky hammer, Tang Hao's clear sky hammer was wrapped in a layer of reddish-black light. Black-purple lightning intersected within the light. The moment it was summoned, the surrounding void collapsed. Everywhere it passed, there were fragments of void space. Looking at the clear sky hammer that was smashing towards him with a terrifying aura, Chu Bei was still very calm. He gently lifted his right palm. Just as the clear sky hammer was about to hit Chu Bei's right palm, a faint light screen lit up in front of his palm. Buzz buzz, the clear sky hammer smashed against the light screen. However, this attack did not produce the earth-shattering explosion that he had expected, nor did it produce any terrifying energy ripples. There was only the buzzing of mosquitoes. Looking over, he saw that under this faint layer of light, the red and black ball of light that wrapped around the clear sky hammer was rapidly disappearing. The destructive energy that was contained within the ball of light dissipated from the light screen. Tang Hao frowned and looked at the screen of light in front of Chu Bei's palm. With a low shout, he raised the clear sky hammer and smashed down again. Compared to the previous hammer, the power of this hammer was even more terrifying. The void where the giant hammer passed directly collapsed and caved in. However, the outcome did not change. A similar scene played out again. Before the terrifying energy on the clear sky hammer could reach Chu Bei, it was absorbed by the light screen in front of his palm. Who the hell are you? After the 2 close-range attacks were mysteriously neutralized, Tang Hao immediately pulled away from Chu Bei. When he looked at the latter again, his gaze was filled with vigilance. Why are you so nervous? If I were a member of the Martial Spirit Palace, do you think I would stand here and chat with you in the middle of the night? Chu Bei looked at Tang Hao calmly and said with a smile. I wonder why you are looking for me. After knowing that Chu Bei was not a member of the Martial Spirit Palace, Tang Hao put away the clear sky hammer. Although the killing intent in his eyes disappeared, the confusion on his face became even more intense. How did it become me looking for you? It was clearly you who came in the middle of the night and woke me up from my sleep. Chu Bei pointed at the house behind him and looked at Tang Hao with a playful expression. Tang Hao's eyes flashed with ridicule and embarrassment. He changed his words and said, I wonder why you chose Xiao San. He is still a child who is not even 6 years old. I chose him because I divined that he is fated with me. As for his age, it is not within my consideration. Chu Bei replied. Since you already know my identity, I wonder if you should tell me your background. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed as he sized up Chu Bei again. What surprised him was that with his cultivation, he was actually unable to detect the other party's soul power fluctuation, let alone see the other party's specific cultivation. I'm a merchant who doesn't belong to this continent. Chu Bei looked up at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle, as if looking in the direction he came from, and said, "But since I'm here, then I have to create a business empire that belongs to me on this continent. Not belonging to the Doluor continent." "Where is that?" Tang Hao asked with a puzzled expression. "You'll know when you reach level 100 and become a god," Chu Bei replied indifferently. "Level 100? Tang Hao's frown deepened, and he said, "Sir, I wonder if you can spar with me again?" With that, Tang Hao soared into the air and floated 100 meters in the air. His aura completely erupted. Under the energy aura that Tang Hao released, the surrounding space rumbled, and large spatial cracks spread far and wide. "It's late at night. It's better to wash up and sleep." Just as Tang Hao held the clear sky hammer and stared coldly at Chu Bei, about to fight with him, a casual voice came out from the other party's mouth. Following that, the other party twisted his neck, turned around, and walked towards the dilapidated house. Looking at Chu Bei's back, Tang Hao frowned. However, just as he was about to force the other party to fight with him, a dazzling light appeared out of thin air in front of him. In an instant, the dazzling light transformed into a huge energy palm, piercing through the void and grabbing towards him. Sensing the strange aura fluctuations on the energy palm, Tang Hao's pupils suddenly constricted. He hurriedly held the clear sky hammer with both hands and attacked. Bang! Perhaps because of the great disparity in strength, the clear sky hammer that Tang Hao swung out was repelled by the giant palm. Not only that, when the energy palm was 10 meters away from him, he suddenly realized that the space around him seemed to have been frozen. Even if he wanted to swing the clear sky hammer again, it would be extremely difficult. The energy palm arrived in the blink of an eye. However, the energy palm did not directly slap down. Instead, it suddenly bent and held Tang Hao in its palm, firmly binding him. It was only when Chu Bei walked into the house and closed the door that the energy palm released and dissipated in the pitch-black sky. Looking at the dissipating energy palm, and then looking at the dilapidated house that no one was outside, Tang Hao put away the clear sky hammer and let out a long breath. Although the other party did not agree to spar with him, he had already glimpsed a corner of the other party's strength through the energy palm just now. At least, the other party's strength was far above his. If not for the fact that the energy of the palm had not been restrained, perhaps he would have already died under that palm just now. Could it be that what he said just now was true? Is there a wider world outside of the continent? Tang Hao muttered to himself. After looking at the dilapidated house below again, he turned around and flew in the direction he came from. "Father, where did you go so late at night?" When Tang Hao returned to the blacksmith's forge, Tang San was sitting at the table with an anxious and worried expression. Seeing that Tang Hao had returned, Tang San hurriedly went forward to ask, "Little San, since you've already awakened your martial soul, then work hard to stand at the peak of this continent. If you encounter any difficulties, don't shoulder them by yourself. You can find that boss of yours, he has the ability to help you solve them." Tang Hao placed his 2 hands on Tang San's shoulders and said earnestly, "In your future, you must use the hammer in your left hand to protect the grass in your right hand." "Father, what are you talking about?" Hearing Tang Hao's inexplicable words, Tang San's expression was that of a monk scratching his head in confusion. Tang Hao did not continue speaking. He turned around and walked into the house. The next day, at dawn, Tang San crawled out of his bed. But when he was about to wake Tang Hao up, he found that the door of the other party's room, which was usually closed at this time, was wide open. Tang San quickly walked into Tang Hao's room. There was no one in the room, but there was a piece of paper with 2 lines of words written on it on the bed. "San, you already have your own path. It's time for me to go and do some things that I have not finished before. When I leave this time, I will not ask when I will return. Do not miss me." After reading the 2 lines of words on the paper, Tang San hurriedly ran out of the room. As he shouted, he looked around, but there was no trace of Tang Hao. After a fruitless search, Tang San looked at the time and could only walk to the side of the pond. Looking around, the pond was already surrounded by villagers. There were women, old people, and children. Even the old village elder had rushed over. At this moment, the gazes of all the villagers were fixed on the same person. While they were fiercely discussing, their faces were filled with anticipation. "Boss, little San is here." Gaodan Wang Fan tugged at the corner of Chu Bei's clothes and pointed at Tang San, who was walking over. He had already left before dawn. Chu Bei looked at Tang San, his calm voice drifting through the air. "Boss, you've seen my father?" Tang San opened his eyes wide. Chu Bei nodded slightly and replied softly. Before Tang Hao left, he had stopped in the air above his house and used his spiritual sense to ask him to take good care of Tang San. "Where did my father go?" Tang San seemed to have guessed the purpose of Tang Hao looking for Chu Bei and asked another question. "When you're strong enough, I'll naturally tell you." After saying that, Chu Bei's gaze moved away from Tang San and swept across the enthusiastic villagers. "Everyone, do you still remember what I told you yesterday? Every household will send a representative, and I'll give them an opportunity." Chu Bei's vigorous voice lingered in everyone's ears. "If you already have a representative, you can take a step forward." In the Holy Spirit Village, other than Wang Fan's family and Xiao Yang's family, there were a total of 90 households. And the system's upper limit for second-level representatives was 100. It was because of this that Chu Bei asked each household to send a representative. "Sir, hello, I'm Li Dong." The first household sent a 7-year-old boy as a representative. Perhaps because of his parents' teachings, when the boy walked in front of Chu Bei, he directly bowed 90 degrees, then looked at Chu Bei very sensibly. "Sir, I've already awakened last year. Although my martial spirit is a dagger, I have no soul power." Seeing that Chu Bei was beginning to size him up, the little boy was clearly nervous. His fists were tightly clenched as he explained his situation and summoned his dagger martial spirit. Chapter 198. Put it on and drip a drop of blood on it. Chu Bei looked at the little boy called Li Dong and waved his right hand. A golden ring floated in front of the little boy. Unlike the ring of the first agent, the second agent was a ring. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the little boy carefully took the ring. After putting it on his wrist, he bit his index finger. When the little boy dripped his blood on the ring, which was 2 or 3 times bigger than his wrist, suddenly shrank until it fit the little boy's wrist perfectly, as if it was tailor-made. The host has successfully signed the second agent contract. Level 12 Soul Power gift pack has been issued. At the same time, a gorgeous square box appeared in front of the little boy. The square box exploded. Inside were 11 pills and a yellow halo of light. According to Chu Bei's instructions, the little boy first swallowed 10 pills, then reached his right hand into the yellow halo and finally swallowed another pill. "Do you feel it?" Soul power. Little Dong has soul power. His soul power fluctuations are increasing rapidly. Look. A soul ring has appeared. It's yellow, and it's a 100-year soul ring. Heavens! Doesn't this mean that little Dong has stepped into the ranks of soul masters? That's great. Haha, my son is a soul master. He doesn't have to farm like us for the rest of his life. Witnessing the little boy's transformation and feeling his soul power fluctuations, the villagers were extremely excited. Especially the little boy's parents. With a plop, they knelt in front of Chu Bei with tears of gratitude and kowtowed repeatedly to express their gratitude. Next. After Chu Bei supported the little boy's parents, he swept his gaze across the other villagers. The second family sent an 8-year-old girl as their representative. Compared to the boy from before, this girl was slightly better, but she only had a soul power of the 2nd rank. After a set of procedures, the little girl's soul power reached the 12th rank and she also had a 100-year soul ring. "Sir, it's our turn now. We're next." As time passed, amidst the excited voices, one family after another sent out their representatives. No matter which family it was, the representatives they sent out all had a common characteristic, and that was to send out children first. If there were no children in the family, the youngest person would be chosen. An hour later, Chu Bei let out a long sigh. Finally, the representatives of the 90 families had all signed the agreement. What made Chu Bei feel gratified was that after signing these 92nd rank agents, his cultivation conversion rate in the Dochi continent actually increased by 3 points, from 56% to 59%. As for his soul power, he had changed from a rank 68 soul emperor to a rank 71 soul sage. Although the increase wasn't much, Chu Bei was still very happy with the principle that no matter how small an ant was, it was still meat. Those who received the soul power gift pack earlier, gather around. Chu Bei took a few steps back and signaled the surrounding villagers to make way for him. Not long after Chu Bei spoke, 90 second-class agents gathered in the open area. At a glance, at least 80% of the 90 people were below the age of 20. You guys should go over as well. Meeting Chu Bei's gaze, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others nodded and walked to the front of the 90 people. Little guys, you already know that I'm going to create a business empire that everyone on the continent knows about. And you, as my first and second class agents, will enjoy enviable privileges. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that you'll all work hard to sell your goods and earn more money. However, I need you to advertise the All Heavens shop. As for the location of the All Heavens shop's headquarters, it hasn't been decided yet. Once I find the most suitable location, I'll inform you immediately. Cherish the last time you have together. From the day after tomorrow, go to the vast world alone or with your family. Chu Bei's gaze swept across the group of agents, his loud voice drifting through the field. If you encounter any danger, use the void sound transmission stone to call me. I'll be there immediately to ensure your safety. At the end of his speech, Chu Bei waved his hand and a total of 96 sparkling and translucent jade stones fell into the hands of the 96 people in the field. As an agent, the number of treasure boxes sold each day was determined by the agent's cultivation. However, due to the different agent's rank, the number of treasure boxes sold each day was also different. When a certain number of treasure boxes were sold, the agent's ring or golden hoop would give the agent a clearly marked product. As for the actual price of the product, it was up to the agent himself. Any excess price would belong to the agent. The most direct advantage of being a shop agent was that no matter where they were, they could buy goods from Chu Bei from afar at an extremely low price. Compared to Chu Bei, who could specify the series of boxes, the boxes sold by the agents were random. For example, Dai Mubai and Oscar were currently level 41 soul ancestors. As first-class agents, they could sell boxes of level 5 and below. Every time they sold a square box, they would get a small commission from it. Then, they would buy the treasures they needed from Chu Bei. Boss, we'll definitely do our best. Thank you for giving us such an opportunity. The group of agents held the void sound transmission stone in their hands tightly and waved at Chu Bei excitedly. This void sound transmission stone was the guarantee that they dared to go out and sell treasure boxes. Everyone, you're all leaving the village. Let's have a good party today and tomorrow. Don't be too sad. With this void sound transmission stone, everyone can contact each other at any time. Haha, let's follow in the boss's footsteps and stand at the top of the continent. Amidst the excited voices, the second-class agents and villagers began to run back to their houses and took out the normal good wine and food. In less than an hour, the originally quiet Holy Soul village became a palace of revelry. Boss, can we still spend money today? Dai Mubai looked at Chu Bei expectantly. Anytime if you have money, Chu Bei replied. That's great. Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong shouted excitedly. Next, Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong started their journey of spending money. Oscar was still booked by Ning Rongrong, while Tang San and Wang Fan were booked by Dai Mubai. Half an hour later, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Dai Mubai's cultivation increased. Ning Rongrong jumped from a rank 21 Soul Grandmaster to a rank 31 Soul Elder. Oscar jumped from a rank 41 Soul Ancestor to a rank 51 Soul King. Dai Mubai also jumped from a rank 41 Soul Ancestor to a rank 51 Soul King. Tang San jumped from a rank 11 Soul Master to a rank 21 Soul Grandmaster. Wang Fan also jumped from a rank 11 Soul Master to a rank 21 Soul Grandmaster. Boss, I want to spend money too. Looking at the people who were getting stronger and stronger, Xiao Wu finally couldn't hold back anymore. Boss, I'll take care of Sister Xiao Wu's money. Ning Rongrong raised her head and was very heroic. Due to Xiao Wu's special circumstances, Chu Bei didn't need to prepare a soul ring for her and directly gave her 10 pills to increase her soul power. After a while, Xiao Wu jumped from a rank 11 soul master to a rank 21 soul grandmaster, the same as Tang San and Wang Fan. The next day, on a straight mountain path not far from the Holy Soul Village, there were 2 figures, one in front and one behind. Looking at their path, it was clear that they were heading towards the Holy Soul Village. The one in front was a youth wearing a gorgeous white robe, and the one behind him was a youth wearing a simple black robe. The latter was the former's follower. Upon closer inspection, the white-robed youth had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. In the center of his chest, there was a conspicuous soul character the size of a fist. Below the soul character, there was a long sword insignia with 3 intersecting swords on the insignia. The number of swords meant that the other party was a soul warrior, and the number of swords meant that the other party had the 3rd title, a rank 30 soul grandmaster. Lord Deacon, how many good seedlings do you think the Holy Soul Village will have this time? The black-robed man respectfully followed behind the white-robed youth. How can such a small place have any good seedlings? I've been here for so many years, but I haven't even seen a rank 7 soul master, let alone an innate full soul master. The white-robed youth's name was Su Yundao, and he was the deacon of the Martial Soul Branch Hall closest to the Holy Soul Village. Whether it was the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, there was a Martial Soul Branch Hall in every city on the Doluo continent. There were 5 levels to the Martial Soul Branch Hall, and different cities had different levels. Smaller cities had Martial Soul Branch Halls. Above the branch halls was the Martial Soul Branch Hall, and above that was the Martial Soul Main Hall. Above that was the Martial Soul Temple, which only existed in the capitals of the 2 empires. Above the Martial Soul Temple was the Pope's Palace, which was the most revered place in the Martial Soul Temple. Normally, only Doluo were qualified to enter the Pope's Palace. Su Yundao came here to help the children who had reached the age of 6 in the Holy Soul Village to carry out the awakening ceremony. Of course, if he could find 1 or 2 good seedlings, he would take them away in the name of the Soul Branch Hall. Su Yundao and the black-robed man were getting closer and closer to the Holy Soul Village. Is there some good news in this village? It's so lively. When they were a few hundred meters away from the entrance of the Holy Soul Village, the black-robed man, who was the follower, heard the commotion coming from the village. He could faintly hear joyful shouts from the crowd. Su Yundao frowned and continued forward. Perhaps it was because the village was too lively, but even though Su Yundao had already arrived at the entrance of the village, no one noticed his arrival. Cough, cough. Su Yundao had no choice but to pretend to cough loudly. Finally, a few villagers who were closer to the village noticed Su Yuntao's arrival. Look, Deacon Su from the Martial Soul Temple is here. Why did he come early this year? Haha, but we don't need him this time. More and more villagers looked at Su Yundao, and they spoke one after another. Looking at the indifferent villagers, Su Yuntao's brows furrowed. In the past, all the villagers who had 6-year-old children would come forward to welcome him as soon as they saw him. However, no one came forward this year. Chapter 199. Lord Deacon, why did you come early this year? The old village chief quickly stepped forward and greeted Su Yundao politely. You guys are very lively today. Did something good happen in the village? No one came to greet me even though I'm here. Su Yundao glanced at the old village chief with displeasure. I hope Lord Deacon doesn't take offense. The old village chief apologized again and again. Forget it. Bring all the children who are 6 years old here and let me take a look. Su Yundao waved his hand at the old village chief, no longer pursuing the matter. Lord, if you're here to awaken those children, I don't think it's necessary. The old village chief looked at the group of children playing by the pond and couldn't help but say, What do you mean? Su Yundao frowned. Don't tell me you want to ruin their future. What if there's really a good seedling among them? You're not a competent village chief if you delay them like this. Lord, you've misunderstood. What I mean is that these children's martial souls have already awakened. The old village chief hurriedly said. Martial souls awakened. Su Yuntao's frown deepened, a puzzled expression on his face. I've always been responsible for the awakening of martial souls in your village. Could it be that other people from the martial soul hall came? That's not it. The old village chief shook his head. But these children have indeed awakened their martial souls. After saying that, the old village chief shouted at the group of children playing by the pond. Village chief, what's the matter? After a while, the group of children ran to the old village chief. Summon your martial souls and let Lord Deacon take a look. The old village chief said. Buzz, hearing the old village chief's words, the group of 6- and 7-year-old children nodded and opened their palms at the same time. At the same time, they summoned their martial souls and lit up their first 100-year soul rings. Not only did they awaken, but they also have soul rings, and 100-year one. Soul power rank 12. How is this possible? Seeing the soul rings light up on the group of children, Su Yundao was stunned for a moment. Then, his pupils constricted and his face was filled with shock. What happened? Returning to his senses, Su Yuntao's gaze once again landed on the old village chief. His words carried a questioning tone. In the villages he'd been in charge of, it was already quite good for a single 6-year-old child to be born a 7th-rank soul warrior every year. However, the children of the Holy Soul Village had not only awakened their martial souls before his arrival, but they also had 100-year soul rings and rank 12 soul power. Something he didn't know must have happened. My lord, this is all thanks to Boss. I believe that under his leadership, our Holy Spirit Village will one day be famous throughout the entire continent. The old village chief looked back at the villagers who were still celebrating enthusiastically, his face full of yearning and anticipation for the future. Boss? Who was he? Where is it? Su Yundao hurriedly asked. Village head, is he from the Martial Spirit Palace? He must be very rich. Before the village head could answer Su Yuntao's question, Dai Mubai, Wang Fan, and Ning Rongrong walked over. Since they were all first-level agents, compared to the second-level agents in the village, they naturally had a better relationship with each other. You're the little fatty who awakened his martial soul last year with a wooden stick and no soul power. Su Yuntao's gaze immediately fixed on Wang Fan. Among the children of the Holy Soul Village who awakened their martial souls last year, he had the deepest impression of this little fatty because he was called Gaodan by the villagers. Sir Deacon, how are you? Wang Fan cupped his hands towards Su Yundao and said, My martial soul is no longer a wooden stick, nor does it have 0 soul power. As he spoke, Wang Fan extended his palm, and 2 soul rings lit up on his body. Seeing the never-before-seen beast soul in Wang Fan's palm, as well as the genuine rank 21 soul power fluctuations, Su Yundao was completely stunned. What's going on? Su Yundao took a step forward, half bent his waist, and tightly placed his hands on Wang Fan's shoulders. Compared to before, the current Su Yuntao's expression was even more shocked and puzzled. If someone were to help these children awaken their martial soul and help them obtain soul rings, he would still be able to accept it. However, this fatty in front of him, who had personally awakened a trash martial soul and 0 soul power last year, had undergone a change that he could not accept. After living for dozens of years, he had never heard of anyone who could obtain soul power from nothing, let alone change martial soul power. Sir Deacon of the Martial Soul Hall, how much money do you have on you? With me, you can open a few boxes, and you'll know that nothing is too strange in this world. At that time, you'll also understand why Brother Wang Fan has changed so much. Dai Mubai winked at Su Yundao, and after he finished speaking with a smile, 10 square boxes flew out from his proxy ring. What's this? Don't tell me there's a treasure inside. Su Yundao glanced at the 10 square boxes in front of him, and his puzzled gaze landed on Dai Mubai. Sir Deacon, you're right. There really are treasures inside. Take my Class 6 opportunity boxes as an example. If there's a treasure inside, it'll be very beneficial to you. You'll be so excited that you won't be able to sleep for a month. Dai Mubai rubbed his hands and looked at Su Yundao expectantly. How much is one? Looking at Dai Mubai's enthusiastic face and hearing his exaggerated words, Su Yundao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, but he still asked. It's not expensive, just 800,000 soul coins. Dai Mubai looked at Su Yundao with a smile. 800,000. After hearing Dai Mubai's price, Su Yuntao's face twitched slightly. He raised his right hand slightly, as if he wanted to slap this little guy who didn't know what money was. He had been saving for half of his life, and his savings were only 1,000,000 soul coins. However, his opponent dared to bid 800,000 soul coins for a lousy bok. Sir Deacon, are you that poor? Dai Mubai curled the corner of his mouth when he saw Su Yuntao's expression. I can take out the money, but I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Su Yundao took out his soul tool and took out 800,000 soul coins. He said proudly, see? I've taken out the money, but I don't know if the things in your box are worth it. Sir Deacon, you can go first. Dai Mubai was eager to try. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Tang San and the others were also full of anticipation. They didn't care how much they could earn, they just wanted to see the transaction process for themselves. Since they were all agents, they couldn't trade with each other. All right, I'd like to see what medicine you have in your gourd. Su Yundao sneered. Buzz, just as Su Yundao nodded, the ring on Dai Mubai's hand lit up with a beam of red light. In the next moment, the red light engulfed the 800,000 soul coins that Su Yundao took out and disappeared together with it. Money, where's my money? Su Yundao was stunned at first, and his eyes widened. When he came back to his senses, he stared at Dai Mubai. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. That was half of his life savings. He took out 800,000 soul coins because he wanted to prove to Dai Mubai that he was rich. However, he didn't expect that 800,000 soul coins would disappear into thin air the moment he nodded to make the transaction. Sir Deacon, don't be anxious. I've taken your money, so I'll naturally give you the goods. Dai Mubai pointed at the 10 square boxes in front of him. You can pick one of them now. Hearing this, Su Yundao glanced at the 10 square boxes and tried to remain calm for the time being. After all, the culprit was right in front of him. At most, he could force the other party to hand over the money. Thinking of this, Su Yuntao's expression softened. He snorted and chose the 7th square box from the left to the right. Boom! The square box flew in front of Su Yundao. A loud explosion was heard. The eye-catching words "thank you for your patronage" were reflected in everyone's eyes. Sure enough, it won't work. Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, and the others looked at each other. Although they already knew that the probability of opening a box with "thank you for your patronage" was very high when they became the agents, they still couldn't help but feel shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. After all, 800,000 soul coins wasn't a small amount. It was all because the words "thank you for your patronage" were all wasted. Little fellow, are you messing with me? Looking at the words that were gradually disappearing, Su Yuntao's face became completely gloomy. Intense anger rose in his eyes. After he shouted coldly, a faint green light was released from between Su Yuntao's eyebrows. In an instant, Su Yuntao's originally black hair turned grey and grew longer rapidly. His hands were almost covered by grey hair at the same time. His body expanded and his whole body was filled with muscles. Looking at his eyes again, they had turned into a strange green color. The sharp claws on his hands flickered with a faint cold light. At the same time, 2 halos, one white and one yellow, lit up under his feet. Sir Deacon, opportunities often go hand in hand with risks. My box is the same. There is a certain probability that it will be a "thank you for your patronage." Meeting Su Yuntao's cold in the forest gaze, Dai Mubai scratched his head apologetically. How about you buy another one? Little fellow, you're challenging my patience. Su Yundao clearly thought that Dai Mubai was playing with him. His right hand covered in grey hair grabbed Dai Mubai's neck. Sir Deacon, this is really how our transaction is. There are opportunities and risks. I hope you can understand. Seeing Su Yuntao's actions, the village chief's face revealed a trace of panic as he hurriedly spoke. Scram! Su Yundao snorted coldly. With a wave of his left hand, a wave of soul power intertwined and bombarded the village chief's body. With a bang, the village chief flew back a few meters. His face immediately turned pale. Village chief. A group of children immediately ran forward to support the village chief. Hearing the commotion, more and more villagers ran over. They glared at Su Yundao with their fists tightly clenched. Su Yundao glanced at the surrounding villagers and snorted. His eyes were filled with disdain. White tiger shield. Just as Su Yundao lowered his head to look at Dai Mubai and was about to force him to hand over the money, the latter let out a low voice. As soon as the voice fell, Su Yundao felt a layer of golden armor rise from Dai Mubai's body. It forcibly shook off the village chief's right hand that was gripping his throat. White tiger fierce light wave. Without waiting for Su Yundao to recover from his shock, the other party let out a second sound. Following that, a wave of soul power that caused Su Yuntao's heart to palpitate surged out from his body. Sensing this wave of soul power, Su Yuntao's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly retreated. However, as he retreated, the boy that he thought should be casually needed quickly followed him. At the same time, he punched out. The surface of his fist was wrapped in a dazzling golden light. How is this possible? Su Yuntao's face was filled with horror as he hurriedly punched out. Rumble. The two fists collided. In the instant of the collision, Su Yuntao's body, which was much larger than Dai Mubai's, flew out like a cannonball and crashed into the pond. Su Yuntao's miserable shrieks could be heard. "Sir, are you all right?" Seeing this scene, Su Yuntao's follower looked at Dai Mubai in horror and quickly ran to the side of the pond. Splash! Su Yundao crawled out of the water in an extremely sorry state. When he looked at Dai Mubai again, his eyes were filled with fear and dread, especially when he saw that Dai Mubai's 4 soul rings had lit up. "Let's go." Su Yundao took a deep breath. After returning to the shore, he turned around and ran in the direction he had come from. "Brother Dai, did you get a commission from the treasure box you just sold?" Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and the rest looked in the direction Su Yundao had left in before turning their gazes to Dai Mubai. "A commission of 80,000. As he spoke, the ring on Oscar's right index finger lit up with a purple light. There were 80,000 soul coins inside. "That's great." Oscar's face was filled with joy. The next day, everyone in the Holy Soul Village had gathered by the pond. "Everyone, we'll meet again if fate allows. I hope we'll all be rich when we meet again. Haha, this is just the beginning. Where can you run to? Let's use this opportunity to make our names known throughout the continent." Among the second-level agents, the older ones were filled with yearning for a better future. "Boss, I'm already capable of protecting myself. I'm going out to earn money." Oscar cupped his fists towards Chu Bei. The further he progressed, the more money he needed to upgrade. He couldn't always rely on Ning Rongrong. He had to rely on himself. Chu Bei nodded. "If you encounter any danger, remember to contact me through the Void Sound Transmission Stone immediately. Also, don't forget to use the All Heavens shop's name." "Understood." Everyone replied in unison. Gradually, the agents left one after another and ran towards the cities they had chosen. Oscar left. Dai Mubai used the teleportation formation to return to the Star Luo Empire. He said it was easier to find rich people there. Ning Rongrong also used the teleportation formation to return to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Her thoughts were the same as Dai Mubai's. Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Wang Fan accepted the money that Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong left behind. They were prepared to stay by Chu Bei's side for a few more days to increase their cultivation before leaving. As he watched the agents leave, the corners of Chu Bei's mouth curled up slightly. He had successfully taken the first step towards building a business empire. Chapter 200. The headquarters of the Martial Spirit Hall, the meeting hall of the Pontiff's Palace. Reporting to the Pontiff, Su Yundao, the deacon of the Heaven Do Empire's Phasno province, has sent a message. A man in black rushed into the meeting hall with a respectful expression. "Since when do you have to report to me the news of a deacon?" The cold voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. It was a woman in a luxurious black robe inlaid with golden patterns. She wore a 9-song purple gold crown and held a 2-meter-long scepter inlaid with countless gems. She had fair skin and an almost perfect face, making her look so different from the rest. In particular, the invisible nobility and holiness exuding from his body caused people to involuntarily prostrate themselves in worship. Bibi Dong, the current pontiff of the martial spirit hall, stood at the peak of the continent. Pontiff, I naturally wouldn't disturb you with ordinary news. But this time, Su Yuntao's message made me a little uncertain. After much deliberation, I decided to report to you. The man in black half knelt in front of Bibi Dong and said, "Fine, tell me." Bibi Dong's cold voice drifted in the hall. This morning, Su Yundao went to a village where he was to awaken the martial souls of the 6-year-old children. However, when he arrived, he found that not only did the children awaken their martial souls, they all had 100-year soul rings and their soul power had all reached rank 12. After Su Yundao asked, he found out that the person who helped the children awaken their martial souls was a person called Boss by the villagers. The man in black looked at Bibi Dong and said slowly, "Is he a merchant? What's his background?" Bibi Dong was interested and asked, "I don't know." The man in black shook his head. Seeing Bibi Dong frown, the man in black hurriedly added, Su Yundao didn't even have time to meet the so-called boss before he was tricked by a 12-year-old boy and swindled of 800,000 soul coins. He was even seriously injured. What? A deacon of the martial spirit hall was seriously injured by a 10-year-old child? Are all the people you chose trash? Bibi Dong's scepter trembled. He was astonished and at the same time, he let out an angry snort. Your Majesty, Su Yundao is a rank 30 soul grandmaster. He already has the qualifications to be a deacon in a remote area. The reason why he was so heavily injured is because this boy is already a soul exalt. The black-robed man took a deep breath. An 11 or 12-year-old soul exalt. Bibi Dong stared at the black-robed man with a serious expression. Are you sure that boy is a soul exalt? Su Yundao doesn't have the guts to lie to me. Feeling Bibi Dong's domineering aura, the black-clothed man hurriedly knelt down and immediately responded. If that's the case, then you must bring this 11 or 12-year-old boy to me. For a soul exalt to be this young, there's definitely a lot of secrets on him. Bibi Dong waved the scepter in his hand as he gave the order. Yes, Your Highness the Pope. The black-clothed man responded respectfully, got up, and quickly retreated. At the same time, in the Holy Soul Village. Boss, are we leaving again? Looking at the spatial shuttle in front of them, Xiao Wu raised her head to look at Chu Bei and blurted out. With the money that Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong had left behind, she, Tang San, and Wang Fan had all become soul ancestors from rank 21 soul grandmasters. But not long after their cultivation had increased, their boss had summoned the spatial shuttle. You'll know when you get there. It's a good place. Chu Bei left them in suspense. His trip this time was naturally to sign a contract with the next rank 1 agent. Anyi Town was located at the intersection of the Heaven Do Empire, the Star Luo Empire, and the Great Star Do Forest. Due to its special geographical location, Anyi Town was a no-man's land in the truest sense of the word. Although this town was called Anyi Town, the people who lived here were not at ease. They even had to be on tenterhooks when they slept. This was because it had another name, the City of Massacre. Boss, is this the destination of our trip? Why do I feel that this place is so eerie? Tang San raised his eyes to look at Chu Bei and asked tentatively. The town they were currently in wasn't very big, but the moment they stepped in, he felt that the atmosphere around them was a little strange. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what was strange about it, but he felt that the people around him had a special chill to them. If you live here, your combat experience will be greatly improved in the shortest time possible. Chu Bei looked at Tang San and smiled. Perhaps it was because he was a young man with 3 children, but Chu Bei's group of 4 quickly became the center of attention as they walked on the street. Boss, just tell us what this place is. These people are looking at us with very unfriendly eyes. Tang San tugged at Chu Bei's arm and pointed at the people around them. Ignore them. Chu Bei smiled indifferently. You just need to know that this place could be the headquarters of our All Heavens shop. If we really choose a location here, then we'll be the rulers of this place. Chu Bei's words were filled with confidence. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Tang San, Oscar, and Xiao Wu looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. In the end, they still didn't know where this place was. Under Chu Bei's lead, the group of 4 walked into a tavern. The air in the tavern was very turbid, and all the decorations in the tavern were black. Although it was still daytime, there was a cold and dark feeling when they walked in. Looking around, about 30% of the seats in the tavern were filled. The air in the tavern was turbid, and very few people spoke. It was very quiet. The arrival of Chu Bei's group of 4 successfully attracted the attention of everyone in the tavern, but most of them only gave them a quick glance before looking away. "Sir, what would you like to drink?" Before Chu Bei walked to the counter, a black-clothed waiter with an indifferent expression walked over. "I'm not drinking. Just open the door," Chu Bei said with a faint smile. "Sir, you must be joking. How can I open the door for you without passing the test?" The waiter's expression changed slightly. "If you must drink something, then give me 4 cups of water." Chu Bei looked at the waiter calmly. "Sir, are you sure you want to drink water?" The waiter's expression was completely gloomy, and his voice was cold. Where did this fledgling come from? He actually came here to drink water. "Don't you know where this place is? If you've mistakenly entered here, quickly go back to where you came from. Ha ha ha, hurry up and take your 3 babies home to suck their milk. Don't be so scared that you'll piss your pants. This is the first time I've met such an idiot. Don't you know that the people here only drink human blood?" In an instant, all kinds of mocking voices filled the tavern. The customers seemed to have found a way to vent their depression, and unreservedly scolded Chu Bei. Chu Bei glanced at the people around him, smiled, and ignored them. After that, he led Tang San, Wang Fan, and Xiao Wu to an empty table nearby. "San load up your Zhuge divine crossbows and give one to each of them." Chu Bei looked at Tang San, and pointed at Xiao Wu and Wang Fan after he finished speaking. "All right." As he met Chu Bei's gaze, Tang San was confused. He didn't understand what he was trying to do, but he immediately executed his orders. After that, Tang San retrieved a pile of finished components from his ring, which could be used as a substitute soul tool, and started to install them. Not long after, Tang San installed the first Zhuge divine crossbow, which was equipped with several arrows. After installing the first set, Tang San quickly installed the second set, and the third set. "Little San, did you tinker with these while you were forging?" Wang Fan's mouth was wide open, and his face was filled with astonishment. Xiao Wu was also astonished as she looked at Tang San's skillful movements, and her mouth was slightly agape. "This little fellow seems to be quite interesting. This is the first time I've seen a weapon like this. It's really interesting. Don't fight with me. I've taken a liking to this fellow. If anyone else has such thoughts, ask the sword in my hand first. Haha, my blade has been thirsty for a long time. It's time for it to drink blood. Haha, with his skills, whoever gets him won't have to spend money to buy weapons in the future." Inside the bar, a bunch of burly men put down their chopsticks and stood up one after another. They moved closer to Tang San. Their expressions were filled with greed, and their eyes were filled with bloodlust. "Boss, it's done." Tang San glanced at the bunch of burly men who had gathered around him, and then lifted his head to look at Chu Bei. After that, he kept one of the 3 Zhuge divine crossbows for himself, and gave the other 2 to Xiao Wu and Wang Fan. Chu Bei nodded, and then lifted his hand and pointed at the burly men who were approaching. His voice turned cold. "Kill them." Chu Bei's sudden order stunned Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Wang Fan. They looked at each other, and didn't know what to do. Obviously, they didn't expect that their boss would give them such an order. "Ha ha ha, did you hear that? This kid wants the 3 kids to kill us. This is the funniest joke I've heard since I was born. I'm dying of laughter. Kid, I think you're tired of living. I'll use you as a blood sacrifice for my blade." The group of burly men laughed wildly at Chu Bei's words, and their eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule. Chu Bei still ignored the group of burly men, and his eyes paused briefly on Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Wang Fan. Aren't you curious about where this place is? It's also called the capital of massacre. No one who comes here is free from death. Every one of them has at least 10 people's blood on their hands. Because they were chased in the outside world, they fled here. To survive here, being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. After saying that, Chu Bei lowered his voice. The way to survive is to never be merciful to those who deserve to be killed. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.